said Damien, digging deep to draw up every last ounce of condescension from the words. "This is a tributary of some other river, almost certainly uncharted. What made you think you were on the Little Buff?" "I hitched into the park with a guy. We put the canoe in the back of his truck, and he said he'd drop me off at the Little Buffalo boat launch. He said he knew where it was." "Was he a park employee?" "A writer. He was up here researching locations for a mystery novel." Damien shook his head incredulously. "Number one rule for backcountry travel, Domino. Try to avoid taking advice from anybody who earns his living by making stuff up. You put in at the wrong spot. The Little Buffalo is about 5 kilometers east of here." He became serious. "You were lucky. This is not Ontario cottage country, where your neighbor is a couple of 100 meters away, and all of a sudden you're Davy Crockett. There are 10 countries in Europe that are smaller than this park. This wilderness is the real thing. It's majestic and magnificent, and it will pour its beauty right into your soul. But it can also kill you if you don't respect it." Domenic looked at his brother blankly as the information sunk in. He had planned it all meticulously, mapped out his route, worked out the timings and the distances. But encountering Damien had come down to sheer luck and nothing else. If his brother had travelled in the other direction, or not come far enough this way, or at this time, they might never have crossed paths. All Domenic's planning, all his preparations, had counted for nothing. Only fate decided what happened out here. The thought stunned him to silence. The clouds had taken on a dull sheen, like unburnished steel. Damien looked at the sky dubiously, and then out over the film of dark water lying over the plain, glistening against the pockmarked landscape. "There's a lot more water than when I came across. It's been raining up in the hills, and the runoff is beginning to gather down there." He paused and turned to his brother. "I'm curious. How did you know to look for me on the Little Buff, anyway?" "Roy told me." "Roy Buchanan? Our brother-in-law? I wouldn't have thought he'd be the obvious choice for you to go to for help. You two changing your minds about each other after all this time?" "We've been working together on something else. He said your comms had gone down and your last in-reach message was from the banks of the Little Buffalo River." Damien pointed to a low bank of cloud hanging close to the horizon like a grey mountain range. "Storm clouds are starting to gather," he said. "We should get going." The subject of Damien's in-reach device and the information it might reveal was apparently one more subject to be left behind in a hurry. But Domenic already knew the secrets it held. They were in the form of coordinates sent to their mutual friend Traz. What he didn't know was their significance, and Damien was clearly anxious to keep it that way. Chapter 28. The figure was silhouetted against the window on the far side of the room, but the man was not looking out. He was staring in Lindy's direction, but not at her. His face was expressionless, his eyes still, as if he were alone in the room. Perhaps he was. Perhaps this woman he had abducted and brought here and tied to a chair was as irrelevant to him as his unfocused gaze seemed to suggest. The fear was still with her, as it had been from the moment she was seized, but the raw, naked terror of her abduction had given way to something calmer. At first, in the stifling confines of the Volkswagen's boot, she had truly believed that she was going to die. But the fact he had brought her here, to this place, meant something. She recognized that, and the thought brought her some small measure of reassurance. He could have killed her in the car park if he'd wanted to. He had overpowered her so quickly, she would have been able to offer little resistance. So yes, even though there was still fear, even though she recognized she was still in danger, and was uncertain of what might be awaiting her, there were tiny shards of light in her darkness, and this room, in this place, was one of them. Lindy wasn't sure whether to speak. She ran the risk of letting him hear the fear in her voice, confirming it for him, even though he must already suspect it. Should she remain quiet, in the hope that he might take her silence as strength, a sign of resistance she knew she would have no hope of ever summoning in reality? Detachment or engagement? Her life might depend on getting the answer right. Lindy played her tongue over her lips. They felt rough and cracked. I wonder if I could have a glass of water, please. The man showed no signs of having heard her. He remained motionless, as if his stare was simply to assess whether the rope binding the woman's arms to the back of the chair was fit for purpose. I'm not sure what this is about, she began again, her voice finding lightness from somewhere. But I give you my word, I'm not planning to try anything. I'm just really thirsty. For some reason, my lips feel sore.
They reacted to the adhesive on the tape I put over your mouth. It'll clear up now the source of the irritant has been removed.
The man's straightforward response left Lindy struggling to come up with a reply. But his composure was no act. There had been no signs of nervousness at all since they had arrived. No pacing, no checking the curtains, no shallow breathing, just a steady, meticulous preparation of the room for a long stay with a captive.
You were put in the car boot with minimum force,
he said in the same flat tone as before,
and taken out. There might be a couple of bruises on your arm, nothing more than that.
Lindy twisted slightly, but the rope held fast. No, I think I'm fine, really. But that water...
They'll want to speak to you, to have proof I haven't already killed you. You'll be asked about your health. First question guaranteed.
The man turned his dead-eyed stare onto her.
So, now you can give them a detailed answer, can't you?
His voice carried the indifference of somebody who was utterly in control of his situation and knew it. It's only fair to tell you, there has been a police officer watching out for me, said Lindy, reaching for a tone that suggested she was being helpful rather than threatening. He'll know by now that something's happened to me.
We're going to call him in a few moments to confirm it. And do remember to tell him who's holding you.
He gave a cold smile. It was the first sign of any emotion Lindy had seen from the man, even if it was far from positive. Who's holding me? I don't even know who you are. The man considered her comment, staring at her face carefully.
You really don't, do you?
He tilted his head slightly.
It was his best chance of making it work, I suppose.
Making what work? What are you talking about? Who?
Yeah. That's just like him, come to think of it. Considers himself quite the mastermind, doesn't he?
Lindy rallied a little, all thoughts of the water forgotten for the moment. If this is about Domenic, you should know it's over between us. He left me. Went back to Canada. We're not together anymore. She tried a brave smile, a tiny gesture, looking for sympathy, some connection with the human being inside this creature that seemed to have nothing but an echoing emptiness within him.
So it's all over between you, is it?
The noise the man made might have been a laugh.
Is that a fact?
He took out a phone and stared down at the screen.
Did you know,
he said without looking up,
when tactical teams make a rescue attempt, it's the experienced ones they send in first. Understandable, I suppose. You'd want a bit of know-how at the sharp end of things. Trouble is, if that door there had been wired...
Hayes nodded towards the front of the building.
To an explosive device, say, as the first ones through in response to some panicky cry for help, they'd be the ones to cop it.
He began dialing a number, still maintaining his casual conversational tone.
The thing is, these longer-serving types, they're the ones more likely to have families. Hard to imagine what that would be like, knowing you were the one who'd caused them to come here, the one directly responsible for their families having to live the rest of their lives without their husbands, their fathers.
He shook his head ruefully and held the phone to his ear.
Sleep would be very hard to come by with that on your conscience, I would think. You'd see the faces of all those little fatherless kids, all those tearful wives every time you closed your eyes. Terrible thing, sleep deprivation. I've seen its effects firsthand. Oh, here we go, it's ringing. Feel free to tell him anything you like.
Mike had been sitting at his desk, cradling Lindy's phone in his hand. He'd switched it to vibrate mode, but there was no danger he was going to miss a call. The phone would be staying with him until it rang. He answered it before the second pulse.
Lindy?
But his tentative tone suggested he already knew it wouldn't be.
Sergeant Danny Mike. I suspected you'd have the sense not to hand that phone in. You'll know who this is.
Although he had never heard the voice before, Mike knew.
Do you have Lindy? Is she all right?
Pardon my manners. I should have told you this call is on speaker, said Hayes flatly.
I'm going to let this article have a word now.
He held up the phone to Lindy's mouth. Hi, Danny. So, this is a bit of a mess, huh? Mike could tell she wanted it to sound playful, but her voice let her down, quavering almost as soon as she began to speak.
It's a very good sign that Mr. Hayes is letting you talk to me like this, said Mike. Give me something. Anything that might help me find you.
I'm not hurt. I'm being treated well. Lindy looked across at Hayes to see if her positive comments were earning her any points with her captor. He was looking down, fiddling with another phone with his free hand, but that didn't mean he wasn't paying attention. In fact, I'd be prepared to say there's really been no crime here at all. We could still put it all down as a misunderstanding. I'd go along with that. Honestly, I would. Mike didn't even try to encourage the idea.
Is there enough air in the room where you're being held? Enough light?
He's asking if there's a window, said Hayes, still looking down at his phone. He wants to know whether you can see anything that might be a clue as to where you're being held. All I can see are a few birds, said Lindy. No idea what they are. You know me. Could be sparrows. Could be the national bird of Hong Kong, for all I know. I'm sure Domenic would recognise them, though. Hayes tutted and took the phone away from Lindy's mouth, sighing loudly. Is it any wonder the intelligentsia in this country despair at our journalists? We don't ask much. Pay attention to the spelling, try to get the dates right. But still, you might expect better from one who's supposed to be among the brightest and the best, as I'm sure even the sergeant here could tell you. Hong Kong is not now, and never has been, a sovereign state. As such, it wouldn't ever have had a national anything. The shrill ringing of Mike's desk phone startled him. You'll want to answer that, Hayes told him. Mike picked up the receiver as Lindy's phone went dead. Hayes's voice sounded tinny through the landline, more distant and disembodied than the call from the mobile. As of 12:32 today, Lindy Hay is alive, said Hayes formally. Detective Sergeant Danny Mike will receive a call on a separate line, and I will give him details of my demands. Meeting these demands represents the only hope that Lindy Hay will remain alive. If any other police officer besides Sergeant Mike becomes involved, she will die. If that happens, I will send a recording of this call to media outlets and post it on the internet so everybody will understand that her death was a direct result of the failure by senior members of the police service to follow a simple set of instructions. Lindy's phone rang again as the landline went dead. "OK," said Hayes abruptly. "When the car was wired to kill this one, there was evidence left at the scene placing me there."
"Was there?"
"A word to the wise, Sergeant. Those who choose to engage me in a battle of wits usually find themselves overmatched." Mike could think of one person who hadn't, but he let it go. It was the second reference to Hayes's own intelligence. It was something that seemed to be important to him, and that made it worth keeping in mind.
"The bookmark," said Danny.
There was a pulse of silence. It might have signalled satisfaction on Hayes's part. "The bookmark," he said finally. "The one with the birds on it. Domenic Jejeune is going to return that bookmark to me, personally." Mike's heart completed a couple of beats before he spoke.
"I'm sure you already know the inspector is out of the country."
"Ah, yes, the break-up."
"You've seen them together, Sergeant?
The way he looks at her, the way he is when he's with her. Did anybody really think that I'd believe it was all over between them? Frankly, the whole thing is a bit insulting." Hayes allowed himself a second's pause. "Now, I doubt you'll have told him anything just yet. You'll have wanted to see if you could sort this out by yourself." He gave a short, cruel laugh. "So how's that going, Sergeant Mike?" Hayes didn't wait for an answer. Perhaps he already knew enough about Danny not to expect one. "I realise it will take him some time to get back, but I would advise him to start making his plans as soon as possible. Every moment the inspector delays, the danger to the merchandise here increases." Mike's shame burned within him. He gripped Lindy's phone so tightly his knuckles turned white.
Lindy Hay. That's her name. Not the merchandise, not the article. And if anything happens to her, Hayes, I'm going to be your judge and jury. You seem to know a bit about me, so I'm sure you already know how far I'd be willing to go to settle a score.
"Not the time for threats, Sergeant. Especially empty ones. You'll want to get going. You've got some arrangements to make. I'll call this number in 48 hours, and when I do, I'll be expecting to be able to conduct my business with Chief Inspector Domenic Jejeune directly. If I can't, then you'll all need to come to terms with the consequences." Mike looked down at the phone in his hand for a long moment after the line went dead. The bookmark was 3,000 miles away, and the person who had it wasn't returning anybody's calls. 48 hours. It was a popular deadline lately, and now there was additional significance to it. Because unless he could find Ray Hayes by himself, Danny believed that was how long Lindy had left to live. Chapter 29. There was a constant whip-crack of willow saplings as they passed, and as the lead trailblazer of their portage, Damien bore the brunt of the punishment. Domenic considered himself to be in reasonably good shape, but it became clear early in their journey that Damien's time in the park had attuned his body far better to the rigours of crossing this terrain. It went without saying that Domenic wouldn't ask for a break, but he offered no argument when Damien finally got lashed by one willow sapling too many and called a halt, as much for mental respite as physical. Domenic lowered the canoe from his shoulders and sank gratefully to the ground, bone-weary and exhausted.
"How far is it back to the park boundary once we get to the Little Buffalo?"
Damien looked up from tending a willow-inflicted wound and shrugged.
40 kilometers, maybe? Downriver? With the two of us paddling going full on, we should be out in 2 days. I can't help feeling if we're going to be working this hard anyway, it might be worth heading straight north overland until we could pick up the Great Slave River. If you know the approximate coordinates of where we are now, I might be able to work out which is the shorter route. Without any paper? How are you going to keep track of all those trig calculations? After I get each answer, maybe you could just remember the numbers in your head, suggested Domenic. Like that guy in Rain Man, you mean? Damien shook his head dubiously. That'd never work, obviously. Why not? Well, if I'm that guy, that would make you the Tom Cruise character. He looked at Domenic frankly. As your brother, it's my job to tell you the hard truths, and bro, you ain't no Tom Cruise. Domenic gave his brother a weary grin. I still don't understand why we couldn't just backtrack on the river I came in on. At least we'd have been going in the right direction. Yeah, well, if you move back into the frying pan from the fire, you're going in the right direction. There could be a couple of branches to that river, or 5 or 10 that you didn't even notice on your way down. Wandering off course is not a good idea up here. You get lost in this place, you stay lost. Better we stick to a route at least one of us is familiar with. Domenic was still coming to terms with how far off course he'd veered, and how easy it had been to become totally irretrievably lost in this landscape. If his brother hadn't shown up, who knew where he might have ended up? Damien's words were still with him. This was a place of stark, sweeping beauty. It could overwhelm you until you felt your heart might almost explode with the sheer scale of it all. But it was a dangerous place to be if you weren't prepared to respect its threats. And sometimes even if you were. He moved off to the edge of a small stream nearby to fill his water bottle. I wouldn't, said Damien. Giardia's bad out here where the water is shallow. You don't want to spend the rest of this trip fighting beaver fever. The water quality is going to be better on the Little Buff. That's not the main reason you want to go back there, though, is it? Damien shook his head sadly. We need to bring her out with us, Domino. I owe it to her. Domenic reached into his pack and withdrew the lone remaining beer. He popped the top and took a drink before handing it over. He could tell from his brother's look that Damien realized he had brought it for Annie Pryor, for when he found them both, alive and safe. But he drank from the can gratefully anyway. The shadows of 2 large birds drifted over the men, and they looked up, tracking the whooping cranes, as their slow wing beats seemed to carry them effortlessly over the waterlogged landscape. Forget portaging, said Damien. That's the way to travel over this stuff. New arrivals? Asked Domenic. That'd be my guess. The 2 men watched the cranes until they disappeared over the still, silent terrain. 4,000 kilometers, said Domenic. That's some journey. The endurance they must have, the energy resources they need to consume. You can hardly imagine the condition they must be in when they arrive here. Damien nodded slowly. I thought that's what she would be looking at when we trapped those cranes Annie wanted. But we didn't check for body fat or featherwear. No blood samples either, or measurements. Domenic shot his brother a puzzled look. What data was she looking for then? Damien fished in his boot and withdrew a plastic bag. Inside, a tiny blue memory chip shone like a jewel. Mostly the kind that's on this. The birds were wearing cameras. Damien nodded, altitude triggered. He held up the bag in his fingers and stared at the chip. I still had this one with me when she died. I didn't even have the chance to turn it over to her. No idea what's on it, though.
Domenic looked around the undulating boreal marshland surrounding them. I wonder, did Annie Pryor ever show any interest in the landforms as you were passing through? Damien lowered the bag and looked at his brother in astonishment.
All the time. Sometimes it seemed that she was almost as interested in that stuff as she was in the cranes we were tracking. What makes you ask?
I think she was looking for evidence of Dean's settlement. The trouble is, the Dean are transient, aren't they?
So there would be no middens, no evidence of permanently established campsites.
Damien smiled indulgently.
Unfortunately, whoever gave you your crash course in Dean culture didn't give you the whole picture. The Dean were a transient people. They would have left no record of any permanent settlements. But every summer the various bands would meet up near a lake somewhere. They'd come from miles around to feast and trade. The locations of these meeting places aren't well known outside the Dean community. But if they used the same sites every year, I'm sure there would still be bones and artifacts there. But what does any of this have to do with Annie?
Annie Pryor wasn't a biologist. She was a cultural anthropologist.
What? No. That's crazy.
Damien was half standing in surprise.
I know she was interested in the whooping crane's place in the First Nations culture. We talked about it all the time. The university she worked at is near the Black Hills. There's plenty of good crane habitat out that way, and a lot of it is on indigenous land. But we were here to get tracking data from the birds. I know. I recovered it for her.
Annie Pryor entered the park on an anthropological study permit, Damien. She hadn't filed a plan to do any wildlife research at all. Damien was shaking his head now.
I don't believe you. I don't believe any of this.
But Domenic had been decoding his brother's reactions for a long time, and he could tell that despite Damien's denials, he did. Did you ever hear her mention a man named Gatan Robideau? When I talked to him, he said he had just returned from conducting a ritual in the park. Something about drinking birch sap. It means he would have been in here at the time she died.
He, your dubious Dean sauce?
Drinking birch sap is part of a purification ceremony. It serves as a form of atonement, too, I think. Robideau told me it would be the water that took Annie Pryor, Damien, said Domenic. He said it was because she refused to pay. Damien smiled softly.
He's talking about the Dean practice of honoring the river. The first time they go onto the water each spring, they ask the water for its protection. Stay calm for me, take care of me when I am upon you.
He said it as if he knew it was going to happen to her, or maybe already had. His brother shook his head.
It wasn't foreknowledge. It's just the kind of certainty that comes when your connection with the land is as fundamental as it is with the Dean. I'm not sure you can read anything else into it. It wasn't Gatan Robideau who caused Annie's death, Domino. And it wasn't to do with any studies of the Dean, either.
He indicated a roiling band of deep grey clouds on the horizon.
Those thunderheads are still building. This storm's going to be a bad one. This whole area will become a lake in a matter of hours. We need to find some deeper water that we can follow up into a back channel somewhere to ride it out.
Domenic rose and lifted the canoe. Once again, his brother had successfully evaded further discussions about Annie Pryor's death. But there was something about his final comment that struck a chord with Domenic this time. The emphatic way Damien was able to declare who wasn't involved in her death suggested he almost certainly knew who was. Chapter 30. Under normal circumstances, Danny Mike wasn't a person to dwell on his mistakes. He felt the time and effort you'd use mulling over what was already done could be better spent putting things right. But these weren't normal circumstances, and this was no normal mistake. This one had put Lindy Hay's life at risk, so no matter how hard he tried to get past his missteps, his incompetence, the guilt continued to wash over him in great gushing waves. He had failed in his duty. He'd taken things for granted, made assumptions, simply because he couldn't be bothered to do his job properly. Had he really become that lazy under DCI Jejeune? Had leaving his boss to do all the heavy lifting while he merely followed along, mopping up the details, turned him into the same kind of indolent go-through-the-motions copper he had come to despise over the years? The thought rose like bile in his throat. The truth was, he should have raised his objections from the beginning, pointed out the flaws in his DCI's reasoning, and shown him the dangers that he seemed to be ignoring. Instead, he had meekly gone along with everything, because it was easier to convince himself that his DCI knew what he was doing than to voice his own misgivings about the plan they had put together. But for now, he needed to put all those feelings aside. Despite the self-loathing churning away inside him, he was just a detective, making a few casual inquiries today. No anxiety, no sense of desperation or panic. Patience was going to be the key. But then, at Cly Marshes Wildlife Reserve, it always was. Quentin Senior was texting as Mike approached. The birdwatcher's great white-maned head bowed over his phone. He looked up when he heard the sergeant's heavy footfall on the gravel path.
One moment, if you'll forgive me."
Senior returned to his screen until he had finished his message, and then looked up again, a broad, yellow-toothed smile showing through the wiry forest of his beard.
"You've chosen quite the day to visit us here at Cly, Sergeant."
He indicated his scope with an extended arm and windmilled his other one to usher Mike towards it.
"Come feast your eyes upon that beauty."
Mike approached the scope reluctantly.
"Now, Mr. Senior,"
he said, bending forward to peer through the eyepiece,
"you know I'm not much of a— Blimey, what on earth is that?" "Adult male painted bunting, Sergeant, in full breeding plumage. A first for the UK, we believe."
"Looks more like a painted-by-numbers bunting. I don't ever remember seeing a more colourful bird."
"Are you sure it hasn't just escaped from an aviary somewhere?" "The question will be asked,"
acknowledged Senior with a grave nod.
"But I'm all but certain this chap's a wild 'un. Got the survival skills, you see. The vigilance, the foraging."
Senior touched Mike's shoulder lightly as the sergeant made to straighten up.
"Please don't hurry. I've been watching the little fella for the past 10 minutes. Take the time to enjoy one of nature's true glories. Know what they call a collection of buntings, Sergeant? A mural. A mural of buntings. Isn't that delightful?"
Mike desperately wanted to get on with the reason for his visit, but he knew if he treated the sighting dismissively, it would diminish Senior's joy in it, so he continued to view the bird a moment longer.
"The inspector will be deeply disappointed to have missed this one, I can assure you,"
Senior said, when Mike eventually straightened up.
"Still, perhaps it'll stay around until he returns. Do we have any idea when that might be?"
"We don't," said Mike's flat expression. Senior nodded in understanding.
"Well, then perhaps he might get to see one over there. Painted buntings are popping up in some unusual locations this spring. Another reason I believe this is more likely to be a wild one."
Senior smiled.
"No, admittedly, North Norfolk is somewhat outside the normal pattern of vagrancy for this species."
Senior had bent for another admiring glance at the prized rarity, and Mike knew he needed to seize the opportunity to step into the silence. He would have liked to have let the man's enthusiasm run its course, but, given the chance, Senior would obsess about this bird until dark.
"I wonder, Mr. Senior, will you have a few moments for a chat?" "Certainly, but we'll need to hurry it up a bit. The unwashed hordes will be descending upon us at any moment. I've just texted them that our friend here is in full view. They've been searching for him over on the far side, but I just had a feeling he might be over this way this morning."
Intuition. It was part of what set aside some people from others in their field. Mike had his moments, his DCI more. He wished something would come to him now, but nothing would, other than the idea that Lindy's message was more than it seemed. "I wondered if you had ever heard of a bird referred to as Hong Kong's national bird," said Mike.
I took a quick look at a list of national birds online, but I didn't see anything for Hong Kong. I thought you'd be the obvious person to ask around here.
Senior looked puzzled by the sergeant's comment. Mike, who had seen enough reactions to tell the difference, wondered what it might be about it that troubled Senior, but he couldn't elaborate. He knew the older man had a particular fondness for Jejeune's partner, and if he sensed that Lindy was in any danger at all, he would try to overcompensate in his eagerness to be of assistance. But Senior's overstretching, however well meant, wouldn't help in this case. Only the facts could do that. The bearder stroked his luxurious white beard pensively, all thoughts of the painted bunting momentarily forgotten.
Hong Kong. Well, the bulbuls are all common enough over there, crested, Chinese, red-vented, but I hardly think they'd warrant that status. The black-faced spoonbill would be the obvious candidate, but it's a migrant, not a resident, which one would assume would rule it out of contention.
He shook his head dubiously.
I know the pied kingfisher is the symbol of the Worldwide Fund for Nature in Hong Kong. I suppose that might be your best candidate for a national bird, though I've never heard anybody actually refer to it as such.
He stared at Mike frankly, awaiting an explanation for the question. But Mike was as good at missing non-verbal cues as anybody else when he needed to.
Is there any chance one could have been seen anywhere in the area recently?
Senior allowed himself a small chuckle.
A pied kingfisher? Not the slightest, Sergeant. A sighting like that would have lit up the local rare bird lines like a fireworks display.
How about farther afield? Again, Senior smiled, though still in kindness rather than contempt.
News of a pied kingfisher anywhere in the UK would raise the kind of ruckus the likes of which the birding community would have rarely seen. Not only would it be the bird of a lifetime for many, it's a spectacular little creature in its own right. Charismatic, colourful, a delightful hovering display before it plunges. It's the type of rarity even the general public would take the trouble to come and see. Can I ask, Sergeant? Is someone reporting that they've seen one? Not in so many words. Someone mentioned the national bird of Hong Kong, that's all. I just thought I'd ask.
Senior gave Mike the same dubious look as before.
An amateur someone? Or a professional someone?
Amateur. But one who'd been around someone who knew his stuff, I would say. The two men didn't have many mutual acquaintances that fit the description, in fact, just the one. Mike wondered if part of him had wanted to tell Senior all along, desperate to coax out that bit of extra effort that he had just been convincing himself could be so dangerous.
I haven't seen Miss Hay since the inspector went away. I miss our discussions. She always defends her positions with such passion. She's doing well, I trust?
Controlled expressions were Mike's stock in trade, but he was forced to work hard at this one.
So she couldn't have seen a pied kingfisher?
Senior shook his head. But then, non-birders have a tendency to be a touch, well, imaginative in recalling the details of birds they've seen. Once had a chap give a note-perfect description of a blue-winged pitter he'd just seen flying over Blakeney Freshes. Mike understood the inference, if not the reference.
Eyewitness accounts, he said, shaking his head ruefully. Exactly, said Senior. He'd gone on the web, found the image, and then convinced himself that was exactly what he'd just seen.
Senior held up one of his mottled, calloused hands. I'm not for a minute suggesting there was any malice in it, nor indeed in Miss Hayes' claim. But she didn't see any pied kingfisher around these parts, Sergeant, or anywhere else, though if that was what she believed she had seen, it's hard to imagine what she might have mistaken it for. There aren't all that many black and white birds of that size. Greater spotted woodpecker, perhaps? Senior was welcome to mull over the problem as long as he wanted, but Danny wasn't going to wait around while he did so. His lack of success here meant that he needed to look elsewhere for something that was going to lead him to Lindy. He thanked the man and bade him goodbye. Please pass on my best wishes the next time you run into us, hey? Said Senior. I do hope we'll be seeing her around these parts again soon.
Let's hope so,
said Mike. But he couldn't quite bring himself to match Senior's smile. He was halfway along the gravel path when he heard the older man calling out to him. He turned to see Senior looking in his direction, eyes shielded against the high sun. You might ask Eric Chappell, Sergeant, he called over the distance. He spent several years in Hong Kong. He wasn't a birder when he was there, of course, but even he might have noticed something ubiquitous enough to be considered the national bird. Chappell, of course. He should have been Mike's first stop. It was why Senior had looked so puzzled when he'd first asked. Why wouldn't Mike have started with a man who'd lived in Hong Kong? He gave his head an angry shake, grateful Senior had gone back to his study of the painted bunting and could not see the gesture. Detective Sergeant Danny Mike was going to have to be at his best to get the answers he needed. Stumbling around in this fog of remorse wasn't going to do anybody any good, least of all Lindy. It was time to put his guilt aside and get on with the job of finding her. Chapter 31. The shock of Hayes's revelation made Lindy physically sick. She felt the sourness rising in her chest and bent forward, arms still tied to the chair behind her. But the dry retching produced nothing, only a watering of the eyes that Lindy was determined to fight back, lest the man should take them as a sign of some kind of victory. Why had Domenic done this to her? Sacrificed their relationship, worse, pretended to sacrifice it, in order to save her, without ever once letting her have any say in the matter. The stupid, selfish, arrogant bastard.
Nice touch,
said Hayes in a self-congratulatory tone.
The objectification. It'll add a bit of urgency to proceedings. If I've already dehumanized you, it'll be easier to kill you when the time comes. That's the way he'll read it.
Hayes shook his head.
Conventional thinker, our sergeant. Easy to manipulate the emotions of somebody like that. And from there, it's just a short step to controlling them completely.
Lindy lost the battle with her own emotions, and her welling eyes overflowed, sending silent tears down her cheeks. They tracked to the corners of her mouth, where she could taste their salt with the tip of her tongue. She tried to shake them away angrily. Hayes considered her carefully, as if her sorrow was some curiosity at a funfair.
I suppose it's the lack of trust that hurts the most.
His tone suggested he was not particularly interested in receiving an answer,
Doesn't say much for a relationship, does it? Especially when this business concerns you as much as him. That's the way he is, though, DCI Jejeune. Always has to be the one making the decisions, always has to be the brightest person in the room. I don't suppose it's ever occurred to him that there could be somebody out there who was cleverer than he was. And now here we are. I imagine it's going to be quite the shock to his system when he finds out, don't you?
Through her tears, Lindy regarded Hayes carefully. Who was he, this man who seemed to have no emotions of his own, yet understood everybody else's so well? It was exactly what was hurting. The knowledge that Domenic didn't trust her enough to confide in her, to let her in on his decision, his plan, any of it. "Why are you doing this?" she asked, drawing a deep breath to stem the flow of her tears. "What do you want?"
Well, the bookmark for a start, obviously, said Hayes flatly. It's the only piece of physical evidence that could tie me to an attempted murder.
He looked at her.
Yours, he said. Without it, the police can't make their case against me. So, given that, I thought it might be handy to have it back.
"The birds on it, are they cranes?" Hayes nodded.
It looked like the sort of thing that would mean a lot to him. I guessed it would hurt him all the more that way when he realized I had taken it. I used to like that bookmark a lot. I even managed to get it into the prison with me. Somebody stole it from me in there.
He shook his head.
Shocking, eh? Getting so you can't trust anybody these days. Know the piece, do you?
I bought it for him. I wanted him to go to a dance, but he said only if it was a dance of cranes. I had a jeweller friend of mine make it for him. She looked sad at the memory, and perhaps at something else. He never told me it was missing.
Seems to me your relationship was riddled with deception. Perhaps that's something you'll want to take up with him when he shows up.
Deception? Thought Lindy, or just protection? Another misguided attempt to safeguard her feelings. Either way, the man seemed to share Lindy's certainty that Domenic would come. Even if their breakup had been genuine, Domenic would have returned to save her. She knew it as surely as she had ever known anything. But if this man wanted the bookmark for a start, what came next? She thought she knew. "Whatever Domenic arrested you for," she said, "he must have been sure of your guilt. Not simply convinced by the evidence, that's never enough for him. He has to know, to be certain."
"Prison is no place for a man of intelligence," said Hayes, as if he hadn't heard her. "At first I tried to fit in."
He pointed to the string of colourful tattoos on his neck.
"Pathetic, I know, but things don't go well in there for those who like to show they're too good for general pop."
He shook his head ruefully.
"Try as I might, though, I never really could settle into it. It just wasn't for me."
Lindy might have pointed out that a man of intelligence would have stayed away from activities that would put you in prison in the first place. But her close association with Domenic's cases had shown her often enough that intelligence and criminal behaviour were not mutually exclusive. Far from it, in fact, as this man sitting across from her perhaps proved. So, why risk going back, just to get revenge on a man who was only doing his job? Hayes shook his head again, and for the first time Lindy saw some glimmer of genuine emotion in his eyes.
"Oh, I'm not going back."
He took a moment to fasten his detachment back in place, but Lindy had seen a glimpse of what lay behind the curtain now, and she knew that Hayes recognised that too. "All right, Enough chit-chat. I'm going to stretch my legs. When I get back, we'll set a few rules. If you decide you want to follow them, we should be able to pass the time pleasantly enough. If not, he shrugged, then I'll keep you strapped to that chair with a gag in your mouth, and you'll stay that way until Jejeune shows up. Lindy stared at the closed door for a long time after Hayes left. He had spoken so matter-of-factly about killing her. It was as if he had managed to disconnect himself entirely from any trace of human feeling. How could you survive in that condition, she wondered. How could you even function if you didn't have a single thread of humanity to tether you to this world? But she had no doubt this man was capable of doing anything that suited him, and she knew he would do it without a heartbeat of remorse. She knew, too, that Hayes had meant it when he said he wasn't going back to prison. But if Domenic was coming here, Hayes's arrest was one of only two possible ways things could end. It was the other one that was scaring her now. As promised, Hayes had imposed the rules as soon as he returned from his walk. Lindy would be allowed to move freely around the living room, but she couldn't go within 3 meters of the doors or Hayes himself. She could go into the kitchen, where food items and the electric kettle sat on a countertop, but she was not allowed to open any of the drawers or cupboards. Fridge, yes. Stove, no. If he needed to leave the room for anything, she would be required to secure her ankle to a radiator with a lock and chain until he returned, when she would be released, providing she hadn't tried anything in his absence. The rules were a masterpiece of manipulation, she recognised. Though they didn't represent freedom in any real sense of the word, they allowed Lindy enough liberty that she would find herself weighing the risks of losing it, even as she hated herself for doing so. Under the rules, Lindy would also have been free to watch television, but she found herself unable to draw her eyes away from Hayes, watching him from her chair or as she moved restlessly around the room. He seemed unperturbed by the scrutiny. "We can talk, if you like," he said, without looking up from the book he was reading. "I can't promise the intellectual cut and thrust of those chats you'll have with the women in your office, discussing the intimate details of your reproductive systems and such over a latte," he said sarcastically. "But we might be able to cover some interesting ground. Like that article you wrote last year, for example, the one about repeat offenders in the prison system." "You read that?" "Without moving my lips," said Hayes. "I read most things you write. Nearly half of prison inmates will reoffend within a year," he quoted. "In some individual prisons, the number is 75%. It's clear that a regimen of communal meals and visits by the prison chaplain is not an entirely successful formula for resetting an offender's DNA back to some earlier, more law-abiding time." He nodded. "Well researched, competently written. Left nobody in any doubt as to what you thought of the prison's efforts to reinstall some semblance of usefulness in all those lost causes." "That isn't what I said," protested Lindy. "I don't think they're lost causes. If the purpose of prison truly is rehabilitation, it's hard to make a case that the best way to achieve it is by surrounding prisoners 24 hours a day with people so devoid of morality and conscience that they'd kill a cellmate for a packet of cigarettes." Hayes quoted again. "No false modesty, please. You should be proud of yourself, holding up a mirror to society like that, allowing it to see the flaws in its reasoning, the abject failure of its stated goals, the utter futility of the entire penal system, in fact." "That wasn't the purpose of the piece," said Lindy defensively. "Attracted a lot of attention in the prisons, that article did," said Hayes in his same flat, disinterested tone. "In fact, I'd go so far as to say it was where all your troubles started." That's the problem with making sweeping generalizations about a world you know nothing about, you see. You're going to attract attention to yourself, and not all of it good. Not to worry, though, he said, over brightly. The time for settling accounts will be here very soon. Lindy was in the kitchen making tea when she looked out to see Hayes had fallen asleep. His head was lolling to one side, his book resting on his chest. She set down the tea quietly and stood still for a long moment, staring at the front door. She was closer to it than Hayes, and she knew it was secured only by a simple deadbolt from this side. 10 steps? Probably half as many seconds. She could run, but could Hayes? Was he one of those wiry, whippet-like creatures that had a turn of speed? He could overpower her if he caught her, she knew that. She remembered the raw power of his grip when he had dragged her from the boot of her car. Her desperation, her fear, would be no match for somebody who was prepared to use as much force as necessary to subdue her. And then what? He was from a prison culture that didn't entertain appeals for a second chance. Would he just follow through on his threat, remaining deaf to her reassurances and her pleas, as dispassionate and disinterested as always as he cinched the ropes tight around her and jammed the gag in her mouth? Or would he end it there, on the driveway, decide he had no more use for her now that Domenic had already been lured back to him with the bookmark? 5 seconds, 10 steps. When she looked back at Hayes, his eyes were open. He was staring at her, and now they both knew that as long as she was here, she wouldn't be entertaining any more thoughts about escaping. Whatever was going to happen when Domenic arrived, Lindy would be here to witness it. Chapter 32. Even with the canoe above his head, Domenic had been able to detect the gradual greying of the skies. The temperature had dropped noticeably in the last hour, and the wind was beginning to pick up. Mercury-coloured clouds had begun a slow, ominous roll towards them, dappling the flat landscape beneath with dark swatches of shadow.
"Break,"
announced Damien, as they approached the edge of a watery slough.
"A sharp one, though. We have to press on before that storm hits."
Domenic slumped down beside the canoe and looked around him at the low, empty terrain in which they found themselves. What were they doing here? He wondered. They were aliens in this place, humans like himself and Damien and Annie Pryor. What part did they play in the ecosystems of this park? This wasn't their home. It belonged to the animals, the plants, the elements, and perhaps, too, to people like Gatan Robideau and the rest of the Dean, who understood this land, who were a part of it. His brother seemed to read his thoughts.
"Why did you come here, Domenic?"
To the park, you mean? Or to Canada?
Okay, let's start with that one.
Domenic shifted uneasily.
A man called Ray Hayes has been targeting Lindy.
He was a former arrest of mine, and he was convicted on the basis of evidence I uncovered.
He got out on a technicality, and now he's looking for payback.
I thought if I could remove myself from the scene for a while, he might back off and we'd have a chance to rearrest him.
And? It hasn't happened. This is what Roy's helping you with.
I asked him to have some forensic tests run on a bookmark. It was left in Lindy's car the last time Hayes made an attempt on her life.
You think it belongs to this guy Hayes?
Domenic shook his head.
It belongs to me. Hayes stole it off my desk when I brought him in for questioning once. Did the tests turn up anything useful?
One print.
Hayes.
Domenic shrugged.
But it wouldn't be enough for a conviction even if we could find him.
Damien nodded slowly.
It must have been a hard decision for you and Lindy to agree to being separated like this.
He said sincerely,
even if you were prepared to put up with it, Neither one of you could have known how long this thing might stretch on. And that kind of uncertainty can test a relationship. Still, I suppose there was no other way you could have handled this.
There wasn't.
I'm sure she gets it, though, Domino. I'm sure Lindy understands that it had to be this way. So, what's the next step? Now that you can't find Hayes, what happens when you go back? It doesn't sound like you two can just pick up where you left off in the hope that this maniac eventually loses interest.
Domenic shook his head.
Hayes won't lose interest. He'll want to see it through. But you have another plan, right?
Said Damien uncertainly.
One that will see you and Lindy safely into the happily ever after. I mean, my brother, Domenic Jejeune, always has a plan.
There is no other plan, said Domenic. The emptiness in his voice caused Damien to stare at him for a long moment, as Dominic's thoughts took him off to a place where his brother could not trespass. Damien regretted having reminded his brother about the girlfriend he had not seen for so long. He should not have brought the topic up. It was time to introduce a different one.
I've been thinking about what you said about Annie.
The sudden announcement seemed to snap Domenic back to the present.
If what you're saying is true, it explains why she was in such a hurry to get to those birds. If she wasn't working under a wildlife permit, she'd need to get that tracking equipment off them before the park staff began their early-season breeding surveys.
He paused and gave a small, rueful smile to himself.
I knew something was wrong. It's so hard to trap adult cranes. It would have been the perfect opportunity to gather all that other data, blood samples, measurements, fat stores. That she wasn't interested in any of it just didn't sit right. It didn't make any sense.
He looked up at Domenic.
I sent Traz an in-reach message, Domino. The coordinates of the crane's stopover points. I asked him to check them out. I guess I just wanted to know what was so special about these particular birds.
He stood up abruptly.
Come on. Those clouds will be on top of us before long. We don't want to be out in the middle of nowhere when they eventually decide to let loose.
The storm struck like a judgment from the gods. It swept across the low land unchecked, driven by north winds that carried all the Arctic fury of the high latitudes in their wake. Blasts of chilling air brought ice pellets that raked across the flat terrain like machine gun fire, stinging the men with their force. Sleet swept through in ragged, swirling sheets, turning the air grey and blocking out the light. All around them, the icy rain pelted the surface of the water, hammering down as they paddled frantically in search of cover. As the waters had begun to rise, the two men had tried to outrun the storm, driving the canoe across the fast-flowing waters. Now, exposed, out in the centre of a lake of floodwater, the fierce winds brought the storm lashing in on them from all sides, pummelling them, rocking their craft until water sloped over the gunwales with each tilt. At the front of the canoe, Damien swivelled towards his brother. The rain was streaming unchecked down his face, plastering his hair to his forehead. His tiger-striped jacket was open, billowing in the wind, saturated inside and out.
"We have to get off this water,"
he bellowed over the sounds of the storm.
"That lightning is headed this way."
As if to emphasize his point, a jagged fork lit up the horizon, and a deep-throated growl of thunder echoed across the basin.
"This wind is going to push us around like crazy if we don't find shelter,"
he shouted, his words all but snatched away by the winds and the rain. He pointed to a low fringe of vegetation far out into the water, barely visible through the curtain of rain.
"Head for that!"
he yelled. He took a deep breath before turning back into the teeth of the wind. But, even as they dug in with their oars, hauling the heaviness of the water back with frantic strokes, the wind swirled once more, crashing waves against the bow, driving them back. The sudden, juddering stop almost pitched Damien into the water. Domenic saw his mouth move and knew he had shouted out a curse, but over the winds he couldn't hear his brother's voice any more. Not until Damien turned to him directly.
"Sweeper! It's torn right through the hull! Keep paddling! I'll try to bail!"
But Damien's hand, scooping, seemed to have no effect, and the water level in the bottom of the canoe continued to rise steadily as the grey fluid poured in through the ragged hole in the bow. Damien shook his head.
"It's hopeless!"
he shouted.
"She's going down! We have to get out!"
Their twin leaps over the side breached the canoe's last resistance against the inflowing water, and the craft pitched along its axis and rolled over. It had sunk from view before the two men had even surfaced from their plunges. The coldness of the water seized their chests, penetrating even the chill of the freezing rain pounding down around them. Domenic looked around, but saw nothing but frothing grey waters. He felt Damien's hand grab his shoulder, spinning him around.
"There! Those reeds!"
Damien pointed, his head sinking under the water with the exertion. He was gasping when he surfaced again.
"Go!"
They swam towards the bed of flattened vegetation and dragged themselves up onto it. The mound was waterlogged, barely strong enough to hold their weight, but it was wide enough for each of them to find a place to drag themselves onto and lie exhausted while the rain continued to pound against their faces and bodies. When they had caught their breath, they rolled into sitting positions, drew up their knees, and pulled the hoods of their jackets over their heads. Hunkered down, they sat in silence as the storm raged around them, and they waited. Chapter 33. The coffee shop in the domain at Saltmarsh was about as jarring a contrast to the building's rustic stone exterior as it was possible to be. Chrome and glass reflected back at Lauren Salter wherever she looked, the polished surfaces dazzling in the bright light that flooded in through the room's large picture windows. She patted the back of her hair and smoothed her skirt, but accepted it was probably too late to give the small details the kind of attention such unforgiving scrutiny would demand. If Susan Bonaccord spent much time in places like this, Salter could begin to understand the woman's fastidiousness with regard to her personal appearance. There was nowhere to hide any flaws in a house of mirrors like this. Bonaccord was seated at a small table near one of the windows. Although she was bent over her phone, she seemed to sense Salter's arrival and looked up. Perhaps she'd caught a reflected image of the sergeant somewhere, thought Salter ruefully. She raised a hand in greeting and went over to join her. "Isn't it strange how you need to select the right method of contact these days?" asked Bonaccord as Salter sat down. "With some people it's email, others it's voicemail. With this particular client, if I use anything but a text message, chances are I'll never hear back from her." Bonaccord set the phone down beside her place setting, where it would be in her direct eye line the moment it sprang to life. Even in the short time she had known this woman, Salter would have expected nothing less. "Interesting place," she said, looking around, "though I'm not quite sure what it has to do with the outside. If they were intending on changing the interior so much, I can't really see the point of preserving the outside the way they did." She indicated the room. "I mean, you'd hardly say they'd retained the character of the old place with this decor, would you? It would have been a marketing decision to retain the exterior look, based on the older demographic of this area, I would guess." Bonaccord sighed. "I do despair sometimes at the amount of time and effort we put into trying to preserve the past. I mean, I fully understand that the nostalgia movement is inevitably going to gather steam as our population ages, but surely we'd be better off concentrating our efforts on improving the way things are, rather than hearkening back to the way they once were." So even the Chamalars' work, all those songs and dances that brought so many people so much joy over the years, was just another business deal to Susan Bonaccord, thought Salter, She felt unaccountably sad for a person to whom even nostalgia was nothing more than an entry on a balance sheet. "Are you still doing okay?" asked the sergeant. Bonnecord looked puzzled. "That phone call? The things you had to listen to?" "Oh, yes, well, of course, it was a terrible experience." Bonnecord fell silent, as if she recognised the hollowness of her response. She seemed like someone searching around inside herself for memories of what emotions had felt like when she still allowed herself to experience them. But perhaps she was taking solace too in the rarity of truly terrible things in this world, in the knowledge that she would likely never have to encounter such horrors again. Salter knew she herself would forever be denied that consolation. These things, the cruel, the terrible, the unthinkable, were part of the world she had chosen to inhabit. She didn't get the chance to slough them off and go on with her life. They were her life. "I was hoping we could talk some more about what is right," she said, "specifically about his attitude toward the money. I have had our legal team look at the deal. They seem to think it's a very good one from your company's perspective. They speculate that if the Chamalars musical was even a modest success, Mr. Wright's royalty earnings would have probably doubled the flat fee you paid for the rights." "I can assure you I did go over the numbers with Mr. Wright, even though I was under no legal obligation to do so. He wanted the cash because he wasn't prepared to put up with the world of rolling reserves, staggered reporting cycles, and the like. He really didn't seem overly concerned that his decision could potentially cost him a lot of money." "Did you get the sense he was in a hurry to get his hands on the cash?" The autopsy report had revealed no signs of serious illness, but that wasn't the only reason someone might decide to take the money and run. Bonnecord shook her head. "I just took it as part and parcel of the man's antiquated attitude toward things. A bird in the hand and all that." Antiquated or not, it was an attitude Salter could appreciate, especially if there was the possibility of a counterclaim to the rights you were selling. From the top of the window, a translucent white blind began to silently descend, stopping at a point about a quarter of the way down the pane. "Photosensitive glass," said Bonnecord. "It lowers the blind to prevent it from getting too bright." Salter looked through the window. 3 young boys were walking along the towpath, and she regarded them carefully. They were probably just into their teenage years, perhaps not even quite there yet. All wore scruffy pants and loose, billowing T-shirts. Each sported a different but equally eccentric hairstyle. "What do they look like?" asked Bonnecord, following Salter's gaze and shaking her head. "They look like kids who a heartbeat ago considered their mum their best friend in the whole world and just about the coolest person on earth," thought Salter sadly. Now they'd probably die of shame if she went up to give them a hug. "You don't have children yourself, I believe?" Bonnecord shook her head. "My career always came first in the early days. By the time I might have been ready, any potential Y chromosome donors had long since moved on." She looked down into her coffee and took a small breath. "So I put all my efforts into creating a better me instead." "Not that I regret it for a minute," she said brightly. "I'm very happy with the way things turned out, thank you very much. I mean, kids just tend to consume your whole life, don't they?" "Yes," thought Salter. "They do, if you're lucky." "And you?" "One boy," said Salter. "Nearly 9. Of course, all kids are teenagers by the time they're 10 now, aren't they?" But for all the heartbreaks and disappointments that her 9 going on 19 boy was going to be bringing her, Salter would never have any regrets about Max consuming her whole life. "I'm curious as to why What is Right simply didn't come over to speak to you in person. His place is not very far from here. It was a nice night. He strikes me as the kind of man who might have enjoyed an evening stroll along the riverbank." "He hadn't been asked," said Bonnecord simply. Appearing at a woman's hotel room at night uninvited, hardly the sort of decorum one would associate with a man of his era, is it? It was a fair point, and Salter acknowledged as much with a slight tilt of her head. Did he ever mention a man named Albert Ross to you? I don't believe so. There was a business associate of some kind that began to make a fuss, but that was a woman. Jenny, I think. Jenny Wynne. Bonnecord shrugged slightly. It happens. The scent of money wafts through the air, and suddenly people dream up all manner of imaginative claims to it. I asked her to speak directly to Wright. I kept waiting to hear more, but then he contacted me to say he'd sorted it out. He could demonstrate sole ownership of the rights to the dance routines, and so he was free to sign them over to us. Certainly, his was the legally registered name on the copyright notices. A thought suddenly seemed to occur to her. The contract we have has been thoroughly vetted by our legal department, Lauren. She said amicably, it's a perfectly valid transfer of rights ownership. Having purchased them lawfully and in good faith from the rightful owner, I'm informed that our entitlement to them is legally incontestable. I'm sure it is, said Salter, but she'd never yet met a lawyer who'd issue such a blanket assurance about moral rights. She wasn't convinced Jenny Wynne's claim on the routines was quite so spurious, and from what she could tell from her conversation with the woman, Jenny Wynne didn't feel it was either. Bonnecord didn't seem able to let the matter go. Perhaps Salter's assurance hadn't been vigorous enough. I still have a signed copy of the agreement in my briefcase, as a matter of fact. She gave a short smile. It just arrived in the mail. Wattis Wright must have popped a copy in the post to me after he signed it. I receive so few pieces of paper these days, I almost feel I should hold on to this as a souvenir. Perhaps a museum might be interested in it one day. Is that all that Wattis Wright has become now, too? Wondered Salter. A museum curiosity. This man, who had died in such terrible circumstances, while this woman had listened to his last breaths on the other end of a telephone, an event she now seemed able to dismiss like a bad memory. She looked at Bonnecord carefully as the woman checked her phone again. I could have done this, she thought, after my divorce. It would have been so easy then, when her world was falling apart all around her, to seize onto those things she could control, her personal appearance, her career. She might have forged herself into Susan Bonnecord in the furnace of her bitterness and her anger, if it hadn't been for Max, dragging her back into a human landscape of love and connection and caring. She said goodbye and stood up. At the doorway of the cafe, she turned to wave, but Bonnecord had already taken out her laptop, immersing herself once more in the meticulous, ordered world she managed so tightly. But even when you had control over every aspect of your life, it wasn't to say you always got your decisions right. Not many people would have chosen loneliness as their preferred state. Fewer still would have pretended they enjoyed it. Chapter 34. The defining moments of our lives come upon us so suddenly, thought Mike, as DCS Colleen Shepherd entered the incident room. No warning, no time to plan. All you were left with, to confront such moments, were your instincts. But the consequences of your decisions could last a lifetime. In this case, the loss of a career, a reputation, of most things that Mike held on to, that defined him. All this, weighed against a young woman's life, decided in the time it took a human heart to skip a single beat. Mike should have told Shepherd about Lindy. He should have reported the phone call, even reported his suspicions prior to it, when she disappeared. The DCS shared Mike's concern for Jejeune's girlfriend and was every bit as invested in her safety. She shared, too, Mike's desire to see Hayes arrested, clearing the way for the DCI's return to Saltmarsh. But the thing she didn't share was Danny's guilt. Inviting Shepherd and the team into his own personal quest for redemption would have made a lot of sense. They could cover a lot more ground than one man acting alone. But people made mistakes. Mike was living proof of that. He trusted his colleagues' professionalism and their discretion, but it may only take one small slip to trigger Hayes into taking the action he'd threatened. It was a chance Danny Mike wasn't prepared to take. He leaned forward and turned the volume down on his computer, reducing the silken harmonies of the Four Tops to a whisper. "I was wondering if Mr. Chappell might be in town, ma'am," he said as casually as he had ever said anything. But he stepped his tone up immediately. Like Danny himself, Colin Shepherd had a finely honed detector for deceit, and excessive nonchalance was often a key. "I ran across Quentin Sr., and he mentioned asking him about a bird." Shepherd looked like she might be about to ask exactly where on earth Danny and the single most dedicated birder in Saltmarsh might have crossed paths. But she chose instead to let her eyes play across the mass of loose papers and open files on Danny's desk. If something had taken him out to one of Senior's birding haunts, it wasn't free time. "Eric's in Scotland at the moment. He's over the moon because he happened to be already on Fair Isle in the Shetlands when a song sparrow was found there. It's a rarity from the inspector's part of the world, apparently. Eric tells me at least 5 chartered planes have already flown in to see it. Can you believe it? Renting a plane to go all the way up to Scotland to see a sparrow." She shook her head in a show of the bewilderment she knew Mike shared at the eccentricities of the birders in their lives. "I came in to see if you had managed to catch up with Lindy. I understand you were asking around recently to see if anyone had heard from her." Mike paused. Defining moments. "I spoke to her yesterday," he said. "Oh, I'm glad to hear it," said Shepherd with evident relief. "She's not come to any harm, then?" "She said not." Shepherd knew from experience that Mike could take terseness to a whole new level when something set him off. Generally, though, Danny Mike remained, well, Danny Mike. Hardly verbose, but not offhand either. "Is something the matter, Sergeant?" "Yes, very much so." "I think it's time for the truth, don't you?" she said. "About Ray Hayes." Mike froze. He had been prepared to sacrifice his career, and even his own cherished personal integrity too, if it meant keeping his secrets about Lindy. But he hadn't expected the reckoning to come so swiftly. Though he knew no apology could undo the damage, he felt compelled to offer at least an explanation, but, before he could speak, to set in motion the slow downward spiral towards the destruction of everything he had come to represent, Shepherd continued. "I understand how upset you are at the decision to terminate the search for Hayes. I'm devastated too, truth be told, by the thought that DCI Jejeune will no longer be here with us. But we must move on, Sergeant, all of us. So, I'll ask you once more, formally, and then we'll draw a line under the matter. Do you, at this time, Sergeant Mike, have any idea of Ray Hayes' whereabouts?" "The defining moments of our lives." "No, ma'am. I do not." "Very well, then your assignment is over. Submit your final report to me, and we'll close the file. You can join Sergeant Salter's investigation, but only a supporting role for now, Danny." Shepherd gave him a cautioning look. "I'd like to give her a chance to get things right, even if she does seem to be spinning her wheels a bit at the moment. As I understand it, this Albert Ross seems to be our most likely suspect. Are you aware of any reason she hasn't yet had him in here for a chat?" "I don't think she wants it to be him," said Mike simply. "Too easy, you mean? She doesn't want it to appear like she's just latching onto the first suspect that comes along?" Shepherd nodded. It was an understandable concern for a new sergeant in her first case, if not an entirely professional one. "Talk to her about it, Danny. Tell her sometimes it is as straightforward as it seems to be, and the guilty party does just fall into our laps like this. Not as often as we'd like, it must be said, but it happens. Easy or not. If Ross is our man, I want him in custody as soon as possible. She consulted her watch. I should be off. Eric will be calling me later. He'll want to regale me with a blow-by-blow account of his Sparrow sighting once again, no doubt. I'll ask him to get in touch with Quentin Sr. I don't think there's any urgency, Mum, said Mike smoothly. Deceit wrapped you in its embrace so quickly, he thought. It just kept on drawing you in until it slowly suffocated you. His resolve faltered, and he teetered on the brink of opening up to Shepherd. He knew if she had been looking directly at him with that steely, unblinking gaze of hers, he would have done. But she was focused on his laptop instead. The direction of a single gaze. The defining moments of our lives existed in such small details sometimes. "Your song is over," said Shepherd. "It's not like you to have nothing else queued up." "I suppose Senior wanted to speak to Eric to congratulate him on seeing this Sparrow of his. There's no doubt he will have already heard about it. That rare bird network puts our own national alert systems to shame." Mike shook his head. "I think it might have been about a national bird for Hong Kong." Shepherd smiled and nodded slowly to herself. "Ah, yes, the crane." Mike's astonishment was so profound he couldn't speak, but Shepherd interpreted his expression merely as interest. Eric's little joke, she explained. He was in Hong Kong during the boom years, when it seemed like every tiny patch of land had a building project on it. He told me he could look out of his office window and see nothing but construction cranes in every direction. He said if he was ever asked to nominate a national bird for Hong Kong, it would be the crane. "The crane," said Mike. It was all he could manage at the moment. He queued up a song to give him a moment to bring his breathing back under control. I can't imagine they'd be all that common in this country," he said, letting the computer task absorb all of his attention. "The actual birds, I mean, not the building equipment." "I've never seen one," said Shepherd, "but I know Eric has. I believe they're a migratory species." She exchanged a glance with Mike to acknowledge how much birding information the two of them had absorbed simply by being within earshot when their birding associates were chatting. The opening strains of Baby I Need Your Loving rose from Mike's computer. "This is the same song you've just played, Sergeant. Are you sure there's nothing the matter?" Mike ignored the question. "Would Eric have mentioned this joke of his at the office, I wonder?" "Oh, I should imagine so. Like most men, Eric is particularly proud of his own witticisms. He seems to consider it his duty to share them with as many people as possible, usually several times." Mike's mind was racing. If cranes were migratory, it meant Lindy could have seen one just about anywhere in Britain as it flew over. But perhaps Quentin Sr. could narrow Mike's search down to some of the most likely spots. It was a big ask, but it was a glimmer of opportunity, and Danny had to pursue it. "Keep me informed."
Hello, dear listeners. Every evening, I love winding down with an audiobook. I hope this book brings you the same comfort and inspiration. Now let's take a short break with some relaxing music before we continue this journey.
Chemical explosion in the night. We're a beautiful sight. We're a beautiful sight. A beautiful sight. We're a beautiful sight. A beautiful sight. A whisper in the dark, a voice that calls me near, leading me to you.
Shepherd's comments snapped Mike back to the present. About any new developments in Sergeant Salter's case. Not behind her back, of course, but she seems to have inherited a disturbing trend of providing as few details as possible about what she's up to. Shepherd smiled. I can't imagine where she would have picked that up from. Oh, and remember to submit that final report so we can close out the Hayes investigation. Mike shut his laptop. The second shepherd had disappeared from view. He stood up and grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair. The report was going to have to wait. Right now, Mike had to search for a crane with an intensity he knew no birder would ever match. Chapter 35. It seemed impossible that rest could have come in such conditions. Flashes of lightning had scarred the darkness around the brothers, and the crash of thunderclaps echoed off the flat landscape. Squalls of sleet billowed around the men in wind-driven sheets, tearing at their clothing and driving into their faces. Icy pellets beat down on them, an incessant tattoo that drummed against their coats and boiled the surface of the water around them into a churning lava. The wind spun like dervishes, tearing into their flimsy reed island, thrashing the stalks into a frenzied dance as they passed through with a low, mournful thrum. As the winds began to die down, the sleet turned to rain that fell in a steady downpour that drenched them to their skins. The men gathered their jackets tightly around them and buried their heads deep inside their hoods, shrinking ever inward as they attempted to escape the worst of the onslaught. Finally, overwhelmed by fatigue, they had slept. When they awoke, the storm had moved on, but the clear skies that they might have expected, that they might have deserved even, were denied them. Instead, a shell of low grey cloud hung over the basin, robbing the landscape of its light and colour. The dank smell of wet vegetation hung in the air, mingling with the acidic tang of tannins in the tea-coloured water that lapped dangerously at the fringes of the reed island. The brothers had retreated farther in towards the centre of the mound as the storm had raged on. The reeds were piled higher here, but they were still saturated into a soggy, tangled mass. Domenic struggled to his feet to try to give his body some relief from the dampness beneath him. He tested the spongy vegetation gingerly. It held.
So, what happens now? Now, we wait, said Damien. You said Roy told you to file a 3-day plan with the park office. This is day 4. You don't report in by tonight, they're going to send someone out to look for you first thing in the morning. All we have to do is sit tight and wait for them to come and get you. Presumably, they'll let me tag along.
What if they can't find us?
This is a big area. Do you think we could go out on foot? Not unless you can walk on water.
Damien jutted his chin towards a spot far out across the water where a jumble of dead spruce trees lurched drunkenly into the water.
What is that, half a kilometre? Maybe more? Slogging through that mud would be almost impossible in these conditions. We'd be wading through water for at least 30 minutes even to reach that stand of trees. We'll be wet, cold, and exposed the whole way. A wind kicks up in these temperatures, with us in these damp clothes. That's a fast train to hypothermia. And what would it achieve, anyway? At best, we'd be on another mound like this one, maybe even smaller, maybe less able to support our weight.
He shook his head.
Trust me, we're better off staying here. These reeds don't provide much shelter, but this mound is better than anything I can see out there.
He stared out over the grey water to the line of dead trees, the skeleton fingers of their branches dragging across its surface.
You know,
he said eventually,
you never did tell me what it was that made you come out here after me.
He spread his arms to indicate his sodden clothing and the wider, watery desolation of their surroundings.
Not that I'm necessarily agreeing that I needed any help, you understand.
Domenic shrugged.
The timing between the two devices failing.
He said simply. It felt contrived. Like maybe your in-reach had been deliberately disabled. It sounded like such a small thing now, as he said it aloud, such an incidental, trivial detail. But how could he articulate all that his instincts had told him, his overwhelming conviction that Damien was in trouble? Perhaps he didn't really know himself what it was that had convinced him something was wrong. He just knew that he had trusted it. Damien was still looking out at the vast waterlogged landscape. When he spoke, he did so without drawing his eyes away from it.
"Two of them," he said. "U.S. military. But they knew this terrain, knew how to move in it, stay out of sight. They were on our camp before I even saw them."
Domenic nodded silently.
"You think they used those VHF signals to track you to your camp? Those branches of the military are called intelligence for a reason, Domino. But those signals showing them the way, it wouldn't have been hard.
He indicated their surroundings again.
Even out here."
Domenic knew from experience that now wasn't the time to interrupt his brother with objections. First, you let Damien lay out his ideas, tell you what he had been holding on to. There would be time enough later to revisit the details.
"Did these two men kill Annie Pryor?"
Damien shook his head.
"When she saw them approaching the camp, she ran. They chased her until she jumped into the canoe. They gave her no choice. She had nowhere else to go."
Damien lowered his eyes and stared at the matted down reeds beneath his feet.
"Did they see you?"
Damien shook his head again.
"Nope, but the campsite would have told them there was a second person around. That's why I went in-country as opposed to back out of the park. I didn't know what might be waiting for me if I came out. It's why I disabled my in-reach, too. These guys have state-of-the-art technology. I'm sure reverse tracking one of those devices would be nothing to them."
Domenic saw his brother's remorse, so powerful that it gripped him even now, when their predicament should have demanded all his attention.
If she was panicked enough at the men's approach, it meant she knew why they were coming for her. Even if you'd been able to reach her in time, you wouldn't have been able to save her. If she was that afraid, she would have still got into the canoe. She would have still died, Damien. Your responsibility was to trap birds for her, not to save her from the trouble she'd gotten herself into." "I know,"
he said sadly. Then what was it, wondered Domenic, this other regret that haunted his brother? Whatever it was, even here, damp and cold and stranded on an island of reeds in the middle of a floodplain, it would not release Damien from its grip. Domenic looked out over the water, squinting into the distance.
"If the park superintendent refused to sanction a search, do you think the RCMP would have the authority to insist?"
Damien looked puzzled by his brother's question, and by the suddenness with which it had occurred.
"Roy, personally, you mean?" "Maybe, but why would the authorities refuse?"
"The park superintendent did before, even though I told her I thought you were in trouble." Damien shook his head.
"You're nobody out here, Domenic. The people they trust are those who can look at the sky and tell you when it's going to snow and how much there will be and how long it will last. Those are the ones whose instincts they'd be willing to listen to. You're just some tourist with a bad feeling. Carol Bracker would have taken your request seriously, but she would have made a decision based on the information she had. Annie and I had the provisions, equipment, and the skills to last out here at least 10 more days. We hadn't set up a check-in schedule with anyone. The park authorities had no reason to be concerned, but now you're missing too. She'll make sure they come for us. Guaranteed. All we have to do is be patient."
"I was wondering," said Domenic, turning to his brother, "what makes you think the U.S. military would be interested in what Pryor was doing?"
The main migration route of the whooping cranes on their way north from Aransas takes them over a number of major U.S. military installations. I think the birds Annie was tracking might have attracted the interest of someone at one of these bases along the way.
"But there must be literally millions of birds flying over these military sites, and more than a few of them will be carrying tracking devices. Why would these birds attract any particular interest?"
These cranes were wearing VHF transmitters. It's unusual enough these days that it would likely have raised flags. At the very least, the people monitoring the comms equipment of the base would have wanted to know who the frequency was licensed to.
Domenic seemed to hesitate for a moment.
I'm not sure the people who came after Annie Pryor were with the U.S. military, Damien. What makes you say that?
Domenic tilted his head slightly.
Couple of things.
Securing the escape routes is standard operating procedure, even for the Saltmarsh police force when we go after a suspect. I can't imagine highly trained military personnel would be careless enough to give her a chance to run away and get in a canoe.
But who else is going to be interested enough in Annie's activities to come out here and track her down? That guy Robideau? You think he'd kill Annie just to protect the secrets of a few Dean sites?
No, said Domenic. I don't think that. But he was almost certain that Gaetan Robideau had come into this park to find Annie Pryor and failed to do so. Robideau was one of those people whom his brother had described, someone who knew this land, its ways, its weather, its secrets. And if a local dean who had spent his life in this wilderness wasn't able to find a missing person out here, what chance did anyone else have? Chapter 36. Traz stood by the car, stretching the long drive out of his joints. The restaurant they had parked beside looked like it was barely clinging to life, though the whitewashed letters on the window assured them the establishment's omelettes were world famous. But it was the absence of any viable alternatives in this dog-eared corner of the town that was going to be the clinching argument in favour of them going inside. By this point in their trip, the euphoria of being on the road had dwindled for Traz, and now the monotony of driving for hours at a time was beginning to take hold. Where he had once revelled in the tiny details of each place they passed through, now he saw only the sameness in them. The small Midwestern towns along this corridor they were following had long been strangers to prosperity. The perpetual cycle of boom and bust had finally bottomed out in these parts. All along the road north, they had seen places that had dwindled into dust, waiting for an upswing in fortunes that never came. Those towns that had survived had done so at the cost of their individuality, dragged towards the homogeneous conformity of big-box stores and discount malls by their need to exist. He pointed up to a distant speck in the sky as Verity emerged from the Buick. "Bald eagle," he said, raising his bins. "Our national symbol," said Verity, holding her hand to her brow and squinting as she looked up. "The perfect argument, if ever there was one, for putting conservation funding into trying to save an individual species. Can you imagine if the eco-pragmatism argument had resulted in this country losing the bald eagle? What would the bird have been a symbol of then? Sometimes you just have to save species for its own sake. Never mind the bigger picture." Traz watched the bird for a long time, tracking its slow glide across the sky. "I like the way you look at birds," Verity told him. "You must have seen plenty of bald eagles, but you treat this sighting like it's still something special to you."
"There's always a chance you'll see something new, even if you watch the species 100 times.
I understand the twitching side of birding, but I can't say it's ever really appealed to me. We get a lot of that kind at Aransas, when the rarities are in. Bird watchers, bird seers is what I call them. Hop out of the car, a quick glimpse with the bins, and off again. I always thought of bird watching as more what you were doing just now, taking the time to enjoy them." "You never wanted to do more birding yourself?" "I know some about whooping cranes, I guess, and I can identify one or two of the other local species down there. That's enough for me." The eagle drifted out of sight, and as Traz lowered his bins, Verity leaned in to give him a hug. Their relationship had moved to a new level the previous evening. The ageing receptionist at their motel had determined to turn every check-in into a comedy skit, with himself in a leading role. Despite their travel fatigue, Traz and Verity had gone along with it good-naturedly as things meandered towards the room details. $50 less than 2 separate rooms. I could let you have the honeymoon suite. The receptionist had told them with a lascivious grin. Got no champagne, but I could throw in a nice free ice bucket. There had been a sense of inevitability in their shared glance. The timing felt right, and they held hands as they left the lobby with the single set of keycards. Just so you know, Verity had told him as they stood on the threshold of the honeymoon suite's battered doorway, there won't be any guns under my pillow tonight. As the restaurant owner brought them coffee and menus, Traz looked out at the Buick. Set against the faded facades of the abandoned stores along the empty brick-surfaced road, the glittering tangerine car looked like an alien spacecraft. They gave the owner their orders and watched him trudge off dispiritedly to the kitchen to begin the second act of his one-man show. "Sorry about this," said Traz. "We could keep going if you like, maybe find somewhere better." Verity leaned across the table and took his hand. "It's fine, okay? A world-famous omelette is just what I feel like, just so long as it's made with free-range eggs." "I certainly hope not," said Traz with mock horror. "You know chickens will fight to the death when they're allowed to run free. Behind every free-range egg there's a trail of spilled chicken blood." He felt a pang of guilt at the alarm she showed at his news, but he suspected there would be no lasting damage. She would continue to order free-range eggs whenever she had the chance. It's what we do, he thought, with the things we like. We manage to find a way to accept their failings. When it suits us, forgiving is easy. While they waited for their food, Traz called a map up on his phone. "It looks like the next set of coordinates are about 50 miles due north of here. After that, it's scenic. And some decisions, I guess." As the owner set the plates on the table, his eyes drifted towards the Buick outside, as if it represented an escape route from this place that he would forever be denied. Presentation wasn't the man's forte, but the taste of the omelettes almost made them worthy of their global billing. Traz was 2 bites in when the ringing of his phone echoed jarringly through the empty room. He reached for it with annoyance and thought about shutting it off until he noticed the number was international. He had been expecting a call from the car's owner to check on the progress of his precious toy. Traz would have been calling hourly if it had been his car being driven up this route by a stranger, so he felt he owed the man at least an update.
"Is this Juan Eduardo Perez?"
asked the caller formally. "Not usually," said Traz, "but I suppose a little extra decorum might be called for when I'm travelling with such a stunning travel companion as this one." He winked at Verity, as he had done before, but the comment didn't receive the light-hearted response from the caller that he'd anticipated. Instead, there was a beat of silence.
"This is Sergeant Roy Buchanan. I'm with the RCMP up here in Canada. I'm Domenic and Domenic Jejeune's brother-in-law."
"Is everything all right? Has something happened?" Traz sat up straighter and clenched the phone more tightly to his ear. Alerted by his body language, Verity leaned in to listen.
"Domenic has missed a deadline to check into the Wood Buffalo National Park offices. He had gone into the park looking for Damien, who we now believe is also missing. Damien's last recorded contact was with you. I wondered if he had told you what his plans were."
"They're out in Wood Buffalo. Both of them. Have they started a search yet?" Traz was standing now, the puzzled owner staring at him in surprise. Opposite him, Verity was also rising.
"One has already been organized. He'll be going out first thing in the morning."
Traz looked at the Buick, gleaming under the sun. "Tomorrow? They still have daylight up there now. Why aren't they going out today?"
"They'll be out as soon as possible."
Roy's calm tone suggested he understood that the frustration in Traz's raised voice wasn't intended for the messenger.
Did Damien say anything that might shed some light on where he was heading?
No, said Traz, flapping a hand at his helplessness. His text was to ask me to check out the coordinates of some whooping crane stopovers along their migration routes.
Oh man, if they're lost out there at this time of year, they could be in big trouble. These stopover sites, are they in the park itself?
No, in the U.S. I'm in southern Nebraska. Traz saw the owner still staring at him, and he waved the man over, fishing in his pocket for cash. Verity put her hand on his arm and reached into her purse instead.
Domenic was aware you'd spoken to Damien, said Roy. Did he also contact you?
The tone had taken on the nature of a police inquiry. Which was what it was, realised Traz. A missing persons inquiry. He thought he and Roy may have crossed paths once or twice over the years, at social functions at the Jejeune household, perhaps even a family barbecue one time. But whether Roy remembered him or not, the man's tone suggested informality was not going to be getting in the way of his questions. Traz was okay with that. He wanted a professional police officer on this, not some headless chicken relative tearing around in a panic.
He wanted to know why Damien had been in touch, Traz said, so I told him. I think he was already worried about him. Worried about anything in particular?
Traz thought about Verity Brown's encounter with the soldiers. Could it be that there was some military connection to the coordinates Damien had sent him after all? He knew if he mentioned it to Roy, it would lead to more questions, detritus that might slow up the process of searching for the two men. And that was all that was important now. He just said he felt something bad might have happened. Okay, thank you, Mr. Perez. I'll be getting updates on the search, so I'll keep you informed. In the meantime, if you hear anything from either one of them, anything at all, let me know immediately. I can be reached at this number day or night. The owner had waved away Verity's offer to pay for their unfinished food. Even from his vantage point on the far side of the room, it had been clear the couple wouldn't be staying once the phone call had ended.
I have to go up there,
Traz told her as they moved towards the door. Traz, the people who do those searches are experts. They'll find them. But Traz was shaking his head.
Damien is an experienced backcountry camper, and Domenic is one of the brightest guys I've ever known. Neither one would take any unnecessary risks. For both of them to have run into trouble up there, either separately or together, means it's not going to be something as simple as wandering off track. There's something going on, and that means a conventional search operation might not find them.
But what are you going to do? Traz held the door to the Buick open for her.
Whatever I can. I won't know till I get there. But I can't let those guys stay out there, even if it means going in after them myself.
He got in the car and stared through the windshield for a moment, seeming to realize something.
I'm going to have to leave this car at the airport. You'll be okay getting to Scenic from there? I'm really sorry. I'd let you take the car, but the owner is going to be mad enough as it is, having to come all the way down here to get it. If he found out I'd given it to an uninsured driver, he'd probably file criminal charges.
I'll come with you.
What? Why would you do that? You don't know these people.
I know you, and I know they're important to you. If you need to be up there to try to help them out, then that's where I need to be too. Traz didn't argue. In fact, any words were hard to find. For so long, he'd always been the one offering the help, providing the support. But if the situation in Wood Buffalo was anywhere near as bad as it could be, Traz suspected by the time they finally found the Jejeune brothers, he wasn't going to be in a position to provide much assistance to anybody else. In fact, he was probably going to need all the support he could get himself. Chapter 37. Quentin Sr. was silhouetted against the white sky hanging over the marsh, a shadowy sentinel looking out over a sea of tawny grass. As he approached along the gravel path leading to the berm, it struck Mike how many times on his visits he had found Senior alone like this. The man seemed content with his solitude, here among the quiet cells of water that faithfully reflected the skies, and the high, swaying vegetation that whispered the moods of the winds. Until very recently, Danny Mike had drawn the same comfort from his own company. But not today. He watched Senior slowly sweep his scope across the cells. A survey, recognised Mike, rather than the focused intensity of a sighting. He understood so much of the world of birding now, its nuances, its language. Perhaps his education was coming to an end. If so, it had been an interesting experience, if not always a completely fathomable one. Once, he had considered if birding could even be something he might take up when he retired. It offered a world of tranquility and the chance to be out in the open air. But it was these aspects of the pastime that appealed to him, he came to realise, rather than the birds themselves. And there were other ways to experience the quiet pleasures of the countryside, ones that didn't involve peering through a lens trained on motionless landscapes for extended periods of time. Mike might have had his fill of silent, solitary vigils by then. Senior straightened at the sound of the sergeant's measured military stride on the path behind him.
Bad news if you've come for another look at the painted bunting, I'm afraid. It flew off shortly after you left and hasn't been seen again since. There's always the chance that it may resurface somewhere nearby, but of course it's by no means guaranteed.
Senior gave Mike one of his splendid yellow-toothed smiles.
I do find the wonderful uncertainty of birding one of the most appealing aspects of the pastime, although whether I'd be quite so sanguine about things if I'd so far failed to locate the bird, I'm not so sure. We seem so much more disposed to accept the vagaries of life once our own needs have been met, don't you find?
Mike did, but he wasn't here to discuss philosophy.
I was wondering if you'd heard about any sightings of cranes lately, Mr. Senior.
Common cranes? Grus, one or two. May one ask why?
Much as I'd love to take all this new interest as a sign that you're considering joining the birding fraternity, I suspect an ulterior motive.
He offered Mike another smile, but he left this one to linger slightly longer.
Not tied to your earlier inquiries about the national bird of Hong Kong by any chance? Did you ever discover what it was, by the way? Eric Chappell is still out of town at the moment,
said Mike, more easily than he felt. He tried a smile of his own, but for two men treating each other so congenially, a considerable amount of uneasy silence found a place between them.
I was wondering if there might be such a thing as an organisation that might have a record of where cranes have been seen in the UK recently.
To someone outside the world of birding, Mike's hope may have seemed a vague one. But in his experience, every tiny sub-branch of birding seemed to have its own society. Domenic Jejeune appeared to get newsletters from most of them.
Oh, I'm sure the fine folks at the Great Crane Project could provide you with a list of recent sightings,
said Senior, his desire to assist the sergeant winning the battle over his curiosity.
There is still a great deal of interest in the birds in this country.
He descended the berm, uncomfortable at towering over the sergeant and having him squint up into the light.
The return of the common crane to our shores is a truly remarkable story. The birds are thought to have gone extinct as a breeding species in the UK around the time of Shakespeare. Wintering cranes would have occasionally turned up in the intervening period, of course, but these would have been anomalies, birds driven off their usual migration routes by storms. 1979. That was the breakthrough. 3 cranes spent the winter in the Norfolk Broads. Whatever possessed them to do so, we'll never know.
He smiled at Mike.
You and I have both spent enough winters here to know how inhospitable the Broads can be in the grip of winter, but remain they did. At first, their presence here was one of the local bird and community's most closely held secrets.
Senior held a hand to his chest, mock dramatically.
For my sins, I confess I was among those arguing for such suppression. It would have been a story of national importance, you see, cranes being such a charismatic species and all. We'd have had the media descending on us from all over, and the constant glare of attention, however well meant, was the last thing a skittish group of new arrivals needed.
His great snowy mane caught the breeze as he nodded in satisfaction.
I'm delighted to say our initial caution was rewarded, as a population was eventually established, and then another over at Lakenheath Fen, and yet another up on Humberside.
Mike's heart sank, but he tried not to show his disappointment.
So, they're all over the place, then? There's any number of spots one could have been seen recently?
Oh, they're hardly ubiquitous, Sergeant.
A crane sighting is still a thing to cherish even in these parts.
Senior nodded shortly.
But yes, we are gradually witnessing what is surely the most wonderful of all of nature's party tricks, the natural re-establishment of a species. None of that artificial reintroduction jiggery-pokery that's going on all over the place. Whatever survival instincts these birds bring with them, they'll have come by them honestly.
The comment surprised Mike.
I'd have thought you'd be the last one to disapprove of efforts to reintroduce a species, Mr. Senior. From the little I've heard about it, I understand the practice has been vital to the survival of some birds. Oh, I do appreciate the commitment and the tremendously hard work such projects demand. I understand, too, the argument that we should be the ones to restore these species, since human activities have contributed so much to their decline in the first place. But I just feel nature should be the final arbiter of such matters.
But Mike understood, more than Senior knew, the human compulsion to try to repair the damage you had caused.
If I could just get that contact information for the Great Crane Project, Mr. Senior, I can be on my way. If there's anyone there who'd be particularly up on the sightings along the migration routes, I'd appreciate a name. There'll be a record of sightings, of course, but I doubt there'd be anything on migrations. There's no need.
No need?
None at all, Sergeant. I'm sorry, perhaps I should have mentioned it. British common cranes are unique in that they are resident. Unlike all other cranes on the continent, ours do not migrate. There are a number of spots where roosts can be observed year-round.
Mike couldn't hide his welling optimism.
A map, Mr. Senior. Do you have a map? He asked earnestly. One that shows where these resident sites might be?
Senior withdrew a battered ordnance survey map of the North Norfolk coast from the satchel over his shoulder and jabbed at it with a leathery finger.
This population is one of the largest,
said Senior, his curiosity stilled for the moment by the urgency of Mike's request.
Then this one, though we suspect it may be inactive now, and this one. Those would be the closest to our present location.
Mike tapped the map with his own forefinger. This one. It was intuition that guided Senior so unerringly to his painted bunting earlier, when everyone else had gone in a different direction. Intuition was what made some people so good at what they did, and this was what Mike was good at. This site had all the hallmarks of a hiding place Ray Hayes would choose. It was clever, it was appropriate, and it was about as unexpected as you could get. He bade Senior a hasty goodbye and began a half-sprint back to his car. Senior might feel that reparations were best left to nature, but Danny Mike wasn't going to let that stop him trying to make up for his own past sins. Chapter 38. In the milky half-light of the early morning, Domenic could almost have taken his surroundings for a field of ice, if it wasn't for the thin wraiths of mist that whispered up from the surface of the water, curtaining the motionless landscape like ghosts. It was like a scene from an earlier time, he thought. An infinite, undisturbed natural world, patiently waiting for the coming of a new cycle of life, for the arrival of a new species called humans. Beside him, Damien stirred.
"Your turn for the coffee run, I believe,"
he said, sitting up.
"I'll take a cheese croissant, too."
Domenic forced a smile, but he didn't turn from looking out over the mirror-calm water. Nothing broke the surface between them and the low smudge of the tree line that hovered in the far distance.
"I think the water is still rising, Damien," he said.
"There were a couple of snags out there yesterday, out past where those common goldeneyes are now, and a small mound of reeds, too. They're not visible anymore." His brother looked at the uneasy grey lake around them. It stretched out across the plain as far as he could see.
"That storm dumped a lot of water in the hills in the interior," he said. "Once all that reaches this floodplain, too, it's going to raise the level even higher. That search party better get here soon, or we're going to be sitting in the water by the time they find us."
In the distance, the spindly reflections of the dead trees lay on the silvery surface of the water like cracks in a mirror. A raft of ducks poked around near the submerged roots. Buffleheads, perhaps? They were too far off for Domenic to tell. Above them, a pair of whooping cranes tracked across the white sky, necks outstretched, calling loudly.
"Looking for a home," said Damien. "This area should be perfect habitat for them. But they won't nest here if the water levels stay this high. They need it to be much lower. Knee-height at best."
"Don't whooping cranes prefer to reuse the same nest each year?" Domenic nodded.
"If they can. They always have to repair some damage that the nests have suffered over the previous winter, but I'd say they'd have their work cut out for them this year. Even if these waters do recede in time for the breeding season, they'll almost certainly choose to relocate. If they nested here last year, they won't want to move far from this area, though."
Domenic watched the birds as they continued across the landscape, gliding effortlessly on their black-tipped wings. The thought that had eluded him up on the Esker that day finally distilled for him in the quiet peace of this place, like an image forming in a dream. "I think I know what she was involved in, and why she needed to keep it from you." Damien drew his eyes away from the birds.
"Annie? You think she was mixed up in something illegal?"
He shook his head uncertainly.
"I don't know, Domino. Okay, she was determined, and she didn't like to be told no. She was uber-focused and maybe a touch obsessive, but I can't believe she would knowingly get caught up in anything really bad. She was basically a good person, a really good person."
Domenic said nothing. Damien would already know that even good people got caught up in bad things sometimes.
"Perhaps I don't need to hear it. It doesn't matter anymore, so you can spare me the details. Maybe it's more important now just to safeguard her memory. Let me do that, okay, Domino? Let me protect her, just like you want to protect Lindy. It's over between us."
The words came suddenly. Surrounded by this desolate landscape, there no longer seemed to be anywhere for Domenic to hide from the truth. Damien looked hard at his brother.
"Now? After everything you've done for her? Everything you laid on the line? To break up with you after all that doesn't sound like the Lindy I know."
In the continuing silence from his brother, Damien shook his head slowly as the realization gradually took hold.
"Oh, no, Domino. Don't tell me you didn't tell her about this guy Hayes."
"It wasn't that simple. It's a long story." Damien made a point of looking out at the waters surrounding their tiny, isolated perch.
"You have something more pressing you need to attend to?"
Domenic sighed. "I had to keep her in the dark. It was the only way I could protect her."
"No, it wasn't. You could have told her. Let her in on everything that was happening.
Domenic shook his head. You know what she's like. She would never have let herself be cowed by Hayes, no matter how afraid she was.
That's not up to you, Domino. However she wanted to deal with it, it should have been her choice. You took that away from her because you thought you knew better. You can't go on making decisions for people because you think it's in their best interests. You have to let people make their own mistakes. This one could have cost Lindy her life.
Damien looked around their reed island once more.
But look what yours has cost you.
The brothers had been silent for a long time after Dominic's revelation, each staring out from the island, lost in their own thoughts. It was Domenic who spoke first.
At least Traz is safe.
You don't want to hear about Annie's part, and that's okay, but I know you've been worried that you put Traz in danger by sending him those coordinates. That's what's been gnawing at you, isn't it? Damien stirred.
I didn't like the thought of him out there, all on his own, poking around those U.S. air bases. I liked even less the idea that I was the one that might have put him in harm's way. I've screwed up enough things. I didn't want that on my conscience, too. But if you're right, and let's face it, it has been known, if those men were not U.S. military, then, yeah, at least Traz is safe.
He's not on his own, either. I spoke to him before I came out here. He's picked up a travel partner, a woman named Verity. He met her in Aransas.
Aransas? He was only planning to be there one night.
Damien nodded approvingly.
Clearly he hasn't lost his touch. Not surprising, though, he said with mock pride. I taught that boy all he knows about women. Then maybe we do need to be concerned about him. After all, he's obviously in a lot more trouble than he realizes.
At first, Domenic thought the noise between them was the thrumming of the wind through the reeds, the constant white noise soundtrack of their time out here. But the pitch was different this time, and when he looked up, he saw the dark speck in the sky and a glint of light as it banked. The plane was low, flying beneath the cloud cover, the one-note drone of its engine rolling across the empty landscape towards the men.
Cessna 210, said Damien. It's the search plane.
They stood and raised their arms above their heads, waving like cheerleaders, shouting and moving around as much as they dared on their water-laden stage. But the Cessna banked away to continue its search farther along the river, moving inexorably away from them as if drawn by a magnet. The plane was heading for the spot where Damien's InReach had stopped working, thought Domenic, where he had told Roy he would be heading, kilometres away from where they were now. They stopped waving and sank to the ground, their boots sodden with the water that had oozed up into the footprints they had pressed into the vegetation with their exertions. They continued to watch until the dark speck receded into the leaden skies and the sound was swallowed by the distance.
They'll do another pass tomorrow, Damien said confidently. We need something that'll catch their eye. Do you have anything light? A white T-shirt, maybe?
But the brothers had nothing between them, just the browns and greys and drab olives of outdoorsmen who wanted to blend into their landscape, not stand out from it. Even Damien's tiger-striped jacket was perfect camouflage for the reeds that surrounded them. The clothes they were wearing would be difficult to pick out from 200 feet in the air, let alone 2,000. If they did come again, Domenic knew it would be to follow eskers and moraines, solid dry tracks you'd expect humans to use as they moved through the park, as generations of Dean had done before them. The search plane would trace a 50-kilometre stretch of the river, scanning the landscape, 1.5 kilometres either side. 150 square kilometres of a park 300 times that size. The pilot would not check the middle of sodden, waterlogged swamps, areas where humans had no place, where there was no shelter for them, no sustenance. Even if the search plane returned, no one was going to look for them here. Chapter 39. Jenny Wynne led the way into her living room and resumed what Salter assumed must have been the position she had left to answer the door. On a side table beside a sofa, a half-empty cup of tea sat beside a set of reading glasses and a book. On the sofa itself, one dainty person's breadth away from the arm, a small dog patiently awaited its owner's return. Salter made a show of looking around the tidy living room. Silk pillows embroidered with chinois motifs lay on the sofa and chairs. On the walls were Japanese prints in soft pastel shades, and the pale tablecloth that lay on the rosewood dining table bore a stencilled print of a tranquil Asian pagoda scene. It was as if the entire space had been set up with the single aim of infusing the home with peace and serenity. Salter couldn't shake the impression that something was missing, however, but she couldn't put her finger on what it was. The woman coiled herself back into position comfortably, Salter once again marvelling at Wynne's flexibility. "Further inquiries, Sergeant? How intriguing." She picked up her tea and sipped it. Salter had already declined the offer of a cup for herself. She had business to get to. She had spent a long time on this case without making much progress. Now it seemed she had a chance of making some, and even the delay of a tea-making session seemed too long to put things off. "I've been reading about these anger blackouts," said Salter conversationally. "There's a lot of experts out there who feel the phenomenon doesn't really exist. Some might say it's the majority opinion." Wynne nodded. "I'm aware of this. But if you're thinking they might just be a convenient way for Albert to forgive himself for his sins—" She shook her head. "You're quite mistaken. Albert's blackouts are genuine. I'm convinced of it." "And he still hasn't contacted you?" Wynne smiled her answer as another dog trotted into the room. "Ah, Starts, there you are. I was wondering whether you might join us. Bit of a loner, this one," she told the sergeant in a confiding tone. "His brother loves company, but Starts here tends to keep to himself most of the time." Wynne tousled the dog's ears with a dangling hand as he moved past the sofa. Even in the smallest gestures there was an elegance to her movements. To Salter, the dog that had entered the room was completely indistinguishable from the one on the sofa. This one, curled up on a rug, a safe distance from a pair of fragile-looking vases that flanked the fireplace. Like his sibling, Starts clearly knew the house rules. The sergeant looked in wonder at the collection of glass ornaments and bone china figurines around the room. With Max and his mates tearing around the place, none of this stuff would have lasted more than 5 minutes in her own home, she thought ruefully. The Salter household was no place for fragile objects, or the faint of heart. "I'd imagine being a sponsor in an anger management program has a number of similarities to someone who's there to support an alcoholic," she said carefully. "There are significant differences between the two illnesses," said the woman. "Alcoholism is always present in the consciousness of the alcoholic, as I understand it, but incidents are slower to come on. It allows the sufferer time to contact someone for help, for support. Anger, on the other hand, may lie dormant for some time, so much so that the victim may even forget it's there or believe that they've got it under control. But rage can be sparked so quickly, there is no time for any intervention, even if the person had the presence of mind to seek it. All we can really do is discuss the incident afterward. The triggers, what might have been done to prevent escalation, coping strategies for future episodes. Empathise, really? Empathise. That's the important word, though, isn't it? Salter said, leaning forward slightly. Not sympathise. Any of us could do that. Wynne eyed her silently, and the sergeant could see that she knew now what these further inquiries would entail. But you can only really empathise if you have also been through the same thing. Like a recovering alcoholic as an AA sponsor, or in this case, another IED sufferer. On the couch, Wynne's lithe body seemed to take on a rigidity that jarred gratingly with the woman's normal, graceful movements.
It's been a long time since I was a victim of that kind of anger, Sergeant Salter,
she said, her voice taut with control.
I truly believe I can help Albert best by showing him it is possible to overcome this illness.
Intermittent explosive disorder does not need to be the debilitating condition it is for so many of its sufferers.
It can be suppressed.
But not cured, Ms. Wynne, correct? Isn't it true that it's always somewhere inside you? That it could be triggered years later, for example, by some perceived injustice, some personal betrayal, by being cheated out of something that was rightfully yours? The dog beside Wynne stirred uneasily. Perhaps it had seen this kind of stillness that had now overtaken the woman. Perhaps vigilance was necessary.
I could never have done anything like that to Wattis.
As a matter of fact, you could. You knew Wattis Wright's schedule, when he would be home, when his guard would be down. You were one of the few people to whom he would have opened his front door without a moment's hesitation. And you had quite a record for violence when you were younger. With weapons.
My youth, as you say. Yes, it was troubled. But that's all in the past now. Long gone.
But the dog beside Wynne was not buying the woman's tight smile. It slinked away to the far end of the sofa and cowered against the armrest. Animals detected wavelengths that eluded humans, Salter knew, but that didn't mean their senses weren't to be trusted.
The theft of your work wasn't in the past, though, was it? That was now.
You have spent years watching dance moves you developed being used by other people without receiving any compensation for them. Your dance routines, ones that you'd worked so hard on, in the background, unnoticed and unappreciated. And then, when you finally get a chance to get some of the rewards you're entitled to, the recognition, the money, you're denied by a person you thought you could trust. Salter saw that the hand that had so gently caressed the dog's ears was clenched now into a tightly balled fist. Wattis Wright told Susan Bonaccord that he had resolved the ownership issues to the dance rights, but he hadn't sorted out anything with you, had he, Miss Wynne? He had simply ignored your claims, brushed them away, and now here he was, rushing off to cash in on all your hard work, your artistry, your creations. Salter had deliberately upped the tempo. She wanted the questions to be rapid-fire, unsettling, provocative. A slow, steady approach might have allowed Jenny Wynne to keep her emotions in check. If the woman's anger was still simmering below the surface, Salter needed to bring it out. Different questioning techniques for different suspects. Thank you once again, DCI Jejeune.
He said we would discuss it,
said Wynne, her voice now cold with suppressed anger.
And then I hear he has concluded the deal.
A sharp intake of breath disappeared into the icy stillness of the woman's body. I wonder, Miss Wynne, what would you have done if you'd been allowed to collect on your share of those royalties? She nodded slowly, the movement as carefully controlled as her breathing and her words.
Yes, Sergeant, you're quite right, she said. I would have invested in Albert's project myself. It meant so much to him. Not just the funding, but the fact that someone would have been willing to show such faith in him. To have that taken away, crushed by that man's greed, it was so callous, so unfair. Unfair!
The voice was low with menace, the word delivered through clenched teeth and accompanied by a violent pounding of the fist into the cushion. The dog beside her flinched, and the one on the rug issued a low growl. Wynne closed her eyes and drew in a series of deep, measured breaths. When the breathing became less pronounced, she opened her eyes again. Jenny Wynne was back, her anger stored away in the place from where it had escaped. "I did have motive, Sergeant. But the person I am now is free from the kind of anger it would take to kill someone." She leaned back casually, in a way that suggested she had recovered her natural grace. "I'd remind you that I have an alibi for that time. A uniformed officer has already been next door to confirm that my neighbour saw me returning from Norwich with Fitz here. So, if that's all, I believe your further inquiries are over." She gave a tight smile and reached out to stroke the dog on the sofa. It allowed the contact, but made no move to approach her. Trust, once lost, needs to be earned all over again. With nowhere else to take her inquiries, Salter stood up to leave. She looked around the room one more time, taking in the soft elegance of the room's furnishings. Music, she thought. To complete the picture, this oasis of tranquility needed background music, something soft and soothing. Wind chimes, perhaps, or dripping water. Instead, only silence filled the room, punctuated by the distant metronomic ticking of a clock from somewhere else in the house. Now that Salter had become aware of it, the music seemed a strange omission. But maybe Jenny Wynne simply preferred the sound of her own inner harmonies. Chapter 40. Salter approached the house from the rear. Despite his reserved manner, Danny's quiet courtesy and modest lifestyle would make him a popular neighbour. Eyes would be on the lookout for someone poking around the home left vacant when he went off to work each day, and Salter didn't feel like explaining her presence here to anyone until she knew what was going on. The only time Danny ever failed to show up for work was when he was recuperating from injuries he had picked up on the job. Except for that one time, when his heart began making demands his battle-scarred body proved unable to meet. It was the tremor of this memory, and the knowledge that Mike lived alone, that was causing Salter some slight concern now as she approached. She retrieved the spare key from the top of the lintel and entered into the kitchen. She called out to make sure no one was home, or at least in any condition to answer, and looked around. One washed tea mug sat upturned in the drainer on the countertop, one clean spoon beside it. In the recycling bin, one beer can sat like an abandoned pet. She went through to the living room and then checked upstairs. Both bedrooms, the bathroom. There was no sign of Danny. But it wasn't going to be enough simply to establish that Danny wasn't here. DCS Shepherd would expect a higher threshold of curiosity than that from her new sergeant. Salter would need some clues as to just where Danny Mike might be. She returned to the living room, where more signs of one man's singular existence were in evidence. A solitary leather armchair sat near the fireplace, with a small table beside it. The other items in the room were arranged for the maximum convenience of a single inhabitant, frequently used ones within easy reach, others relegated to the backs of sideboards and shelves. Despite her concern for Danny and her misgivings about being here, there was something about the quiet stillness of the room that she found comforting. The character of the man lingered in these surroundings, his calmness, his reassuring composure. She walked around the room, trailing her hand over its surfaces. The flat-screen TV that managed to give the impression somehow that it was rarely used. The music system that suggested the opposite. She let her fingertip riffle across the neatly stacked album covers on the stand in the corner. All the familiar names were here, the Temptations, the Four Tops, the Miracles, groups whose dance moves Danny insisted had been passed down through the lineage to the Shamalars. The solo artists, too, she recognised, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, Jimmy Ruffin, people she'd become so familiar with over the years she could even distinguish between their voices. "Where are you, Danny?" she asked the empty room. "And what are you working on in the background that's such a big secret? Whatever it is, if you could possibly tear yourself away from it for a few minutes, it'd certainly be appreciated." I keep telling myself not to fail what is right, but, to be honest, whether Ross killed him or Jenny Wynne did, I can't for the life of me see how I'm going to get either of them for it. So, if you've got any ideas, gratefully accepted. She remembered sitting in this room one night, discussing another case in which there had also been precious little progress.
"Some we don't solve, Constable,"
Mike had told her simply. He never talked about winning or losing. Closing a murder case wasn't a game. Someone went to prison, others mourned a loved one. There were no winners or losers in that scenario, just the guilty and the victims, and those they left behind. Wattis Wright was a victim, but he had left no one behind. She knew she had made a mistake in caring too much, in relating with the man and the type of life he had led, but she knew why. She looked around this sparse living room. How could she not make the connection? Yet she knew she'd made other mistakes too, like revealing crime scene details to Bonnecord, or advising Ross to explain away his words as hyperbole. It didn't matter that these mistakes were inconsequential, that Ross freely admitted he was prone to such outbursts, and Bonnecord had an ironclad alibi for the time of the murder. They were stupid procedural errors of the kind that DCI Domenic Jejeune would never have made, nor Danny Mike. Perhaps her doubts had always been there, faint whispers drowned out by all that was going on around her. Perhaps it was just the hanging silence of Danny's living room that was amplifying them now, allowing them to grow into full-blown fears. But for the first time, Lauren Salter really began to question whether she was capable of delivering the justice that Wattis Wright deserved. "I'm not sure I know where to go from here, Danny," she told the empty room.
DCI Jejeune
would look into the evidence, the absent Danny Mike told her from somewhere in the ether. She knew what he meant, this phantom Danny who had come to guide her. Jejeune never simply accepted the information the evidence gave him. He was always asking it for more, trying to draw things from it that others might not even be aware that it held. Salter was just not sure she was blessed with the same talents.
"Few of us are, Sergeant,"
said the Danny voice, ad-libbing now.
"But there are other ways of coming up with answers beyond thinking it to a solution. What do your instincts tell you?"
That Albert Ross did it. She knew Jejeune would already have arrested him by now. Ross would have made some mistake, some slip-up that the DCI would have honed in on. Perhaps he'd already made it, that one misstep, and she had failed to pick up on it. Look at the evidence again. Look in it, not just at it. Look for that missing piece. She couldn't tell if it was the Danny voice this time or her own, but it was what she would do. Convinced by now that she would find no answers to Danny's location here, she rose from the armchair and checked her watch. A thought occurred to her, and she crossed again to the rack of albums. No Herb Dixon. She took out her phone and entered the name into Google, reading with growing astonishment as she stood in this empty room about the world of the Motown session singers, the Andantes, the Originals, Louvain Demps, names she had never heard of, but who had probably appeared on more hit records between them than any other artists in the history of recorded music. All while remaining unknown, unheralded, unacknowledged. Perhaps she and Danny weren't so different from these people after all. Mike toiling away anonymously behind the DCI. She performing her own supporting role for Max. She wondered what would happen when the DCI and her son no longer needed the support of some shadowy background figure any longer. Danny seemed content enough here in his cocoon with his music for company. But for all the exhilaration of her promotion, she knew her career alone would never be enough once Max had weaned himself from her care. She was never going to be Susan Bonnecord, immersing herself in her work, convincing herself that she wanted things that way. Lauren Salter needed somebody in her life. But all her somebodies were abandoning her in one way or another. The disturbing thought stayed with her long after she closed the door on Danny's empty house. Chapter 41. Domenic flapped his arms around, batting himself on the shoulders.
My hands and my feet are getting numb, Damien. I can't get warm no matter what I do. I can't shake off the cold. It's like it's just sitting inside me. You have to fight it, Domino. Keep forcing it away. Don't let it get a hold of you. The sun will be up soon. It's going to be a better day today. The sun is going to come out and warm us up.
But the gathering morning light held little warmth, and by the time the last remnants of the night had faded away, there was still no evidence of Damien's promised sun in the white sky. Instead, on the horizon, a low bank of brooding clouds laden with the promise of more cold weather marshalled their forces. The men spent most of their time kneeling now, or sitting on their haunches. The weight of a standing human being seemed to place too much pressure on the integrity of the mound, and they found their feet sinking quickly through the sodden reeds. Spreading their weight out at least allowed them to avoid the worst of the moisture that percolated up through the vegetation. It was no longer possible to deny the insidious rising of the water. Areas of this reed bed that had been dry when they had first hauled themselves onto it were now wallowing in a film of tawny fluid. The trampled-down sections around the edges, where the men had gone to scoop up handfuls of water, were completely submerged. The siren song of the wind had died down for once, leaving behind a ghostly silence that hung above their tiny island like a threat. Damien turned to his brother.
If you want to tell me, it's okay.
Domenic gave his brother a puzzled look.
Annie.
Damien shrugged his shoulders.
Maybe I do need to know why we're here, after all, he said, whatever she was involved in. You said you don't think the men were U.S. military, but those birds were carrying cameras, Dominic. And you can't tell me the military wouldn't have been interested in finding out who was sending VHF tracking devices over their installations.
Maybe so. I think they even dispatched a couple of local contractors to check Annie out, but I don't think it was because they were worried about any secret installations the cranes flew over. There are spy satellites that can read the text on your cell phone. What kind of military secrets are overflying birds going to be able to photograph that can't already be seen by technology like that?
But what else can this have been about?
Domenic was slow to answer, as if he was taking the time to consider his response.
I think she made a deal with Gaetan Rabideau,
he said finally.
She was going to provide him with photographs. Those photographs on the chip.
Rabideau was looking for evidence of the changes caused by the water management policies in the park. But there was no way the park superintendent would issue a permit for a low-level flight now that the cranes were starting to return to their breeding grounds. But the cranes themselves, as they dropped down to their nesting areas, they would be at the perfect height to get both the wider picture of the park's water systems and the individual details of the landscape. I believe Annie Pryor offered to get Rabideau the photographic evidence he needed for his lawsuit.
But not for free, right? Not if I know Annie. In return, she wanted Rabideau to show her where those ceremonial Dean sites are.
Damien nodded thoughtfully.
It would have been the chance at an insight into Dean culture that no one else had ever been granted,
said Domenic simply. Damien looked at his brother and shook his head sadly.
I hate to say it, but I could see her making a deal like that. You know how these anthropologists are. The prospect of exclusive access to a pristine site, that's a pretty tempting proposition, especially for somebody as driven and ambitious as she was. So, these contractors, you don't think they wanted to harm any? All she needed to do was show them what the cameras had been photographing, and they'd have left her alone. I doubt they would have wanted to take it any further once they knew her interest was only in lamb farms up here.
Damien sat in silence for a long time, staring out over the water.
So why the hell did she run?
He asked bitterly. Because whooping cranes are an endangered species. Unauthorized trapping of them is a federal crime. You were an unwitting accomplice, but as the one who came up with the plan, she may even have been looking at jail time. At the very least, she was facing the loss of her academic reputation, not to mention her faculty position at the university. Damien shook his head slowly, taking in his brother's ideas, accepting them fully. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with sadness.
So, this was never about the VHF signals, he said, or the military bases, or any of that.
He sank into a long, contemplative silence. Domenic knew he was thinking if he had been there to intervene, to explain this to the men, perhaps he could have saved Annie's life. Domenic could have told his brother it wasn't true, but what was the point? Didn't we all need our deceptions, our indulgent vanities, that we could have made a difference, have altered the course of the cosmos if only? The faint drone of the Cessna 210's engine drifted to them once again, across the wide, empty wilderness. It was following the same route as previously, southward along the Little Buffalo River. By now, the raft of reeds was too waterlogged to support either of them if they stood, so they simply sat and watched in silence, tracking the aircraft's progress against the high sky, a tiny black insect inching across an infinite blanket of snow. Damien turned to his brother as the plane banked away from them.
They'll come back. Now they've checked the river systems, they'll widen their search area. They'll find us, Domino. Roy won't let them stop looking, you know that.
Domenic wasn't buying it. But perhaps it wasn't him that Damien was trying to convince anymore. His older brother looked at Domenic earnestly.
We've been lucky, huh? The people we've been able to count on over the years? Roy, that Danny Mike guy you work with, even Traz. When I sent him those coordinates, there was no hesitation. I needed them checked, he took it on, no questions asked. A couple of days to plan and he was on his way.
You know Traz, said Domenic simply, always up for a challenge. Damien smiled dubiously.
You say that like it's a good thing. Remember that time I took that girl to Point Pelee for the weekend and somebody burned Leonard Cohen tracks over the top of all my AC/DC discs?
Memories were a good place to be just now, and Domenic was happy to join his brother in them.
Ancient history, he said. Traz thought if he left a couple of AC/DC tracks on at the beginning of your mixes, by the time the Cohen song started, you'd already be too far into your trip to come back.
Damien smiled.
A criminal mastermind, that guy. But he would have needed an inside man, wouldn't he, Domenic?
He said, scrutinizing his brother with a playful stare.
There had to be somebody to get the original discs out of my car and the overdubbed CDs back in again afterward without me noticing. He could never have pulled that part off all by himself, could he?
He released Domenic from his stare and gazed back into his memories once more.
As it happened, Rachel turned out to be a big Leonard Cohen fan. She thought I'd brought those CDs along especially for her. Still, though, all the way down to Pelee and back, that's a lot of miles of gravelly-voiced angst, Domino.
He shook his head ruefully.
A lot.
I always thought listening to Leonard Cohen was a lot like birding,
said Domenic. "It's only okay to admit you do it when somebody else already has."
Damien managed to find a genuine laugh from somewhere.
"Good old land, eh? I remember Lindy used to sing Hallelujah all the time when I was over there, remember?"
He began singing a verse, softly at first, almost to himself, and then bolder, raising his voice bravely as he moved into the chorus. The distant, sweet memory of Lindy singing it as she padded barefoot through the kitchen swirled into Dominic's heart, and he joined his brother's efforts. The still landscape seemed to consume their voices, swallowing them up, threatening to overwhelm the brothers' harmonies as they lifted them against its emptiness. They were nothing out here, the wilderness told them. They were as insignificant as pollen seeds floating on this vast, still lake of water. But they sang on, in defiance of nature's indifference, in spite of it, until at last their will failed them and their efforts faded into silence. The faint thrum of the Cessna came to them now that quiet had returned. But when they looked up to the sky, the plane was no longer visible. Chapter 42. Traz and Verity had plotted their strategy at a tiny table in the back of the general store next to the Borealis Motel. Like many places in the north, the store was a multifunction operation, with a small engine repair shop at the front, a couple of aisles of grocery supplies, and a tiny cafe crammed into the back of the space. The hotel clerk heard that Domenic was seen talking to a man named Gaetan Rabideau before he went into the park. Apparently, Rabideau knows a lot about the park and the conditions. Maybe Domenic told him where he planned to go. Traz took a drink of his coffee and pulled a face. "Rule 1 for a good cup of coffee," said Verity. "Don't order it from a place that has a gas pump in the forecourt. I'm sure the park staff would have talked to Rabideau when they were drawing up the search plans." Traz shook his head. "Word is, he and the park superintendent Bracker don't see eye to eye." "Still, nobody up here would ever knowingly avoid providing information that might help find somebody who was lost in the park. In this part of the world, everybody would know what that could mean." "Sorry." She fell silent.
"No, you're right," said Traz.
Domenic was asking around about somebody named Annie Pryor, too. That's who Damien went into the park with. I'm guessing Bracker will have all the details on the trip plan she filed. I think you should go and talk to Rabideau while I have a word with her." They lifted their cups to prevent spillage as a woman squeezed past the table to reach the cooler behind them. She grabbed a jug of milk and smiled an apology as she edged past them again on her way out. "I should talk to the park superintendent," said Verity. "If it comes down to techno-speak about crane habitat and such, I might be better equipped to handle it." She stopped herself and looked at him. "If that's where they were headed, I mean." Traz looked puzzled. "Where else would they go? The coordinates Damien sent me prove he was working on some kind of crane migration study. He wasn't involved in any research of his own, so presumably it must have been Pryor's project." He drained his coffee and screwed up his face again. He looked at his watch. "The park offices are open now. If you go to see where things are with the search operation, I'll try to find Rabideau." "You want a coffee to go?" asked Verity. Traz shook his head. "Better not. They may need it if somebody comes in for an oil change." Verity sat patiently in Carol Bracker's office, waiting for the park superintendent to conclude a telephone call. A museum of bohemian waxwings sat in the tops of the cedars behind the feeder outside the window. But if Verity saw the birds, she gave no sign. Her mind was on the look that had crossed Bracker's face as soon as she had heard Verity's accent. Would somebody speaking Ivy League English have been made to wait this long, while Bracker worked out a minor scheduling problem? The question didn't even merit an answer. She fixed on a smile as the superintendent cradled the phone. "Sorry about that. The business of running the park has to go on even during disruptions." It wasn't the term Verity would have used to describe 3 people lost in some of the most inhospitable terrains on the continent, but perhaps Carol Bracker had more practice using fancy words. You were saying before the telephone call interrupted you that you're still verifying the details in the questionnaires they filed. Those people are in trouble out there, Ms. Bracker. Seems to me that making sure the paperwork is in order might not be the priority right now. I was saying, said Bracker, letting the temperature of her voice drop a degree or two, as the criticised often do, that we intend to use the information in the questionnaire to draw up our ground search plan. The proposed route filed by Dr. Pryor doesn't seem to align with the form filled out by Domenic Jejeune when he went in to find them. She gave Verity a cold smile. There are a number of factors in establishing a viable search grid that members of the general public no doubt fail to appreciate. Verity had been handling patronizing attitudes all her life. Finding a sweet smile for one more was no big ask, given that 3 people's lives were at stake. Pardon my curiosity, but just who all are you verifying those details with? I happen to know nobody from here has called the one man who spoke to both brothers before they went into the park. His name's Trez Perez. He's here in town, in case anybody cared to check with him about what he knows. The details have been verified by Officer Buchanan of the RCMP. He's the Jejeune's brother-in-law. It was Officer Buchanan who first contacted us. It was at his suggestion that we put a plane up for a cursory search yesterday. We've been coordinating things with him from the beginning. Bracker gave Verity a superior smile. You don't seem to be up to speed on this, Ms. Brown. Perhaps you should contact Officer Buchanan yourself and coordinate your own inquiries with him. Domenic Jejeune reported that he believed his brother was in trouble days ago. Some folks might think you should be well past establishing your search grid by now. Forgive me for saying so, but sending in one plane to make a couple of passes over a tiny section of a park this size doesn't seem like a whole lot of searching so far. Bracker stiffened at the blunt reproach. Auburn-haired country girls with lip rings didn't come into her office telling her how to do her job. She maintained the professional courtesy her position required, but the iciness in her tone now was unmistakable. We authorized one flyover of Domenic Jejeune's proposed route, but his expressed intent was to meet up with his brother and Dr. Pryor. It's entirely possible he found them and has decided to stay with them until they return. They are not scheduled to be back in Fort Smith until this evening. If the party of 3 fails to return by tonight, we'll go out at first light tomorrow. So, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to drawing up that search grid. Gaetan Robideau? Traz poked his head around the open door of the small trailer and saw a tall, lean man with long black hair standing over a tiny sink. The man turned at the sound of his name and held up 2 fish on a string.
Look at this. 2 boys from the reserve got into a scrape, and the elders assigned them a task. Go out and catch 2 fish and take them to Gaetan Robideau for when he breaks his fast.
The man looked at the fish again.
The boys said they caught these for me out on the lake, but the gills on these fish are gray. Healthy fish have pink ones. These fish drowned. Got caught up in a back channel somewhere when the water from that big storm overflowed.
He shook his head sadly.
Nature still tells its truths to those who know how to recognize them. But the young have no knowledge of the traditional wisdom anymore.
He set the fish in the sink and turned to Traz again, ushering him outside, where he joined him beside the trailer.
You want to talk about the outdoors. Better we are outdoors. You hear about those missing people in the park? Carol Bracker sent you here too?
The men in the park are my friends, Mr. Robideau. I know at least one of them came to see you. Robideau nodded.
The younger brother. Not the older one. You like to walk?
He asked.
Let's walk.
They walked through the grid of narrow streets in silence. Traz looked across at Robideau. He recognized the man was coming to terms with something, reconciling himself to it. He was unsure whether he should press for details now or simply wait for them to come. Although Robideau was staring straight ahead, he seemed to sense the conflict within Traz.
This woman. She your friend too?
Just the man, said Traz. I've never met Annie Pryor.
A lot of good qualities. Determination, perseverance, Dean qualities.
She isn't Dean, though. Robideau shook his head.
But she spent some time up here. She has always been interested in us, our culture.
He mounted a small steep rise and Traz followed. They emerged onto a high ridge overlooking a wide expanse of river, glistening even in the dull, overcast light.
She wanted to dig at the old Dean feasting sites in the park.
Robideau's comment had Traz spinning to look at him. Annie Pryor did. I thought she was in the park to do research on whooping cranes. I was sent some coordinates. They were stopover sites for migratory cranes, I'm sure of it.
She never asked me about cranes. Only those sites. Not sure what she was hoping to find in them, though. The deposits would go back a long way, possibly centuries, but there wouldn't be much in there. Maybe a few cooking pots, some bones.
Human? Robideau shook his head.
The Dean wouldn't bury their dead that way. Animal bones from the feasting. Beaver, deer, geese, ducks.
No whooping cranes, I trust, said Traz. But his half-smile stilled at Robideau's nod.
Them too. Till they got rare. Don't worry. The Dean stopped eating whooping cranes long before the government told them they had to.
Do you think Annie Pryor could have gone to look for these sites herself? Robideau shook his head.
She knows she would never find them on her own.
So she'd need you to take her to them? Traz paused for a moment. But why would you ever agree to do that, I wonder? Robideau was looking out over the rapids and beyond to where the river snaked away, winding its way back into the wilderness. Traz stared at his profile for a long time. The features never changed, the nerves never twitched, no squint, no scowl. Just the staring.
A trade,
he said without turning.
Been something of a tradition up here over the years. Your history books may even have mentioned it.
The light from the lopsided grin illuminated Robideau's craggy features for a second before dying out as quickly as it had arisen.
Annie Pryor came to see me. She said she had heard I needed evidence of the changing water patterns in the park, and she could get it for me. Photographs from some cameras fitted to cranes. She would hand them over in return for access to the sites. She said she knew it would be difficult to get the council's permission, but maybe, if I went to them to petition on her behalf, they'd agree. I told her if she got the evidence, we'd see what could be worked out.
When he turned back to Traz, regret swam in his eyes, but with it, too, a kind of defiance.
The band council would never have accepted Pryor's deal. But they should have. Trading our history for our future, isn't that what all existence is? This is what nature teaches us. To let the older generations pass in order to secure a future for the coming ones. That water supply is our children's heritage.
The men stood in silence on the ridge, the sound of the wind in their ears. Traz looked back along the river as Robideau had done, up into the wilderness. Out there, the steady, measured cadence of nature's heartbeat continued, as it always had, as it always would.
Do you have any idea where those people might be, Mr. Rabideau? I look for them. To recover the cameras, they would need to trap those cranes, and the only place you can get close enough to do that is at their nesting sites.
He shook his head.
Used to be, there were only a couple of places you could find nesting whooping cranes. Lobstick, Sass River. Now, with the changing water systems, there are many new areas for the birds. I went to one or two, but there was no sign of them.
Traz leaned forward, trying to drive down his despair with the urgency of his question. Can you give me any clues at all as to where the other places might be? Rabideau shrugged sadly.
No one can know what's in a wild bird's heart. They go where things are good for them.
He looked out over the rapids again.
I met your friend here,
he said.
Water was lower then. Not so angry. I think maybe your friend felt he could control his situation out there. But the wild places are outside everyone's control. My guess is he'll know that by now.
He pointed to a thin band of powder blue sky beneath a bank of cloud on the horizon.
North wind heading this way. You better hope the search team finds your friends fast. Wherever they are, they're in for a cold night.
Traz and Verity sat at the same table at the rear of the general store. She stared in horror at the submarine sandwich he had just withdrawn from a microwave oven that looked like it might double as the store's engine degreaser. He tore off half the sub and pushed it towards her. She looked at the label on the piping hot saran wrap and pointed to the expiry date. I should have bought a candle, she said. It'll be celebrating its first birthday soon. She reached around to open a cooler, handing a jug of orange juice to a boy to save him from having to inch past them. When she turned back to Traz, his face was a mask of sadness.
Rabideau says a cold front is coming. It's not good. They've been out there for a long time, Very. What did Carol Brackus say about the search plans?
Verity reached across the table and took his free hand. Traz, they're not even going to start a proper ground search until tomorrow. Traz looked devastated. There's got to be something I can do. You need to be here in case the search party needs to contact you. They might need more details about your friends. Their brother-in-law has been helping them out up till now, but maybe the boy's told you something he's not aware of. Did you know he's an RCMP officer?
Roy.
Traz nodded. Dominic's a cop, too. A detective back in the UK. It kind of runs in their family. Verity looked startled. Dominic's a police detective? Is that why I went into the park? To check on a crime? What? No. Traz set down his sandwich and looked at her. He went into that park to look for his brother, and Annie Pryor. Why would you think he'd be looking at criminal activity? He'd have no jurisdiction here to investigate anything. Is everything okay? He kept his eyes on her face for a moment. He wondered if she had learned anything from her meeting that would cause this heightened state of concern that now seemed to have gripped her. Traz, you might need to start preparing yourself for bad news. Their park superintendent believes she's smart and all, but I don't think she can find your friends, at least not in time. He looked around at the haphazard grocery shelves and the cramped confines of this machine shop cum cafe. It was a terrible, soulless place to hear somebody pronounce a death sentence on people you cared about. I have one idea, said Verity. I need to get to my computer back in the room to access the tracking data from Aranzas. I'm not sure if it'll tell me anything, but right now I believe it's about the only chance your friends have. She looked at him earnestly across the Formica tabletop. It may be that folks up here know the terrain and the conditions and all, but they don't know them birds like I do. Chapter 43. Danny Mike wasn't angry with himself that he'd missed such an obvious location. He had long since given up being upset about his inability to protect Lindy. Now, all that was left was to try to undo the damage that had been done. Perhaps then, if he got her safely away from Ray Hayes, he'd find the time to treat himself to the contempt he deserved. He had advanced as far as he could along the beach, but now it had become necessary to scrabble up the sandy cliff onto the coastal path for his final approach. It was here the first risk would come. As he emerged into the open at the top of the cliff, there would be a moment when he was in direct view before he could reach the shelter of the brush along the far edge of the path. He'd get there as quickly as he could, but if Ray Hayes happened to be looking in this direction as he broke cover, Danny would be visible. He paused for a few moments just below the top of the rise, his body pressed flat against the rock face, his feet firmly entrenched in the runnels that ran like claw marks down towards the sea. He could hear the waves breaking gently on the rocky shore below him. The faintest of breezes stirred the sprigs of early sea bindweed poking out of the rock all around him. It was a cool day, with a weak sun that suggested more warmth than it delivered. It suited Danny. He was always perspiring, and he knew by the time he had made it all the way to the place Lindy was being held he'd be sweating a lot more. It wouldn't be because of the weather, though. He had no doubt this was the right place. He had known it as soon as he'd seen it on Quentin Senior's battered map. Off to the east, if he'd have cared to raise his head from the cliff face and look, was the proof. The cranes were a fair way inland. Mike must have driven past the site countless times on the coastal road, but he'd had no idea it was there. It was surprising Jejeune had never pointed it out to him. Perhaps some vestiges of that early secrecy Senior had spoken about still existed among the birding community. Lindy was aware of this population, though. She knew where it was, even if she couldn't have made out what the birds were from this distance. Mike doubted even Domenic Jejeune could have identified the birds as common cranes from this far away. But Lindy hadn't said he would be able to identify them. She'd told Mike her boyfriend would have been able to recognize them. It was a word you used for something familiar. And that was how Mike knew she was here. He drew in a breath and risked a peek over the edge. Everything was as he remembered it. The path, the approach, and the sight lines from those windows. It was a risk he had to take. If he made it across the open space, he had cover all the way up to the building. He hauled himself up over the cliff edge and ducked into a low roll, shuddering a stand of gorse as he crashed through to the far side. He waited, recovering his breath, his ears attuned to any noise from the house. There was no reason to suppose Hayes would have come tearing along the path, even if he had spotted Mike. The sergeant had already learned enough to know Ray Hayes was clever, and clever criminals didn't give up their advantages with panicky, ill-advised moves. So the silence behind the gentle rustling of the vegetation all around him didn't really prove anything. Whether Hayes had seen him or not, Danny knew he had no choice but to continue his approach. He moved forward in a low crouch, using the gorse as a screen. He elected to go in from the back. He could come up virtually underneath the rear patio without being detected. On it, there was a key to the back door under one of the planters. Hayes would have looked for spare keys, but Lindy wouldn't have told him where this one was. With luck, he would have missed it. Mike leaned against a bulky steel strut that angled out to allow the patio to project over the cliff edge. He didn't need to peek up to check the layout. He'd been on this patio many times before, taking in those wonderful sea views, raising a glass to this success of his DCI's or that one of Lindy's. There would be no champagne toast to mark this visit to the cottage, though, only the bitter taste in Danny's mouth at his failure to perform the one duty entrusted to him by Domenic Jejeune. The kitchen was empty. Mike closed the door gently behind him and listened. He heard a faint hiss he couldn't identify, but there were no sounds of movement. He had expected some sort of early warning system, pots or pans leaned against the door even, to clatter a warning of an undetected entry. But there was nothing. A house with 4 exposed sides should have had some sort of arrangement like that. But Hayes not only was intelligent, he thought he was intelligent. He'd be confident that his choice of this location to hold Lindy was clever enough that it wouldn't be considered. Mike eased slowly along the long hallway, his footsteps on the hardwood floor as light as falling feathers. He pressed himself back against one wall as he approached the living room, trying to stay out of the sightlines. He tried to imagine where Hayes would be. The chair near the window would be his guess, watching for an approach along the driveway. If so, he'd have his back to Mike as the sergeant emerged from the hallway. There would be a split second of advantage for Danny. With luck, it would be all he would need. Running water. Mike recognized the hissing noise now. It was coming from behind the closed door he had just passed, the bathroom door. But why was the water running? To wash away blood. Had Hayes already killed Lindy? Was he now trying to clean up the evidence? Mike spun around and began moving back down the hallway towards the bathroom door, abandoning his stealth in his panic. As he reached for the doorknob, he felt the cold steel point press into his neck from behind. He froze. "I had hoped you wouldn't be bright enough to think about looking here, Sergeant. See what a price you pay for underestimating somebody's intelligence. What you're going to do now is leave that hand on the doorknob and reach forward and put the other one on top of it. That's right. And now back your feet away. Keep going." Mike kept backing away until he was at full stretch, his entire weight supported only by his 2 hands on the doorknob at arm's length in front of him. In this position, Danny Mike was helpless to launch any kind of assault, but he knew any attempt to reposition himself would result in a knife blade across his carotid artery. Mike had been utterly outmanoeuvred by Hayes, and both men knew it.
"Where's Lindy?"
Mike's arms were beginning to tremble with the strain.
"What have you done with her?"
Hayes ignored the question.
"I really do wish you hadn't come, Sergeant. Things are going to get bad in a hurry now, and it's all going to be your fault."
The pressure of the knife point on Mike's neck had remained constant. There was no shaking in Hayes's hand to suggest any nervousness or uncertainty. He wouldn't be squeamish about spilling Mike's blood. So, why hadn't he?
"Where's Lindy?"
asked Mike again. His tone was demanding, insistent, despite his position.
"She's just on the other side of that door, as a matter of fact. But I wouldn't advise going in." "Why not?"
"She's naked." Mike raised his head, despite the knife point, feeling the wave of nausea swell within him.
"If you've done anything to her, Hayes,
On your hands and knees, crawl towards the living room. I know you know the way. Slowly, and don't try to get up. Let's see if we can keep this nice wood floor from getting all covered in blood, shall we?" Danny was lying face down on the living room floor in a spread-eagle position when Lindy entered the room. She was wearing a white blouse and faded blue jeans. She was barefoot, and her short hair was still wet from the shower. "Danny!" she screamed, dropping down beside him. Are you okay?" "He's fine," Hayes told her, hovering over Mike with the knife still firmly in his grip. "He's come to save you." He laughed cruelly. "You really can pick 'em, Lindy. One stretched out here like a bearskin rug, and the other one half a world away pretending he doesn't care. And they say heroes are hard to find these days." You came alone? Despite her efforts, Lindy hadn't managed to hide the disappointment in her voice. But it was Hayes who answered for Mike. And without the bookmark. I doubt this one even contacted your boyfriend. I'm betting he'll have wanted to put this right himself. Silent alarm on the back door, by the way, in case you're wondering, said Hayes, addressing Mike's prone form. I take it Jejeune didn't bother mentioning to you that he'd had one installed. He shook his head. There does seem to have been a lot of secrecy going on with the DCI before he left. I imagine the two of you must feel quite betrayed by it all. Mike could smell the sweet, fruity perfume of Lindy's shampoo as she leaned forward to stroke his face. Thank you, Danny. You did all you could. Mike knew Lindy's words had been meant to comfort him, but they twisted into him deeper than any knife blade could have done. Hayes reached down and hooked a hand roughly under Lindy's arm, dragging her away. Why don't you go and make us all a nice cup of tea, Lindy, and we'll see if we can sort out this latest mess that Sergeant Mike has caused. He watched her disappear into the kitchen before turning back to Mike. You can sit up if you behave yourself. Back flat against the wall, legs stretched out in front of you. Mike scrambled into the instructed position and locked a flinty, unwavering stare on the other man. You don't want to be moving without permission. Hayes let his eyes drift towards Lindy in the kitchen and then back to the knife blade. Not unless you're sure everything would go exactly as planned. And how's that working out for you so far, Sergeant Mike? Well enough to take the risk? He looked back into Mike's stare. No, I didn't think so. Lindy returned with 3 mugs of tea, placing one at Mike's side and another on a coffee table before retreating to a chair on the far side of the room like an obedient pet. No commands, no restraints. What was going on here? It seemed impossible that Hayes had been able to subdue Lindy's spirit so quickly, but there was a compliance in her that went beyond the obedience of fear. The blood ran a little colder in Danny Mike's veins. Okay, said Hayes. Now that we're all settled, we can get on with it. You're going to have to try to keep up here, Sergeant, because I don't have a lot of time to walk you through things. I suggest you do your best, though, because Lindy's life depends on it. It's okay, Ray. You can trust Danny. He'll listen to you. Ray? Mike snapped a look at Lindy. What was he up against here? Whatever Hayes had done to control Lindy, whatever hold he now had over her, his dominance seemed complete. Hayes walked over to the sofa and sat down. He lifted his tea and took a casual sip, as if weighing the truth of Lindy's words. He set the mug down again and looked at Mike. I have not been trying to kill Lindy, Sergeant Mike. I have brought her here to protect her from the man who has. Chapter 44. A delicate fringe of pale frost trimmed the edge of the water like a lace hem. It was brittle and paper-thin, unlikely to survive even a few moments now that the morning light was arriving. But it was a telltale reminder that the temperatures the previous night had plummeted, bringing hours of relentless, unremitting cold that had chilled the men and driven their body temperatures steadily lower. Now, as they lay huddled inside their jackets, the wind blustered around them constantly, the cold air leaching the dampness from the men's clothes and seeping it into their bones.
I'll stop shivering, Damien.
Dominic's speech was thick and slurry.
That's not good, is it? It's okay. It'll pass. Hang in there. Help's on the way. I'm sure Roy is organizing another search.
Both men were lying on their sides, looking out over the water. The island of vegetation beneath them was now so soggy and waterlogged that even the slightest extra pressure brought liquid oozing up to fill the depressions. Standing was no longer possible. Only by laying on their sides to spread their weight out could they keep the water away from the surface of the matted reeds. Domenic looked at the dead spruce trees on the horizon, hovering like black spectres. There was something magnificent in the way the landscape had shrugged off any evidence of human presence. The Dean had been crisscrossing this land for centuries, but a person could travel for days and never see a single sign of their passing in this park. Humans left no scar on its rocks, no ripple on its waters. Damien fished something out from between the reeds near his face. He laid it gently on his open palm and stirred it slightly with the tip of his forefinger. It was a small, grey-flecked shard, hard and bright. He lifted himself up higher on his elbow and held the fragment of eggshell out for his brother to see.
"I wonder if this one made it," he said. "One more crane towards the 500. I would have loved to have seen the day we got there. I bet there'll be champagne flowing all along the migration routes the day that bird hatches."
Domenic watched as his brother placed the fragment of shell on the reeds again as gently as if it had been a precious gemstone. 500. The magic number at which the whooping cranes would be considered to have sufficient numbers for a viable, sustainable wild population. 500 wild birds from an original population of 15. It was going to be an astonishing achievement, one of the great conservation stories of all time, and they were almost there. But Damien had given up hope of ever seeing it. He was telling Domenic the time had come for them to stop lying to each other. They were going to die out here. There would be no search flight coming. No rescuers were miraculously going to happen upon them. This place could hide 5-foot-tall white birds by the hundreds. A beaver dam nearly a kilometre long had existed undetected in the park for decades, until it was accidentally spotted by a passing satellite. What chance, then, of the discovery of two humans on a floating raft of rotting vegetation in the centre of a vast floodplain? Death. Domenic had known it for some time, but to hear it in his brother's words, in the finality, the acceptance of his tone, was still a shock. It ran through him like an electric current. The two brothers had been rock climbing once and misjudged the length of the rope. Domenic remembered the sensation as he felt the rope's end pass through his feed hand. The fall had been no more than a few feet then, a short drop and a sharp, sickening jolt at the end. This time there was no jolt, no end, just a sensation of spiralling downward that felt as if it would go on forever. The cold was like a membrane now, coating every inch of the men's skin. It seemed to seal their chilled cores within them, shutting out any warmth from their clothes or the low, watery sun that filtered through the cloud cover.
"Is there anything you wish you had done differently, Damien?"
His brother peered out over the dark water for so long, Domenic wondered if he had heard him, or perhaps just decided not to answer.
"It's been a good ride,"
said Damien eventually.
"I wouldn't have changed very much of what I did. I would have liked to see that 8th continent, though."
Zealandia.
Apart from the North and South Islands, it's mostly underwater, but I would have liked to have been able to say I'd been there, that I'd set foot on all 8 continents. I had chances to go. I should have done that.
Do you think there'll ever be agreement about whether it really is another continent?
It would have been to me.
Damien pounded a weak fist into his chest.
What's in here, Domenic? What you feel? What you believe? That's what's important. That's all that matters.
I never even got to see the seventh continent, said Domenic quietly.
Antarctica. Oh, it's magnificent. The space, the silence, it's so...
Damien choked back his emotion.
The world is filled with wonderful places, and I've been so blessed to have seen as many of them as I have.
He recovered himself slightly and lifted up onto an elbow again.
How about you, Domino? Anything you'd like back?
Lindy, said Domenic.
I should have told her what I was doing.
His head rocked sideways a little as he shook it weakly, as if he was in danger of losing control of the action.
I shouldn't have lied to her, no matter the reason. What I said the other day, I was wrong. It was a good thing you did. Not just what you gave, but what it cost you.
Perhaps the true measure of how much you loved something was how much of yourself you were willing to sacrifice for it. The thought had come to him once before, but he couldn't remember where. He fought to dredge it up from the depths of his memory, but his thoughts were floating, disconnected. He was having trouble concentrating, and the effort wearied him. He drifted off to sleep. The ice-blue sky of the afternoon brought no warmth, and as the sunset painted its first pink brushstrokes on the horizon, the temperature dropped still further. All around them, nature lay in silence. The reeds were still, undisturbed by even a breath of wind. The water was as smooth as soft grey satin. There were no good places to die, but there could be few more peaceful.
What will it be like?
Dominic's voice sounded thick, and his speech was slurry again, as if he was having trouble forming his mouth around the words. Damien looked at his brother.
We'll just go to sleep. We won't know anything about it. It'll be okay. I should leave a note. I want Lindy to know why I left. If she doesn't know the truth, she'll never be able to move on. She needs to understand that I did it for her.
Domenic paused and breathed deeply, gathering his resources for the effort of producing more words.
Do you think that chip would mark leather? Maybe I could scrape some words into my boot?
It was a futile idea. This place consumed human histories. It obliterated them, swallowing them up into its vast, gaping maw and covering them over forever. No one would ever find any trace of the Jejeune brothers out here. No one would ever read Dominic's etched words to Lindy. But Damien would let his brother hold on to whatever he wanted to now. It made no difference anymore.
Sure, we can try. But she'll know anyway, Domenic. Danny Mike will set her straight. He's a good man. He'll take care of it. Yes.
Domenic nodded weakly, slurring the word.
A good man.
Damien withdrew the plastic bag and flipped it across to Domenic.
Here. Tomorrow, you can write to Lindy. Okay?
Domenic nodded.
Tomorrow. Okay. Lindy.
He tried to think of the words to Hallelujah once more. Lindy's song. His connection to her now that there was nothing else. But the words wouldn't come. Lyrics he had heard 1,000 times floated on the edge of his memory out of his reach. The fourth, the fifth. What next? The major key. Something about falling.
Thanks.
Damien's voice dragged Domenic back to the present.
I probably forgot to say it. I usually do.
For coming, he meant. For undertaking this trip into the heart of the Canadian wilderness to find his brother.
I'm sorry for getting you into all this,
said Damien sincerely.
Seems like you have spent your whole life getting me out of one sort of trouble or another. My luck was bound to run out one day. Either you wouldn't show up at all, or you'd get dragged down with me.
Domenic raised his head as much as he could to peer over the clump of reeds between them. He wanted to make eye contact with his brother. He needed him to see the truth his mumbled words might not have been able to convey.
I came because I wanted to, Damien. It was my choice. It's all good, Dom.
Damien drew a shallow breath.
Lay back down now. Tomorrow, we'll write that note, okay? Tomorrow,
agreed Domenic sluggishly.
Not now. We'll just rest. Is it okay if we just rest for a while, Damien? Sure it is. We'll just rest for a while.
Domenic closed his eyes. Lindy was waiting for him. Lindy, smiling, with arms open wide to greet him, ready to gather him in. He moved towards her, as happy as he had ever been to see her, untroubled, content, warm. Chapter 45. Mike stared at Ray Hayes as if he were a hologram.
You don't believe me, Sergeant.
Hayes leaned forward and casually tilted the knife blade from side to side. He pushed out his bottom lip,
or at least you don't want to. It can't be easy for you to accept that I've had to step in and do your job for you because you were too incompetent to keep Lindy safe.
Mike's expression didn't reveal what he thought of Ray Hayes's comments. He watched the glinting steel of the blade as it turned. No matter how good he thought he was, the outcome of a knife attack was too unpredictable for a man as intelligent as Hayes to be relying on it alone. He had another form of protection. Mike couldn't see it yet, but he knew it was here somewhere. Hayes took his eyes from the knife blade and looked at Mike. He shook his head. One-dimensional thinking, that's your problem. Right, wrong, black, white. If I were to ask you why you think I was responsible for the attempts on Lindy's life, you'd say three things. First, the circumstantial evidence, the fact that I've got form for this sort of thing, not to mention a particularly strong motive. Hayes waited, but Mike didn't tell him he was wrong. Second, you'd point to that bookmark, the physical evidence left at the scene, placing me there. And the third reason you'd offer is that Domenic Jejeune thinks I'm guilty. And we have all learned to trust the DCI's impeccable instincts, haven't we, Sergeant? But tell me honestly, do I seem like the kind of person who's going to leave incriminating evidence at the scene of a crime? And have you asked yourself why, after 2 attempts to kill this woman from a distance, I'd suddenly decide I had to do it at close quarters, like this? Even somebody like you must find these things a bit mystifying. Lindy was watching Mike intently, as if she was trying to gauge his reaction. She was trying to remain impassive, but Mike could tell she believed Hayes. Whatever story he was weaving now, whatever he had already told her when it was just the two of them here together, Lindy was buying it. And that was Hayes's edge, his protection from Mike's wrath. The person who he'd let down believed that Hayes had saved her. She'd demand Ray Hayes be given a fair hearing, and Mike knew he was in no position to deny her.
You come in with us, you get a chance to tell your side of the story,
he said evenly.
If what you say is true, we'll find a way of proving it.
But Hayes was shaking his head. At the moment, your only concern is to get Lindy away safely. You'd promised me the moon to make that happen. But once we got back to the station, if it turned out your career might be on the line for not informing your superiors about a kidnapping, well, you've got evidence that puts me at the scene of an attempted murder. You've got nothing to support my claims that somebody else was responsible. In the face of all that, things could start to go a bit sideways for old Ray, couldn't they? Especially if an arrest might be the only thing standing between you and early retirement with no pension. He likes the spotlight, this one, thought Mike. He wasn't sure what he could do with the information just yet, but he stored it away. Carcerophobia, announced Hayes. Ever heard of it, Sergeant Mike? Frankly, I'd be surprised if you had. You don't strike me as much of a crossword man. How about you, Lindy? You're the wordsmith. She shrugged. Something to do with incarceration? Very good. Hayes nodded approvingly. Though you might have done a bit better with the phobia part. A fear of incarceration. Not just a dislike of it, you understand. A bit of annoyance at having your basic human freedoms taken away and getting banged up in a concrete cell for most of your day. Anybody would be upset about that, unless you're one of those idiots that can't function in any other setting. No, carcerophobia is a full-blown phobia with a range of accompanying psychological and physiological symptoms. Sweats, nausea, panic attacks. And you have it. Mike didn't do much to keep the scepticism from his voice. It seemed to him the best way to avoid the condition was to stay out of jail in the first place. If Hayes did have a fear of being imprisoned, it wasn't strong enough to prevent him from getting mixed up in an attempted murder and kidnapping. I do, confirmed Hayes. And I tell you all this for one reason. He paused and looked at each of them in turn. So you will understand that I will never, under any circumstances, be going back to prison. Mike inclined his head. If he could have been assured of Lindy's full cooperation, he might have tried to take Hayes now, when he was in his full pomp, distracted by his limelight and his self-importance. But she would need to listen to Danny, do exactly as he said when he said it, and he wasn't sure she would. There was something in her look, some glimmer of uncertainty that told him she might hesitate, wonder whom to trust just for a second, and for Hayes, so close to her and armed with a knife, that would be all it would take. Lindy's safety was the priority here. Mike needed to show her he could be trusted to get things right this time, and if that meant indulging Hayes for a few moments longer, then that's what he'd have to do.
So if not you, then who? Give me a name, something we can get out on the wires. As I see it, we pick up this other bloke and you're in the clear.
Peter Marler. And don't worry, you won't have very far to look for him. He'll have followed you here. Mike moved uneasily.
What are you talking about? I didn't see anybody.
But Mike's denial sounded unconvincing even to him. He had been focused on ensuring his own approach to the cottage went undetected. He hadn't spent a lot of time looking over his shoulder. Hayes would know this. More importantly, so would Lindy. He looked at her and saw that same look in her eyes, the look of someone trying to have confidence in him, wanting to, but not quite being able to find it all the same. A man named Peter Marler is coming here to kill you, Lindy, said Hayes, his eyes still on Mike. He's already out there. That's right. On top of all the other mistakes he's made, Sergeant Mike has led him right to your very door. Got a lot to answer for, has the sergeant, I'd say. Whether this Marla was real or just some imaginary threat Hayes had dreamed up, Mike knew what he had to do now.
You need to come with me, Lindy. Mr. Hayes here gets the benefit of the doubt for now, but I need to take you away from here.
On foot? Across all this open land? You've had better ideas, Sergeant. You know as well as I do a target is most vulnerable when being moved. Marla will be close, Lindy. He wouldn't have let the sergeant here out of his sight. Hayes nodded, looking at Mike again now. If you want to know where somebody is being hidden, you don't look for them yourself. You let somebody else do it for you. Somebody with better resources, more manpower. Somebody like the police, say. And then you follow them. He gave a small smile. Trade secrets. Before I knew any better, I passed a few on to Marla.
Lindy, can you go and check all the doors and windows? Said Mike.
He pulled out his phone and switched it on. Lindy was standing hesitantly, looking back and forth between him and Hayes.
Don't worry. We'll be safe here. I'll get a car with a covering team to come and pick us up. We'll hold up here until they arrive.
Wait! Hayes's tone turned Lindy's gaze towards him and drew Mike's attention from his phone. If Marla sees police cars, he'll be gone. And with him goes your chance to get him. We could end this now, Lindy. It could all be over. Marla disappears now, and who knows when the police will get another shot at him. Do you want this hanging over your head until he tries again? It could all be over today. You could go back to your normal life, with the DCI, with Domenic. Mike was shaking his head.
Marla's not going to try anything now. Not if he's seen me come in here.
If he doesn't see any cars, he's going to think I've already dealt with you. Hayes ran his thumb along the edge of the knife blade. He won't be expecting both of us. He'll think it's just me he has to worry about. I'm telling you, this is our chance. And I'm telling you, he won't come.
Mike looked across at Lindy. Don't listen to him, Lindy. We need to get you out of here now.
The sergeant knows he'll come, Lindy. This is the chance Marla's been waiting for. You and me together. He wants us both. This is his opportunity, and he knows he won't get a better one. He'll come, Lindy. Listen to what I'm saying. We can end this now. It can all be over. Marla out of your life forever. How does that sound, Lindy? She shook her head uncertainly. I don't know.
It's too risky, Mike told her. I have to get you to safety.
He scrolled up the phone screen with his thumb. Why not let Lindy decide? Hayes's question seemed to still everything in the room. Mike stopped dialing. Lindy stared at Hayes. You're the reason she's in this mess, Sergeant. You let me grab her. You let Marla track you here. She must be sick and tired of other people letting her down. Let her make this decision herself. You owe her that much. Mike looked at Lindy, his guilt burning into him, tearing at his logic, his instincts, everything that told him to get Lindy away. Hayes saw his opening and pounced. The threat will never go away, Lindy. Marla will always be out there, watching, waiting for another chance. Do you want to live with that every day of your life? Listen to me, and it could all be over. Lindy looked from one to the other, eyes wide. I don't know. I'm not sure.
We'll get another chance at Marla, Lindy, and in the meantime I'll keep you safe. We will. The police,
said Mike. How are they going to do that? By keeping you cooped up in your house all day? Hayes spread his hands. You've had a taste of that already. How does a few weeks of this sound, Lindy? A few months?
Lindy, it's too dangerous.
Mike could see her faltering, wanting to believe his assurances that he'd be able to protect her. Her look was like a laser entering his heart. He saw now that she couldn't trust him, and he knew the battle was lost. Stop, please, both of you just stop. The hands Lindy held up to each of the men were shaking. She turned to Mike, her eyes brimming with tears. I can't do this anymore, Danny. It's already cost me too much. She shook her head. No more, no more. It has to end. I want you to let Peter Marler come here. I want it over. Mike lowered his head and looked to the ground. Like Hayes said, it was his fault Lindy was in this situation, and now, one way or another, he was going to be the one to end it. Chapter 46. It started with the light. So bright and intense, it enveloped him. It came from above, blotting out Dominic's surroundings, pinning him to the ground with its intensity. The light stayed above him, its steady, penetrating glare unwavering. It seemed to be drawing him towards it, promising warmth and comfort, promising release. He wanted to reach out, to pull himself into this tunnel of light, but his body was an immovable weight. The last thing he had seen was Lindy's face. He remembered that. The thought pleased him. But the dead shouldn't have thoughts, should they? They shouldn't be able to connect ideas, to be aware of the conscious workings of their mind. Nor should they feel coldness. He was cold. Too cold. He drifted back into the darkness. Perhaps he was spinning now. Everything seemed to be in motion around him, his clothing, the reed stems on which he was lying, even the dark water beside his face. The air churned with movement, the noise filling his ears rising to a roar. The light came through his eyelids again, penetrating the cocoon of his sleep. It was dragging him to the surface of his consciousness. He wanted to wake, to open his eyes and claw his way out of the darkness. He wanted to rise towards the beckoning light, but he couldn't. Sleep dragged him back down. It smothered him, blocking out the light and the sounds, bringing him peace. Quiet, dark peace. And then he heard the angel speak.
2 with vitals. 1's in bad shape.
The voice was not soft, not possessed of the sweet tone that sang 1,000 heavenly hymns. It was sharp, insistent, charged with urgency. 2. Vitals. Vital. Important. It was important that he show them he was alive. Important that he dragged himself out of this sleep. But he couldn't. His weariness weighed him down. He couldn't move or even open his eyes. There was a blast of noise, but not a noise from heaven, harsh, like a burst of irritation. Another voice.
There should be 3. Repeat, 3.
Negative, 2 only. No sign of a third. A pause, and then words he couldn't understand.
Negative. The temperature is dropping fast. We won't get 2 chances at this. We'll need to take them both at the same time.
1's in bad shape. Was it Lindy? Was Lindy in bad shape? But the blackness dragged him down again. It was cold up there, cold and wet. Warmth was waiting for him below. All he had to do was let himself slip back into it, drift down into nothingness.
We have a problem.
The tone stirred awakening in Domenic again, though he was still below the surface, still immobile. He heard the sound of splashing and felt an icy droplet on his face.
The structure of this mound is completely gone. They're already lying in water. Any attempt to set foot on it and it's going to disintegrate completely. A lift is impossible. We're going to have to roll them into the craft.
It's too dangerous. This water's close to freezing. If it bucks while we're getting them in, we could lose them in the water. They're too fragile to withstand that. Them. 2 with vitals. But Damien was here with him too, he remembered. 2 only, no sign of a third. Who was missing? Where was Lindy? Dominic's mind clouded with confusion. Panic seized him. The mental exertions exhausted him, and he relapsed once more towards unconsciousness. But he could hear his anxious angels again now. We have to risk it. There's no way to fit harnesses on them unless we get them into the craft. We can't wait. This one's on the brink. We have to roll them. Domenic floated up to the edge of consciousness again. Take Lindy, he wanted to tell them. Save her. But he couldn't move. Couldn't speak.
This one first. Get the blankets ready.
Domenic felt something grabbing at the fabric of his jacket. He was rolled slowly onto his side and felt the wetness seeping through his clothes. He smelled the musky, stagnant odour of the water close to his nostrils. Coldness pressed against his face, something wet and slippery. It was man-made. Rubber? Moving, rocking, it bounced slightly as it dipped under his weight. The surface gave as he pressed into it, but it offered resistance, pushing him back up. And then he rolled and bounced down with a jolt and was still again. There was a tiny puddle of water beside his face, but soon a blanket blocked it out. A dry blanket, a warm blanket. He lay there for a long time, the sounds of shouts and heaves just beyond his range, the water rocking gently beneath him, but no longer wet. He felt the craft buck violently, then urgent panicked shouts of alarm. Something heavy bounced into the bottom of the craft beside him. It was not moving. One's in bad shape. The light came in closer now, and the whirling motion, the fluttering of 10,000 butterfly wings, 2 with vitals. The craft began to move, and Jejeune slipped into sleep once more. Chapter 47. Lauren Salter gave a deep sigh and looked around the empty room. Another quiet night in. Max was at football, Grandfather Davy assuming the role of touchline pacer-in-chief. Her dad and Max would be stopping off for pop and chips somewhere afterward to conduct their post-match analysis, with Davy managing to slip in a few sly references, no doubt, about how good he used to be when he was a lad. She smiled to herself. With Max's father largely out of the picture since the divorce, it was as close to dual parenting as she could offer her son. She knew it was good for Max to have such a positive male role model in his life, but it inevitably meant he was going to gravitate more toward Davy as time went on, revelling in the stories of what it used to be like to be a boy growing up in these parts. She sighed again. It was the right thing for Max, but that didn't mean the right thing couldn't hurt sometimes. She considered the pile of papers on her desk, printouts, loose sheets of foolscap, notes scribbled on torn-away scraps. It was fact-gathering, details, accumulated seemingly at random, regardless of relevance. It was what detectives did when they lacked a clear sense of direction. If all she was going to be left with someday was her career, she thought ruefully, she was in for some pretty unfulfilling nights if her progress in this case was anything to go by. Putting together the evidence against Albert Ross was like trying to reassemble a mosaic. She was convinced she already had all the necessary pieces somewhere in this disordered mess in front of her. But every time she tried to form some sort of coherent idea of what had happened, the parts didn't seem to fit. All she got was some fragmented image that suggested what the final picture should look like, but never quite did. In some ways, the certainty of Albert Ross's guilt had made things more difficult. Salter had no questions left to ask. Ross had motive, he had means, and he had opportunity. But in the absence of any evidence, the only proof she could ever get was through a confession. And how exactly did you get a confession from a person who couldn't remember what they had done? There was no well of secrets to tap into, no hidden hoard of regret or remorse to unlock. There was just a blank slate named Albert Ross, whose only defence was that killing what is right should have made him feel better, but it hadn't. Besides Ross, she had only found one other person with a motive, and for Jenny Wynne to have killed Wright, she would have had to have been simultaneously at his house and on the road home from Norwich with her dog. As useful as it would have been sometimes for Salter to be in two places at the same time, she had not yet found a way to make it happen, and neither, she knew, had Jenny Wynne. Her mind went back to her first interview with the woman and those intricate movements she had performed in her Tai Chi routine. A criminal investigation should be like that, thought Salter. One set of actions leading into the next until, in the end, there was just one long, seamless sequence of manoeuvres that resulted in the truth. Part the wild horse's mane. What are the facts? Grasp the bird's tail. What do they tell you? The white crane spreads its wings. This is who killed what is right. She pushed back from the desk and stood up, putting her hands on her hips and stretching her neck from side to side. A walk. That's what she needed. A stroll somewhere to blow away the cobwebs. She went to the front door. The night was quiet, the air still. Across the narrow street lay the river, twisting like a dark serpent through the heart of the town. She followed the towpath along the edge of the river, but turned away from the waterfront this time, choosing instead the other direction. Passing the narrow bridge that led into the old section of Saltmarsh, she continued on until she reached the farmlands on the outskirts of town, where the night traded the harsh glow of street lamps for the light of 1,000 stars. She strolled along the path beside the river, recalling the days she and Max had come here to feed the bird stale bread from a plastic bag. Ducks, she had called them all then. Now, thanks to her DCI, her vocabulary was filled with names like mallard and widgeon and shelduck. Innocence lost, she thought. The wind picked up a touch, coming in low over the fields, and she turned her face into it. Farther along the riverbank, Salter could see the lights of the domain at Saltmarsh reflected in the dark water. The one from Susan Bonacord's window would be among them, she knew, destined to burn long into the night. She could hardly imagine Bonacord throwing up her hands and sneaking out for a walk along the towpath, where the wind could track her down like a fugitive. Susan Bonacord would stay hard at it, head down, diligently searching for a solution no matter how long it took. It was what career women did. What she needed was not another answer, Salter realised, but a question. The question. It was what Jejeune was so good at, finding that question, the one he hadn't asked yet. It was always there somewhere, moving in the shadows behind the facts. Like one of those backup singers Danny talked about, present but never noticed, important but ignored. Once he had that question, Jejeune's cases fell into place. Not always immediately, and certainly not without complications. But the question shone a light on the path he needed to follow, and it inevitably led him to the truth. So, what question did Salter need to pose? What was the one thing she had not yet asked that would be the key to unlocking this case? One thing was for sure. She wasn't going to find it out here, on a darkened towpath at the edge of town. She'd need to get back to her desk and start sorting through all those papers again. She turned around and headed back along the riverbank towards town. She noticed the small bridge again. A new direction, she thought, instead of retracing her steps. The bridge led to a maze of narrow streets where large Victorian homes lurked behind high hedges. She enjoyed a walk through this part of town in daylight, with its solid, reassuring structures and its stately, mature trees. She realised now that it had a different character at night, more sinister, more menacing. She quickened her pace slightly and made a turn onto a wider road, and there it was in front of her, Wattis Wright's house. The yellow police tape was still draped across the doorway exactly as she had left it. Above, the darkened windows of the upper story stared out at her like sunken eyes, asking when she would find justice for the home's owner. Don't fail him. She thought about Albert Ross, standing here, screaming at Wattis Wright, demanding to know why he'd changed his mind now that he had the money. Albert Ross. Standing here. She had changed the sequence, she realised. Grasp the Bird's Tail had come afterward in Jenny Wynn's performance, not before. She stared at the darkened, blank facade of Wattis Wright's house. The stirring began to grow with Salter's first pass through the reordered facts, but it wasn't until she ran through them for a second time that she realised she had found her question. And she knew then that she had her solution. It would mean going back to the notes now, those torn-off scraps, those sheets of foolscap. But she knew, with a strange, unassailable certainty, that everything she found would fall into place. Even if someone somewhere could come up with an alternative explanation, she knew this solution was the correct one, because all the pieces fit. The big ones, like motive and means and opportunity, and the small ones too, the nuances, the hesitations she had picked up in her interviews, the choices of words and pauses, their delivery. Everything. She realised she was experiencing the assurance that Jejeune must feel, that clarity that made it possible for him to pursue his theories with such conviction. You could listen to all the other interpretations, all the other plausible points of view, the opinions, the rationale. It was just background noise. You had your answer, and nothing anybody said was going to change that. Salter had found her missing piece, her elusive question lurking in the shadows. Why here? The white crane had spread its wings. Chapter 48. The room in which Domenic Jejeune awoke seemed familiar, but he couldn't understand why. As the fog of his sleep slowly cleared, a memory of being here earlier began to emerge. Blankets, a hot drink, somebody in a bright orange coat checking his heart rate, taking his pulse. There had been other people in the room, he recalled. People moving around urgently, speaking into phones, grouped in corners chatting. He had recognised none of them. He remembered others gathering around the bed too, watching as sleep tugged at him. He wanted to stay awake, resist the urge to drift off so he could stay in this room with these people, but he couldn't fight off the weariness, and the watching group seemed content to let him slip towards unconsciousness once again. The grey metal frame and starched white linen of the bed he was in had an institutional feel. As he turned his head, the bed seemed to be swaying slightly. The mattress felt damp through the sheets beneath him, and his heart started to race as he put his hand down under the blankets. But the mattress was dry, the bed still. It was just the ghostly imprint of the days of lying on a moving bed of reeds, with the dampness seeping into his body, he realised. He looked around the room. The corners were in deep shadow, but a pale light illuminated the area immediately around the bed. There was a small nightstand holding a jug of water and a glass, and at the foot of the bed, his discarded clothing was piled on a wooden chair. In the shadows, he saw a person moving. A nurse, perhaps, tiptoeing around to avoid waking him. But she was not interested in him. She was searching through his clothes, his pockets.
"What are you looking for?"
he asked. The question startled the woman, and she spun to face him. "Oh, you're awake. You had us worried for a while there. How y'all doing?"
Well, better, said Jejeune. How long have I been here?
12 hours, give or take. They got you stable, got your core temperature up, and then they let you sleep some. I'm Verity, by the way. I came up here with Traz.
Traz is here.
Verity had stayed in the shadows, but Jejeune could see her nod. Came up as soon as he heard y'all had gone missing in the park. That's some friend you have there, you and your brother. They've airlifted Damien to Yellowknife, by the way. Jejeune rose slightly in alarm. No, it's a good thing. With real bad hypothermia, the victim can become so brittle that moving them is risky. The fact that they think he's in good enough shape to withstand being transferred is a good sign. They'll keep him there at the hospital a couple of days for observation, but the prognosis must be okay. You had less severe symptoms, so they thought you were good to complete your recovery here.
Has Traz gone with Damien?
She shook her head. He needed to arrange something. Said to tell you he'd be back soon, though, if you woke. She shrugged and gave a small smile. I told him I could look in on you until he got back.
You and Traz met the night he got into Aransas, is that right? And then you decided to travel together?
We were heading the same way, said Verity easily. I got a ride and he got company. Sometimes things just turn out that way, huh?
What was it you were looking for in my clothes?
I wasn't looking for anything, Dominic. I was just straightening up your things, that's all. Maybe you're still a little groggy or something. She softened her voice slightly. The RCMP was asking about the woman, Annie Pry. Traz told him she must have died out there. He said you and your brother would never have abandoned her if she were still alive. If she wasn't with you, it could only mean that she was dead.
She drowned,
Jejeune said flatly. Verity Brown stepped out of the shadows to stand at the foot of the bed. The room was still dim, but Jejeune could see her features in the half-light, enough to tell she was looking directly at him.
You're from Scenic, South Dakota, aren't you?
With an accent like this? No, I'm from Louisiana. I spend my summers up there, though.
How far is that from the Black Hills?
Verity shifted slightly back towards the shadows. Well, ain't you a curious one? About an hour, I would guess, give or take.
There's a lot of American Indian history in that part of the world. Oglala, Wounded Knee. I imagine the university there would have an excellent cultural anthropology program. It'd be a good place to meet someone interested in First Nation sites, like the Deans, for example.
Verity stood still, staring at Jejeune through the shadowy light. I have no idea what you're talking about, she said evenly. They stared at each other along the length of the bed. Nothing moved. Even the air in the darkened room was still. Through the half-light, the sadness in her expression came through to Jejeune when she spoke again. You know, whatever happened to that poor woman out there in the park, I'm sure nobody ever intended for anybody to get hurt. The sound of the door latch shattered the silence like a gunshot.
Hey, he's awake, said Traz. Okay if I flip on the light?
In the dazzling flash of illumination, Jejeune took in his surroundings. He was in a back room at the park offices, a makeshift recovery room. Filing cabinets lined the wall, but otherwise the sparse room bore the signs of disuse. So you've met? We were just talking about Damien, said Verity. Traz looked at each of them in turn. There was a strange, stilted uneasiness between them. Jejeune saw his friend register it and deflected his puzzlement with a question.
How is Damien? His condition must have deteriorated in a hurry. He seemed to be doing okay. Better than me, anyway.
You don't know? Traz folded back the door, and hanging on the hook, Jejeune saw his own olive jacket, and next to it, the tawny tiger-stripe one.
When they found you, Damien wasn't wearing a jacket. You had two. The one you were wearing and this one, laid over the top of you.
Jejeune looked down at the blankets on his bed, letting the pulse of emotion settle in him for a moment.
He'll be okay, JJ. They got to him in time.
He turned to Verity. Did you tell him yet? He shook his head.
No, you wouldn't have, would you? Not your style.
Tell me what?
Very's the one you and Damien have to thank for getting you out of there. She worked out where you were by tracking the cranes.
You don't need to hear about all that, she said, turning away slightly. She hadn't made eye contact with Domenic since the lights were turned on. Perhaps it was just modesty. Traz looked at them both again for a second before continuing.
The cranes were giving the area a wide berth, he said. As you know, whooping cranes are extremely sight-faithful. Their preference is always going to be to return to a spot where they've successfully bred in the past. Very got hold of the telemetry data from Aranzas. She went through it all, JJ. Every record.
He looked across at her, but she was looking at the floor and didn't return his gaze.
The tracked whooping cranes that have arrived in Wood Buffalo so far have headed for their previous nesting sites. Except for two. There's an area that hosted 2 successful nests last year, but a tracked bird from each pair hasn't returned there this year. The birds have arrived in the park, but they're moving around. There didn't seem to be any reason both would have selected a different breeding site. Very thought it might be because there was human disturbance in the area. She pinpointed your location for the search team, and they found you on the first pass.
Traz scooped an arm around the woman's narrow waist and hugged her into him. The pride shone out of his face like a beam of light. Isn't she something?
I really don't know what to say, said Domenic.
Well, thank you might be a start, said Traz.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Verity. And thank you for my brother, too. For Damien.
Welcome, I'm sure, she said without looking at him. She squirmed away from Traz's embrace. I'm going to leave you to do some male bonding. I'll go find some food. Traz let his eyes trail after her as she left. Isn't she unbelievable? Yes. Dominic's pause before his answer was perhaps a heartbeat too long. She saved your life, Traz reminded him. No one else could have done that. And I'm grateful, really, said Jejeune. It's just that... The words didn't follow, but Jejeune's tone suggested they should have. But whatever misgivings he had about Verity, they were going to have to wait. Roy's been monitoring your number, in case it suddenly became live again, said Traz cautiously. He got your carrier to give him access to your voicemails. There's a lot of them, JJ, from the UK. Jejeune was drawn to an upright position as much by Traz's guarded delivery as by the news itself. A lot? From Danny Mike. He wanted you to get in touch. He didn't say why, but I get the impression he's not the type of guy to use the word urgent unless he means it. When did he call? A couple of days ago. Twice within an hour, and then a few times after that. The calls from the others are more recent. One from somebody called Lauren Sargent, maybe? She seemed to be having some trouble remembering who she was, but she knew what she wanted to ask, if you'd heard from Danny Mike. He seems to have gone completely off the grid. That one came in yesterday. Traz paused. He looked at his friend as if assessing how far his recovery had come, whether he was ready to handle the next part. Jejeune gave him his answer. The others, Traz.
Please, all of them.
Traz sighed.
2 from DCS Colleen Shepherd. The first one asking the same thing. Had Danny Mike been in touch? Had he mentioned any new lines of inquiry to you?
Still, Traz hesitated. Jejeune began to turn back the bedclothes, reaching weakly for the bed rail to haul himself up. Because he knew, even before Traz turned his sad stare on his friend, the detective knew what the second call was.
Shepherd asked if Lindy had been in contact, JJ. She hasn't been seen in a couple of days. Nobody knows where she is.
Jejeune sat unsteadily, holding onto the railing for support.
Do you have your phone?
We've tried the numbers multiple times.
Roy and me, just now. They go to voicemail.
He handed Jejeune his phone anyway. He knew Domenic still had to call. Helplessness needs tasks to perform, no matter how futile, no matter how hopeless. Jejeune listened to the pre-recorded greetings from Mike and from Lindy in silence before handing the phone back to his friend. He'd already worked out the easy part. Hayes had taken Lindy, and Mike had gone after her. Why Mike had gone alone, why he was out of contact, he'd have to leave those questions until his mind was a little less clouded. But even now one thing was crystal clear to him. He needed to be there, not in a makeshift hospital room 6,000 kilometers away.
I need to get to an airport,
he said, staggering slightly as he pulled on a shirt and jeans, mud-stained and spattered, but at least now blissfully dry.
Northwest Air can't fly single-engine planes with passengers after dark. Then I'll rent that jet stream they've got out at the airfield. What'll it cost? A couple of $1,000? I'll pay it.
These guys aren't cowboys, JJ. They already know the RCMP want to question you about Annie Pryor. He paused for a second.
She didn't make it, right?
Jejeune's eyes gave him his answer.
The Mounties said they will give you one more night to get your strength back, and they'll come by around noon for a chat. The pilots and the police have to work with each other every day around here. Even if there's no explicit order, I don't think anyone would be too keen on flying you out of town tonight, no matter how much you offered. I can't wait another day, Traz. I need to go now.
Traz nodded.
I know you do. Which is why Gadan Robideau's Durango is outside, fueled up and ready to go. There's a flight out of Edmonton leaving for London tomorrow morning at 10. He looked at his watch. That's 14 hours from now. If we drive straight through, we can make it.
We?
I'll take the first shift while you sleep in the back. You can spell me when you feel up to it.
Domenic shook his head slowly. Verity Brown hadn't said many things he'd believed earlier on, but she had got one thing right. Traz was some friend. Chapter 49. The wide sky slipped towards grey, and the evening light brought a stillness that seemed to settle over everything. The sea breeze had died away to nothing, and the movement of the vegetation around the cottage had ceased. Not a leaf stirred on a tree. Not a bird crossed the empty sky. But it was not the kind of stillness that brought peace. This was a sinister presence, ominous and foreboding. Danny let the curtain at the kitchen window fall from his fingertip and went to the front of the house, peering out to scan the empty driveway. The fading light painted pockets of darkness along the edges of the trees. It was a time when even the shadows seemed to lurk with stealth. But there were no signs of movement. No point looking out there all the time. Marla can approach from any number of directions. Hayes looked around the cottage. Nice spot, this, but not easy to secure. You'd have thought Jejeune might have considered that. He must have known the kind of enemies he was likely to attract. Lindy watched the two men from her chair with the quiet intensity of a spectator at a chess match. She had offered little more than cursory comments to the men's discussions, as if she was afraid her contributions might be taken as an allegiance to one side or the other. But for Danny Mike, the balance of power between him and Hayes wasn't the important one here. It was the one that lay between the three of them and the man who was coming for Lindy that had him concerned. He walked to the far window and looked out along the cliff-top path that led to the cottage, the one he had used for his own approach. His skin was starting to crawl with all the unknowns, the uncontrollables. They should have gone when they still had the light. He and Lindy. Buy into Hayes' story, if you like. Pretend you believe all this business about him only grabbing Lindy to protect her. Leave him here at the cottage. Let him escape if you have to. But get Lindy out, somewhere safe, while you still have the chance. This way was madness. What had he been thinking? He pulled away from the window, ready to tell Lindy they were going, but as soon as he saw her, sitting quietly on the chair, her small, nervous smile trying desperately to show her confidence in him, he faltered. He owed her an end to all this, and perhaps he could deliver it. So he didn't ask her to get up. He didn't move towards the front door. He just stayed there, looking out of the window, vigilant, alert, and troubled.
So, tell me about this Peter Marler, he said to Hayes.
It wasn't an idle inquiry. Mike hadn't completely given up on the idea that Marler could be some kind of partner of Hayes's. Perhaps Danny was being set up, sitting here like a fool while Hayes waited for reinforcements to arrive. Many parts of Ray Hayes' story held true. He had had plenty of opportunities to hurt Lindy, if that had been his goal. And he was a long way from being stupid enough to leave incriminating evidence at the scene of a crime. But there were gaps, too. Unanswered questions. Things in his account that didn't make sense. Marler testified against his latest cellmate, so he could get his own sentence commuted, said Hayes. They just have a talent for making friends, some people.
Is he one of the DCI's old collars?
Hayes shook his head. He's not one of Jejeune's. If this was just something between the two of them, I'd have let them get on with it. If Marler was trying to kill Lindy to get back at Jejeune, what business of mine is that? He shrugged. It's me Marler wants. He just wants to use her as part of his plan. He looked across at Lindy, who averted her eyes.
So, why come out of hiding then?
Asked Mike.
Why make it easy for Marler if he's coming after you?
The bookmark. He told me he left a cigarette lighter with my prints on it at the scene of the office explosion, but you lot missed it. Let's face it, you didn't really look too hard at that as a crime scene. You all had it down as an accident, but once you recovered the bookmark with my fingerprint from the car, I was on your radar. So now, the only way to clear my name is to handle it myself. I can hardly rely on you lot to do it for me, can I? I still don't understand what any of this has to do with me, Ray, said Lindy quietly. You and I have never met before. Why does Marler think I can help him to get you? A prison cell is like a confessional, said Hayes. You find yourself telling people things you really should be keeping to yourself. With Marler, it was women. Nasty, twisted stuff. He's got this act, see, all inoffensive and non-threatening, gets him in close, and then, when their guard is down, he moves. The police never got him for any of them, but from the way he was talking, there's at least a couple of women out there who he has treated to his own particular kind of attention. Lindy watched as Mike eyed Hayes carefully. Perhaps he was buying it, perhaps not. With Danny, it was always hard to tell.
So, now Marler wants to make sure that information goes no further?
He asked. Hayes looked across at Lindy and shook his head. See what I mean, Lindy? One-dimensional thinking. He turned to Mike. No, Sergeant, not quite. I told Marla I don't want to know. I don't want to hear this stuff, what he's done, how he's done it, how it makes him feel. But he keeps on. So eventually I just shut him out completely. Every time Marla comes into the cell, I pick up my book. The Consolation of Philosophy, he announced with a flourish.
Not exactly your kind of reading material, I dare say, Sergeant.
Pity, though, gives you a perspective on things. What we can control. What's outside our influence. I go so far as to say it saved my life in there, that little book. See, the thing people don't realise is there's a freedom in prison too. Hayes tapped his temple. Up here, you create your own world. As long as you don't let anybody else in, it's yours. Nobody can take it away from you. And when you get down to it, freedom of the mind is all a person really needs. You're telling me Marla wants revenge because you preferred the company of Betheus over his? Lindy managed a small smile at Danny's sly comeback. Hayes wasn't going to comment on it, but he hadn't missed it either. One day, I come back into the cell and the book is all torn up into little squares. Ran out of toilet paper, says Marla. He's actually smiling about it. Treating somebody else's property with such disrespect. Never mind a treasure like that. So I tell him I'm going to get one of the magazines from the library, the ones with those heavy, waxy pages, and I'm going to fold it into a nice sharp point. And then one night, he's going to wake up and I'll be there, waiting over him, ready to drive it into his eye socket. Hayes paused. Well, poor old Peter didn't sleep much after that. Every night, after lights out, I'd remind him that might have been the last time he was ever going to see that room, or anything else for that matter. Sleep deprivation can cause some very unpleasant side effects. Eventually, it got so bad he had to go to the infirmary. Trouble is, I got used to having the place to myself while he was away, so as soon as he came back, I decided to send him there again. And so it went on. And now he's coming for you, said Mike. So, just how does wiring Lindy's car to a battery settle old scores with you? How does setting off an explosive device outside her office cause you any great distress exactly? Asked Mike, doing nothing to disguise the scepticism in his tone. Hayes offered him a cynical headshake. You don't understand revenge at all, do you, Sergeant? You find the most vulnerable spot, the open wound, the exposed nerve, and then you dig your blade in as far as it will go, grinding and twisting all the way. Marla saw me in the full throes of my carcerophobia a couple of times. Hayes looked at both of them. He doesn't want me dead. He wants me back in prison. For life. Mike was quiet for a moment. If you killed a member of a policeman's family, the rest of them would move heaven and earth to find you. If you killed somebody close to a detective as good as Domenic Jejeune, the chances of you being brought to justice went up that much more. But Mike saw the rest of the picture now too. This was never about Lindy. Us waiting here. You want Marla arrested so he's out of your life, not hers. If I'd have left here with Lindy and put out a warrant for Marla, he'd know framing you for her murder was no longer an option. She would have been free from all this. The only one left under threat from Pete Marla would be you. Mike scrutinised the other man's face carefully.
I should just stand aside and let you and your playmates sort out your differences between you and then mop up the pieces after. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to call for that car to pick us up, and then you can give me a description of this Peter Marler. I'll have an all-points alert put out and get a couple of teams out here with dogs. If he's in the area, we'll find him.
But Hayes was no longer listening. His eyes were staring unblinkingly into the kitchen. You did make sure all the doors and windows were secure, like you were told? He asked softly, not taking his eyes off the spot in the kitchen. Lindy nodded. Mike followed Hayes's stare to a point where the delicate lace curtains above the sink moved almost imperceptibly, as if wafted by a faint breeze. Including the one in your bathroom, after you took your shower? Lindy's eyes flared wide with horror, and Mike knew any other options he might have been considering had just disappeared. Peter Marler was already here. Chapter 50. Domenic Jejeune had never drawn such comfort from the interior of a moving vehicle. Nestled deep in the passenger seat beside Traz, the darkness and cold temperatures that lurked outside were no threat now. Somewhere out there, beyond the black emptiness, was the vast raw wilderness that had almost killed him. But the memories of his ordeal that drifted to him now were quickly dispersed by the reassuring glow of the dashboard lights and the steady flow of warm air from the heater. "You're pretty quiet, JJ. Still tired?" "I was thinking about that time we dubbed those Leonard Cohen tracks onto Damien's CDs," said Jejeune quietly. "He brought it up while we were out there. And, of course, you stepped up like the good friend you are to tell him it was all your idea and I had nothing to do with it. He had already worked out it was a two-man job. Technical know-how and an inside man." Jejeune paused, and for a moment the only sound was the chip of loose gravel from the unpaved road against the undercarriage of the car. Up ahead, an occasional irregular shape was trapped in the Durango's high beams, momentarily becoming some grotesque, fantastical creature, until it melted back into the form of a bush or rocky outcrop. "I was surprised to see Verity up here," said Jejeune quietly. "I thought you said she was only going as far as South Dakota with you." Traz nodded. "She was all set for a quiet few weeks on her grandmother's porch, but as soon as she knew you and Damien were in trouble, she said she'd come up with me." "So she changed her plans just like that? In a heartbeat? She wanted to do anything she could to help. It's what she's like." He took his eyes off the road and looked across at his friend, his face tinted by a faint tinge of blue from the dashboard light. "Right about now, I'll bet you're thinking she made the right decision." "And to think you two just bumped into each other like that. How did it happen exactly?" Traz smiled at the memory. He affected a Humphrey Bogart side-mouth drawl.
"It was late, see? And I was sitting in the bar going over my finances with my accounting team, bourbon in despair. She walked into the room like a vision from a sailor's dream. Her perfume filled the air like the smoke that hangs in a jazz club, the kind of place where Coltrane's licks made you feel the sound of pain. Her legs were as long as a night in jail, and her eyes were as blue as a broken heart. I could tell by the way she wrapped her mink stole around her shoulders that she was a classy broad." You realize a comment like that is considered highly inappropriate these days. Traz dropped the accent. "You're right. Let's make it a silk scarf that told me she was a classy broad." Domenic smiled. "Either way, to paraphrase something somebody said to me recently, you still ain't no Raymond Chandler." A set of headlights flashed by, heading east, the presence of another vehicle on the highway unusual enough that both men watched in the mirrors until its red lights had faded into the distance. In the renewed darkness of the car's interior, Traz waited for Jejeune to continue.
but he just kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead.
The woman who died, Annie Pryor,
said Traz quietly.
was she Damien's girlfriend?
Traz saw his friend shake his head.
Not at first. She hired Damien to help her with her research. Later,
he shrugged. Traz moved his head slightly.
When I first went to see Gaetan Robideau, he said she had been to see him. He said you'd been there too, asking about her. When I went back this time to ask him where I could rent a car, he offered me this one. He said it was time to start the healing.
Did he have something to do with her death? Jejeune shook his head again.
No, but he feels responsible for it. Because he made a deal with her? Promising her access to the Dean sites in return for those photographs? He told you that.
Traz nodded.
But he knew the council would never sanction it. I guess that's where his guilt comes in, because he sent her out there on a fool's errand. He deceived her into thinking that there was a chance that they would, just to get those photos.
Jejeune was quiet for a moment. His grasp of the Dean culture was shaky at best, but even he could understand the sacrifice Robideau had been prepared to make to protect the thing he loved. Integrity, truthfulness, honour, all cornerstones of his upbringing as a Dean, all abandoned to save the precious waters of the park. How much birch sap would it take to cleanse Robideau of his sins, he wondered. Was there enough in this park? In all of the Dean lands?
Was Damien in on this?
Asked Traz.
Was he part of this plan to help Pryor get access to those sites?
Jejeune shook his head.
Damien knows less about anthropology than he knows about saying no to pretty women. He was just there to capture the cranes and retrieve the photo chips.
So, it was just the two of them involved then? Just Pryor and Robideau? Jejeune stared at the unbroken darkness as it drifted past the car, as if looking for something in it. Perhaps there was some guardedness in Traz's voice, a hint of uncertainty. Or did he just want it to be there, to make his task easier when the time came? He couldn't find the will to go there yet, but he couldn't manage casual conversation with Traz in its stead either, not now they had tested the edges of the topic.
"Okay with you if I grab a couple of hours more sleep?" he asked. "I'll just stretch out in the back for a while."
Dawn broke with a pink sunrise. On both sides of the car, the spiky silhouettes of conifers lined the road like tiny mountain ranges, dark against the soft, rose-coloured glow of the sky. Domenic stirred in the back seat and sat up to look through the windscreen. Traz saw his friend in the mirror.
"Welcome back,"
he said, pulling over.
"About time for a stretch, anyway."
He looked up and down the highway as they got out, a long, lonely ribbon of tarmac stretching arrow-straight through the wilderness, as relentless and uncompromising as truth.
"You know what's strange about this road?"
Traz said.
"Not a single billboard. You drive through the U.S. and it seems like there's one about every 10 meters. But up here, take away the road markings and you could travel for hours without any evidence of human existence whatsoever."
He looked around again.
"Once, that kind of seclusion would have really appealed to me. Now, though," he shook his head, "I'm realizing it's kind of nice to have somebody to share things with."
Jejeune looked out at the unblemished green carpet of conifers rolling out to the horizon in all directions. From here, you could almost believe this forest stretched to the ends of the earth. The prospect of finding two people lost in this landscape seemed impossible, and his gratitude grappled with what he had to do. But in the end, he knew his duty would win out. It always did.
"I'm guessing you don't mean share them with me,"
said Jejeune quietly. Traz smiled.
"We just connected. We see things the same way. We like the same stuff. Well, mostly. It's just, I don't know, there, in the air between us."
"You know, don't you, JJ? You know when it's the right one. It must have been the same for you when you first met Lindy. The comment was like a dagger into Jejeune's heart. He could tell from his friend's voice that it was like when he met Lindy. Real, certain, unshakable. How would he feel if Traz had been the one trying to destroy that? A wave of regret overwhelmed him, but he knew he had no choice. It was who he was. He did what was necessary. He did what was right, however wrong it seemed. Did you ever think about what a coincidence that was? The two of you meeting like that, and her needing a ride in exactly the same direction you were heading? Traz turned sharply to look at his friend. What? You think Verity was just in the bar looking for a lift? That's not how it was, JJ. It was my idea. As a matter of fact, she even refused at first. Traz looked into his friend's eyes, but he seemed not to care for the expression he found there. You think she was just playing me? No, you're wrong. But it was there in his voice now. The sound of a man fighting against a rising tide of logic, fighting to deny what his own senses were telling him. Traz was scrabbling around frantically for a grip that would allow him to hold on to his fantasy world, where happy coincidences occurred in cowboy bars and soulmates dropped out of the sky into your life. Traz shook his head again. Come on, JJ. Let me have this one, okay? Give that suspicious policeman's mind of yours a rest for once, and just accept this for what it is. Fake, baby. Karma. I'm telling you, this is the real thing. But Traz knew it wasn't. Jejeune could see it in his eyes, and that was why, instead of standing out there on the gravel shoulder of this empty road in the crisp morning air, waiting for his friend to continue, Traz slid into the passenger seat of the Durango. You want to catch that flight, we should be moving. Just remember to keep to the speed limit. We don't want your name coming up on the RCMP's radar if you get stopped for speeding. Chapter 51. Mike put a finger to his lips and flattened himself against the wall beside the open doorway, rolling the finger now as a sign to them to keep the conversation going. Your boyfriend should be here by now, ad-libbed Hayes. What am I supposed to do with you if he doesn't show up? He set the laptop beside him silently, but he did not rise from the sofa. Still, we'll give him a bit more time, eh? After all, he's got a long way to come. Mike edged along the wall, fingers feeling for the doorway's moulded surround. He turned into a crouch as they touched it, bringing his hands in front of him at waist height, shoulders pitched slightly forward. It was the best position for rapidly disarming an assailant at close quarters. But the stance offered no protection against a blow to the head. As Mike spun low through the doorway, the barrels of the shotgun smashed into his temple with venomous accuracy. He reeled back into the room and collapsed, clutching his cheek. "Hello, Linz," said a familiar voice. "Sorry, no coffee today, just me." Peter Marler motioned with the shotgun, and Mike scooted along the floor farther into the room, the blood flowing freely from his wound. Levelling the gun towards Lindy, the person she had only known as poor, sad Jeremy kept his eyes on the two men. "Anybody looks like they're even thinking about coming in this direction, I'll drop her where she stands." Danny stayed put, his eyes not leaving Marler's face. "I seem to remember you were a knife man, Ray," said Marler. "On the table, far side." Hayes reached behind him and withdrew the knife from his belt. He placed it carefully on the low coffee table between them. "I needed to be close, Lindy," said Marler, moving cautiously into the room. "Oh, Ray here was playing hide-and-seek. No point trying to pin a murder on somebody who's not around, is there? But as soon as he surfaced, I needed to be there, ready to act fast, to make sure he was still around to be put in the frame. Steady." Mike held up both hands to show his movement had been to check on his wound only. The blood was running down onto his shirt collar, soaking into the material, but the sergeant was still seated on the polished wood floor, still watching, still obeying. "Cuffs," said Marla. "Raise left hand to the metal frame."
Just the one hand?
Marla had the gun pointed directly at Lindy's chest. Danny wasn't going to risk getting the instructions wrong, but it was Hayes who answered. "One hand, Sergeant." He turned his eyes on Marla. "I shot the cop and the girl, all while cuffed." "That's your plan, right?" 2 dead bodies and gunshot residue on my hands, my prints on a shotgun that has somehow fallen just out of my reach where I can't wipe them off. It's make-believe, Marla. You're insulting their intelligence." "Always about intelligence with you, Ray, wasn't it? But who is it the cops have been looking for in connection with 2 previous attempts on her life? You grabbed her. Your DNA will be all over her car. You think they'll be interested in some story about somebody else being here? There's only 3 people in this little menage-a-trois of yours, Ray. You and the 2 people you killed. The cop and the girlfriend of the man who put you away. The man who was always that bit more intelligent than you. 1 cuff," he said to Mike, and then back on the floor. Lindy could see Mike's blood-stained hand shaking. She stepped forward reflexively. "Jeremy, Mr. Marla, Danny's lost a lot of blood. He's badly hurt. Let me help him." "I wouldn't worry about it," said Marla, turning to look at her. "It's not going to matter to him for much longer." Perhaps it was a stumble, dizziness brought on by the loss of blood. Perhaps it was something more. It didn't matter to Marla. He backed away from Danny's lurch in his direction and brought the gun stock down on Mike's skull with sickening force. The sergeant crumpled to the floor heavily. He was lying on his back, his eyes staring up into the barrels of Marla's gun. "Big mistake, Sergeant!" Lindy screamed and raced across the room. Marla turned to raise the gun towards her, not even seeing Ray Hayes' approach, until the blow from the side hit him. He reeled away off balance, fighting to level the gun barrels in Hayes' direction. Hayes clawed to push them away, grappling frantically with Marla for control of the weapon. The 2 men hauled each other back and forth, Marla wrenching the gun away, Hayes latching on again desperately. He lost his footing and slipped back, dragging Marla down on top of him. They bounced onto the cushions of the couch, locked in a death roll over the weapon, twisting and tearing at the gun. The thunder of the gunshot reverberated through the room, its echo rolling like smoke into every corner. Lindy jammed her hands against her mouth in horror as Marla rolled off onto the floor. Hayes slumped back against the couch, his shoulder a mess of wet purple pulp. Holding the weapon in one hand, Marla awkwardly snapped the cuff around Hayes' still juddering wrist and fastened the other end around the metal frame. He stood up and backed away, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, breathing heavily. "So, what are you going to do now, genius?" said Hayes, panting between the words. He winced with pain as he tried to move his arm. "1 shell left, and 2 of them. Or did I somehow miraculously reload 2 while I was handcuffed? Give it up, Marla. They'll be coming. Quiet place like this. They don't hear many gunshots. They'll be on their way already." Marla was drawing deep breaths of air into his lungs and blinking sweat from his eyes. He looked from Mike to Lindy and back again. "1 left," he said. He swiveled the gun towards Lindy and backed her away towards the wooden chair. He fished in his jacket pocket for a length of rope and tied her tightly to the frame. She offered no resistance. She was sobbing quietly. Not at her own plight, but for Danny Mike, as she caught sight of him on the far side of the room. He had passed out, blood still flowing from the wounds on his head and temple. He was so pale, she wasn't even sure he was breathing. Marla leaned forward and picked up the knife from the table, holding it delicately by the blade between his gloved fingers to avoid removing Hayes' prints. "You did her first, Ray, with this. The copper came in and saw what you'd done. He managed to get the one cuff on you, but then it all kicked off. You caught one in the shoulder, but you managed to get the gun off him and split his head open with it. Then, with him lying there all dazed and helpless, you did him too." Marla nodded to himself. "Yeah, that's what happened here."
"They'll never buy it, Marla. They'll see through it in a minute."
But there was no conviction in Hayes's laboured, gasping words, only desperation. "A defenceless cop, shot where he lay? Oh, they'll buy it, Ray. They'll want to see. They'll want their pound of flesh for this one." Marla nodded. "And you'll be it. They're going to lock you up in the deepest, darkest place they've got for this. You're never going to see the light of day again." He leaned the shotgun against the edge of the coffee table and approached Lindy. She looked him in the eyes, but there was nothing of Jeremy in there. Nothing to connect with. "Please," she said. But she knew it would do no good. He came around behind her and laid a gloved hand on her shoulder. It felt cold through her thin blouse. He brought the knife around and pressed the blade against her neck, still holding it by the top edge. "Goodbye, Lindy." It was the last thing she would ever do, so Lindy was determined to make it count. She reared up off the seat and lunged backward at Marla, driving her heels into the ground for extra leverage. The chair back drove deep into Marla's chest, sending him backpedaling across the room. The knife rattled away across the floor as he fell. Lindy followed him, tripping over him and falling to the floor, the chair splintering on impact. She twisted her body to thrash the spindly wooden frame into Marla as he lay beneath her, her arms still strapped to the wood like a crucifix. Marla pushed her off and rolled to the side, lunging for the gun as he went. But his efforts only dislodged it, and it slid off the table edge, bouncing as it clattered onto the floor. Lindy crashed the chair into him again, driving him sideways as she wrenched her left arm free from the tangle of wood and rope. From the couch, Hayes strained forward as far as possible and tried to hook the gun towards him with an outstretched heel, grunting in pain at the effort. Marla lunged forward from his knees, grasping for the shotgun. Lindy scrabbled for the weapon herself. Hayes, Lindy, Marla. Only one of them could reach the gun. Only one of them did. Chapter 52. Lauren Salter rose to her feet and ushered the woman to a seat on the far side of the table. If DCS Colleen Shepherd wondered perhaps whether it might have been the role of the senior officer in the room to take charge of proceedings, she said nothing. She was content to sit and observe for the moment. "Thank you for coming in, Ms. Bonnecord. There are just a few details we need to clear up. You've brought in your copy of the signed agreement, as requested." So it was Ms. Bonnecord, not Susan. The woman's expression suggested the point wasn't lost on her. Now she was trying hard to pretend it didn't matter. She withdrew a slim black folder from her bag and slid it across the desk. Salter opened the folder and looked at the crisp, loose sheets inside. She nodded and set them to one side between herself and the DCS. "Additional information, you said?" Bonnecord flickered an uncertain smile toward the watching DCS, like someone who suspected a threat, even if she was not sure from where it might come. "About your statement." Salter made a show of riffling through a set of papers in front of her. It was theatrics, meant to raise the tension for Bonnecord as she waited for Salter's questions. But it was all a bit transparent and choreographed for Shepherd's liking. Salter would get away with it for now, with Bonnecord looking unsettled and agitated. But if the woman had a seasoned legal counsel sharing that side of the table, the sergeant's clumsy act would have been a tip-off about her inexperience. And a good lawyer would pounce on that. It was an item for the mental agenda Shepherd was compiling for the post-interview meeting with her new sergeant. Salter drew a statement sheet to the top of the pile. She consulted the document carefully and spoke without looking up. "You stated that you never let that receiver out of your hand once you answered the call from What Is Right." "Not as far as I know." Bonnecord seemed to realise she might need a more unequivocal answer. Yes, that is correct. Not until the police officer arrived. I seem to remember I was holding onto it quite tightly when he tried to get it out of my hand. And you were there in the room 111 at the domain at Saltmarsh when you answered the call? Yes. Bonnecord tried another small smile in DCS Shepherd's direction. Perhaps it was just going to be a clarification of earlier details after all. I have actually covered all this in my statement to you, Lauren. Shepherd looked across at her newly minted sergeant, in case she wanted to defer to her senior officer, to put a little distance between herself and the interviewee, now that Bonnecord had reminded everyone that the two of them had so recently been on first-name terms. But Shepherd knew Salter wouldn't let this one go. She was prepared, she was poised, and she was confident. A little over-confident, perhaps. But Shepherd was prepared to see where Salter was going to take the interview before she made any move to intervene. The Smart Suite log for room 111 shows that the system was requested to answer the room phone at 8:30. You made that request. Bonnecord nodded. The system is voice-activated, she explained to Shepherd, who was looking as if she wished her sergeant might have given her a bit more background on this line of inquiry. You simply address the system with any one of a number of preset commands, and it will perform the task. Even answering the phone. It wasn't clear who Shepherd was asking, but Bonnecord got in with her answer first. You ask for it to be put on speakerphone. You don't need to lift the receiver, though you can afterward, obviously. Salter nodded in a way that suggested all this was leading in the direction she intended. Shepherd had no idea where that was. Salter had clearly picked up a few things from working alongside DCI Jejeune. Not all of them were good. The DCS would be reminding the new sergeant later that it wouldn't hurt to keep her superiors in the loop in future. But she was doing okay. A little bit full of herself, perhaps, with the excitement of closing in on her first arrest, but that was forgivable. The juices would be flowing, the heart rate would be up. It would be hard not to get a little carried away. Salter raised her head and looked directly at Bonnecord. You said in your statement you heard Wattis Wright being killed somewhere between 8:35 and 8:40. I take it you don't want to change that? Bonnecord's confident smile from a few moments earlier had disappeared now. She sat forward again. No. I used my phone to dial the front desk, as you know. I already suspected it might be important not to terminate the landline call. According to my phone, the time I made that call was 8:46. Wattis Wright would have been killed shortly before that. I told you I stayed on the phone for a few moments, trying to speak to him. I don't know how long. Salter nodded. Your GPS confirms room 111 as the location of your phone from about 6:30 p.m. onward that night. Too much, thought Shepherd. The woman had made a call on the phone from her room. Had it really been necessary to verify her phone was in that location? Again, such zealousness was understandable in a new sergeant, but it was one more item for Shepherd's post-case review. The list was growing. Bonnecord, too, looked shocked that Salter had taken the trouble to confirm such a minor detail. Of course, my phone was in my hotel room. Where else would it be? Shepherd had not encountered Susan Bonnecord before, but even she realised the broker's assertive tone as an attempt to regain control of a situation she felt slipping away from her. Somehow, somewhere, Salter had struck a nerve. All she had to do now was be patient. Softly, softly. Let it sink in, whatever it was. Let Bonnecord think about it, worry about it, get uncomfortable, and stop fiddling with those bloody papers. It's important, you see, because if your phone was there, You wouldn't have had to be in the room to answer that call from What is Right. There was a beat of silence as both Bonnecord and Shepherd digested the comment. "This is where you stop, Sergeant," thought Shepherd. "Not another word now. Let her come to you. Let her tell you what happened." But Salter didn't heed her DCS's silent warning. See, the way this could have happened is quite simple. You could have called your mobile with a burner phone, leaving the line open. Then you could have left your phone in your hotel room and gone to Wright's house, taking the burner with you. "Sergeant!" There was urgency in Shepherd's tone, but not enough to stop Salter's building momentum. She steamrolled over her DCS's interruption and trundled on. "At Wright's house, you could have waited outside, unseen in those bushes, until exactly 8:30. You knew he'd be calling you precisely at the time he had arranged. Punctuality was another one of those old-world values of Wright's that you found so quaint. As soon as you heard him ask the hotel switchboard for your room number, you could have spoken into the burner phone and had your mobile issue the command to the system in your room, 'Benson, answer the telephone.' 'Sergeant Salter, a word, please, immediately.'" But Salter was gathering speed, her eyes on the finish line. She had Bonnecord in her sights, and she was closing in. She held up a hand to still Shepherd's warning and barreled right through. As far as the front desk associate knew, that was you in the room picking up the call. Then, with your alibi in place, you rang What is Right's front doorbell. And when he answered you, stabbed him to death, with him still on the call to your room. Silence. Shepherd lowered her gaze to the desk so Bonnecord wouldn't see the look of despair on her face. "You had her," she thought. "You bloody had her. You had done all the hard work, put it all together, and you couldn't keep your mouth shut long enough to reel her in." Now, Salter had told this woman, this suspect, who hadn't even been read her rights yet, all her reasoning, all her logic. Bonnecord was clever enough to stop talking now and let a lawyer pick through Salter's claims and come up with plausible explanations for all of them. It was a total bloody catastrophe. Bonnecord recognised it too. Shepherd could tell from the faintly disguised smugness in her smile as she spoke. "And why on earth would I want to kill Mr. Wright?" "Sergeant Salter, I think it may be wise to suspend the interview at this time while we review our position." The case still had a pulse, barely. But if Shepherd was going to salvage anything from it, she needed to stop the carnage now. She'd get Danny Mike on it, whenever she could find him. She'd get him to have another go at Bonnecord, a more measured approach this time, more patient. There may still be enough good police work here to close this out, but not with the runaway train that was First Case Sergeant Lawrence Salter at the controls. You killed him because he refused to sign the agreement. Shepherd was too shocked by Salter's answer to offer any protest. Bonnecord was actually laughing now. "Sergeant, you have a document in front of you that manifestly proves the opposite. This is ridiculous." Bonnecord looked at Shepherd and raised her eyebrows in an expression that mingled astonishment with exasperation. Shepherd couldn't disagree with either the sentiment or the woman's comment. But, as inexperienced and reckless as Salter was, the sergeant wasn't stupid. Shepherd waited in silence to see what Salter had to say. "That signature is a forgery. It's very good, and I'm aware that it would be hard to prove now that Wright is dead. But Mr. Wright didn't sign that document. I think he told you he was backing out of the deal. Once he saw his dishonesty in black and white, he realised he couldn't go through with it. He knew Jenny Wynne was entitled to a share of those rights. Their decency never really leaves them, you see. Those men with those old-fashioned values. Even if they might wobble a bit in the face of temptation, their sense of morality is always there at their core. What is right was going to back out of that deal, until you could renegotiate for the rights with both of them. And Wynne, I'm fairly sure, would have driven a far harder bargain than the one Wright had agreed to. You're wrong, Lauren. Wright signed that deal. That agreement is legal, it is valid, and it is binding. No court in the land is going to find otherwise. Bonnecord looked at Salter directly, locking onto her with a frank, challenging stare. Whatever friendship had existed, whatever connection they may have once shared, there was nothing between them now. This was a battleground, and Bonnecord was in her comfort zone. Now, it was she, not Salter, moving in for the kill. I had no motive whatsoever to kill what is right. And no opportunity either. The system at the domain logs all entries and exits. They will prove I was in the room all night. The system monitors doors only, though, Miss Bonnecord. Isn't that right? It doesn't record the opening and closing of windows, not even for the ground floor rooms. A bit of an oversight, that, from a security perspective. I might have to have a word with him about it. Salter looked up to show Bonnecord this was her battleground too, and she wasn't backing down. Your reputation was on the line, wasn't it? The show's producers had told you they needed those rights and you had promised to deliver them. There were plans that had already been drawn up. There were people counting on you for their jobs, for their roles in the new production. Contracts have been signed. 6-figure losses were in the cards if you failed to deliver. Your reputation would never recover from something like that. You, who had poured everything you had into your career, who never compromised a single moment of your personal time for it. For somebody who had sacrificed everything she had to be Susan Bonnecord, professional fixer, that was a lot to see destroyed by one cantankerous old man who was having an attack of the guilts. One decent, cantankerous old man. Salter picked up Bonnecord's copy of the agreement. There was a copy of this agreement on Wattis Wright's desk next to the uncashed cheque, she said. We were meant to believe this is a photocopy Wright made of that agreement, one he signed and mailed off to you earlier that day. Have I got that right? Bonnecord said nothing, her eyes locked on Salter. Shepherd, too, was looking at her sergeant intently. The DCS had discreetly trailed her arm out along the desk in the direction of the recorder. She was poised to snap it off and declare an immediate end to the interview. No more requests, no more subtle interventions. If Salter started going off the rails again, she would end things. But it didn't look like that was going to happen now. Salter was composed, she was in control, and she was ready. Those big photocopiers, like the one Wattis Wright had in his office, the one used to make this copy. They were very popular at one time, but then they disappeared virtually overnight. Hospitals got rid of them, and the military. Salter looked across at Shepherd. Even the police departments. Security concerns, somebody told me recently. At first, I thought he meant concerns about somebody leaving sensitive documents on the glass after copying them, but that didn't seem to pose a large enough threat to warrant abandoning these things wholesale. So you know what I did? I Googled it. Turns out, the real security concern was data storage. People found out the hard drives on these old photocopiers were storing tons of ultra-sensitive data. Medical records, police files, military secrets. Anybody who knew how to access the memory of these copiers would have access to everything the machine had ever copied. All time and date stamped. 8/36, said Salter. That's when this document was copied on Wattis Wright's photocopier. Being in possession of it puts you at the scene of Wattis Wright's murder at the exact time your own testimony says it was being committed. Salter learned fast. This time she said nothing. She simply sat there watching. There was no smugness on Susan Bonnecord's side of the table now. No self-assurance. There was only a woman who had ceased to exist. Perhaps it was because the silence still hung so heavy in the interview room that the constable's entry seemed so startling. Certainly, both police officers had started to rise from their chairs before the breathless young man even began his report. He flashed a glance at Bonnecord, but decided he didn't want to wait to get the officers out into the hallway. "Report of firearms discharge, ma'am. 2 shotgun blasts. They came from DCI Jejeune's cottage." Salter and Shepherd snapped a shared glance at each other. Neither needed to ask where Danny was now. They knew. And where Lindy was too. "First responders are on the scene. No IDs yet, but there are multiple victims." "Injuries?" The constable's eyes said it first. "Worse." By the time Shepherd had issued her terse command for the constable to stay with Bonnecord, Salter was already halfway down the corridor. Shepherd had caught up to her before they reached the station doors. Chapter 53. The sky was a palette of frosted pastels, pinks and lilacs and blues. Beneath it, dark mounds of drumlins rolled away in the distance. On both sides, stands of birches flickered past, their white trunks like a giant picket fence. Beside him, in the passenger seat, Traz's silence reminded Jejeune of all his friend had done for him, all he was still doing for him. But he knew he had to see things through to the end, as bad as it was going to be. Jejeune saw an abandoned building in a field, tethered to the highway by a narrow road that was slowly being reclaimed by the wilderness. He pulled off the highway and guided the Durango over the rutted surface, stopping beside the building. As the 2 men got out, Jejeune realized it had once been a chapel. The paint was peeling from the exterior in great scales, as if the building was sloughing off dead skin. Tattered shutters dangled from rusted hinges, flapping listlessly as the wind blew through the open windows. Through a hole in the roof, a shaft of light pierced the interior and flooded the space with a pale glow. Jejeune stared at the building now as he spoke. "Annie Pryor would have needed someone on the inside, Traz, to fit those cranes with the cameras. Aransas would have been the best place. It would have been easy enough to attract the birds to baited traps." "Come on, JJ. Those devices could have been fitted anywhere along the birds' migration route. Damien trapped cranes in Wood Buffalo without patterning them to bait. Is that all you got?" The cranes at Wood Buffalo were fitted with VHF collars, which made it easy for Damien to locate them. He sent you coordinates for all the stopover points. You already know whether there was any possibility somebody could get close enough to transient birds elsewhere, at Cheyenne Bottoms or Salt Plains, for example, to fit those devices. And there wasn't, was there? Traz was silent. Pryor knew she would only have a short time after the cranes arrived to remove the collars and cameras before the park staff started their nesting survey. But to anticipate when those cranes would be arriving in the park, you'd need to know exactly when they had departed from Aransas. Anyone at Wood Buffalo could have called in to request that information. I don't see anybody from the Canadian Wildlife Service asking on behalf of a cultural anthropologist. Do you? Not without wanting to know what her interest was. Traz was shaking his head. Verity would never be involved in anything like this. She loves those birds. The extra weight of all that monitoring equipment could have put their entire migration in jeopardy. She would never do that. The protest was almost frivolous, but Jejeune wouldn't treat it that way. Traz saw it as his duty to protect Verity now, so Jejeune would field every question, answer every objection, until his friend was ready to accept the truth. Ultra-lightweight housings, Traz, he said reasonably. They would have had negligible impact on large-bodied birds like the cranes. At worst, the extra drag might have forced the birds into an additional stopover or two if the weather was particularly bad. Traz said nothing. On the hillside behind the chapel, the tarmac road ran like a scar through the dense blanket of fir trees. It had been an incredible feat of engineering to drive an access road through this wilderness. But did humans really have any place here? Wondered Jejeune, where surviving was the only rule, and things like friendship and loyalty and betrayal played no part. Verity was going through my things when I woke up. Jejeune fished in his pocket and withdrew the blue photo chip. She was looking for this. No. Traz was shaking his head now. You must have this wrong. It was dark in that room. You were probably still a little messed up. Hallucinating, maybe. She wanted these photographs, Traz. Perhaps she still intended to give them to Rabideau. Maybe she was just going to destroy them to cover her tracks. Jejeune shrugged. I don't know. But she thought I had them, and she was going to take them. Traz had fallen silent again. Jejeune looked at the ruins of the chapel, this place where faith had been abandoned and belief in something greater than yourself had been carried away by the harsh northern winds. Traz hadn't asked him the question. He had once told Domenic not to check into somebody unless you were prepared to live with what you found. Traz had looked into Verity Brown, Jejeune knew now, and whatever he had found, he was prepared to live with it. He would make whatever compromises he needed to, sacrifice whatever he had to, in order to have his companion in this world. Traz hadn't asked Domenic the question, and that meant he already knew the answer. For Domenic, that answer was the one piece of the puzzle left, the one unknown. He knew Verity was guilty. He knew what she had done and how she had done it, and when and where. In the end, what did it matter if you didn't have the whole picture? So he would let Traz keep it to himself. The answer Domenic didn't have, the answer to the question Traz had failed to ask him. Why? The oncoming car rocked the Durango with its slipstream as it hurtled past. So many of the vehicles heading north had single travellers, as if the drivers were not so much on a trip, thought Traz, but a quest, to test themselves against the north, to find their own limits, their own tolerances. Perhaps he and Domenic had done that too. The silence in the car had existed between the men long before Jejeune had drifted off into a deep sleep. Traz looked across at his friend now, his disquiet masked by slumber. Traz's own feelings had spun through a spectrum of emotion since the two men had got back in the car. Resentment had been there, anger too, but now there was mostly just sadness. For a friendship that caused Domenic to care so much that he had to tell him. Them too. Till they got rare. Gatin Robideau's words still rang in Traz's ears. Whooping cranes. Part of the feast at these Dean gatherings, their bones part of the detritus buried at these sites, bones that would have been recovered by Annie Pryor during her excavations, bones holding the DNA of long-dead birds whose migratory instincts were intact, uncompromised, pure. Bones that would have given Verity Brown the back markers for her genetic modelling. It would have been a vital source of new data, one that would have garnered any researcher the respect of her peers. Data drawn from sources no one else had or could ever have. Data that would earn you the right to be considered worthy to hold an opinion, more, to voice it without facing ridicule or contempt. And who wouldn't want that? Who didn't deserve it? And how far would we go, any of us, for a chance to secure it? Domenic stirred and blinked himself awake. Traz looked across at his friend again. Through the window beyond him he could see farmland. The human landscape was gradually replacing the wild one they had left behind, encroaching ever nearer as they hurtled south on this highway. Soon there would be a town, then another, and then finally the airport and choices. "Welcome back,"
said Traz. "We made good time on that last stretch. We're only a couple of hours out at most."
Jejeune realized Traz wasn't just giving him their ETA. He was telling him how long he had to inform his friend of his decision.
"A crime was committed, Traz, and a woman died because of it. That's not something any police officer can ignore. Sometimes people die because of their own choices. There doesn't always have to be a reckoning, JJ. She saved your life."
It was the statement of a man bargaining for the freedom of somebody he loved. It was an unspoken appeal, too, to a friendship and all that meant, all that lay beneath it. But Verity Brown had broken the law. She had played a part in an illegal scheme that had cost a woman her life. Domenic had a duty to make sure Annie Pryor's death wasn't just chalked up as one more reckless, irresponsible soul lost to the wilderness. What else that duty demanded, though, he didn't know. They talked about other matters, anything and nothing, until Traz swept the Durango around to the departure terminal at Edmonton Airport and pulled up to the curb. Jejeune made no move to get out. He stared out through the windscreen. Traz did the same. Like someone stirring from sleep, Jejeune slowly reached into his pocket and withdrew the small plastic bag with the blue disc inside. "It seems as if people have been reminding me since the day I landed that I have no jurisdiction in this part of the world," he said. "This is evidence in Annie Pryor's death, and as such I have no right to take it out of the country with me." He pressed the bag into Traz's palm. "I am grateful to Very, Traz. Truly I am. But Annie Pryor is owed something here too. Somebody needs to do the right thing for her." Did his loyalty lie with the living or the dead? Traz was looking at him now, and Jejeune knew his friend could tell the question remained unanswered. He opened the door and reached over to offer a hand. "Thanks for the ride, Traz. It's been..." Traz nodded sadly. "Yeah," he said. "Me too." Chapter 54. Domenic Jejeune stared solemnly through the window in DCS Colleen Shepherd's office. The flat landscape seemed drained of colour, the strands of grass moving uneasily in a constant wind. A solitary kestrel hung suspended in the white sky, banking its wings constantly to hold its position in the blustery conditions. How many times he had sat here in this office, thought Jejeune, in how many different situations, but never one like this. Shepherd was standing the other side of the desk, a telephone cradled to her ear. She was half turned away from Jejeune, not to shield the words, he decided, but perhaps to avoid having to look at him. "That is correct, sir. 1 female fatality, 2 males recovered from the site, both in serious condition." She listened to the voice on the other end of the line for a moment. "No, those were the only ones involved as far as I know." Her half-twist in Domenic's direction suggested she might be about to verify something with him, but in the end she reconsidered and turned away again. Shepherd listened to additional comments from the other party and nodded briefly. "Of course, I'll keep you apprised of any changes in the situation. Thank you, sir." She replaced the receiver and sat down opposite Jejeune, offering him an apologetic look. "I'm sorry. I imagine that was the last thing you wanted to hear me discussing." The Chief Constable offers his condolences. "I'm not sure he quite understands the nature of the relationship between the two of you." Shepherd paused for a moment. "Still, there will be plenty of time to set him straight." "Yes," said Jejeune quietly. "There will." He looked out the window again. The kestrel had moved farther off to hover over another patch of pale meadow. The landscape looked the same as he remembered it, the faint swell of the field as it approached the horizon, the line of dark pines marking the far boundary. It seemed incredible to him that after all that had happened in his own life recently, a place like this could remain the same. But, despite all he had been through, the world had not changed. Only his world. Jejeune had come straight to the station from the airport, refusing offers of food and rest until he had interrogated Shepherd about what had happened at the cottage. He had read the report, now resting on the edge of her desk, and then asked more questions. As always, he wanted every detail, no matter how small, how insignificant. He had lingered over a couple of passages in the report, riffling back or forward between the pages. A contradiction? Some troubling inconsistency? No doubt there was. It was a hastily prepared draft only. But there was no doubt about the report's major findings. Of the terrible events that had occurred at the cottage, there was no question at all. You should get some sleep. There's nothing you can do here at the moment. Shepherd paused. I'm afraid the Chief Constable is adamant that his decision will stand, Domenic. You'll have to remain on leave until this business of removing evidence from a crime scene is reviewed. She looked at him over the top of her steel-rimmed glasses. It's entirely likely you'll be looking at suspension, you understand? There was no harm done in the end, of course, and that will undoubtedly work in your favour, but I wouldn't expect the Conduct Review Panel to be willing to brush this under the carpet completely. Evidence handling protocols are there for a reason, Domenic, and if they are breached, there must inevitably be consequences. Jejeune nodded silently. A suspension wasn't the foremost thing on his mind at the moment. But the DCS's delivery, her tone, her carefully chosen words of admonishment, all had a familiarity to them that he found strangely comforting. It was almost as if, after the constant sense of dislocation he had felt in the weeks of his self-imposed exile, the two of them had suddenly slipped back into their previous roles. And even if Shepherd's message itself wasn't particularly welcome, it was hardly unexpected either. He nodded mutely and stood up to leave. Domenic, after all that's happened, it would be quite understandable if you wanted to consider your future. Please know there will be no pressure on you to make a decision. You should take all the time you need. She paused. That is, unless you've already decided? But the small smile she gave him suggested she didn't really expect an answer, and she didn't wait for one. Go and get some rest now. There are a number of matters that will require your attention, I'm sure, but you need a clear head for some of the things you will have to deal with. I'd like to stop in and see Sergeant Mike, if you think he'd be up for a visit. Mike? Shepherd's eyebrows rose in surprise. Sorry, it's just that I thought Lindy would have been your first visit, that's all. She looked at him cautiously. Danny Mike was unconscious at the time of the shooting. I'm not sure he will be able to provide any more details than you already have. Jejeune shook his head. It's not that. Ray Hayes is a master of transferring guilt. He will have tried to convince the sergeant that it was all his fault, that it was his mistakes, his failings, that caused all this. It's important that someone tells him he wasn't to blame. A momentary look of irritation flashed across Shepherd's face. Jejeune nodded in understanding. You'll have already done that, I know, but I think it will be important for him to hear it from me. I'd like to express my gratitude to him, too. Shepherd nodded. It was an extraordinary piece of work, tracking down Hayes and Lindy. The sergeant and I will be having a serious heart-to-heart when he returns about his decision to handle the situation on his own. But truly, Domenic, I'm not sure anyone else could have managed to achieve what Danny Mike did. He's a good officer, said Jejeune, nodding. A good man. The comment resonated with him for a moment, though he couldn't have said why. I'm going to stop by the cottage too. I take it Soko have finished processing the scene? They have. But Do you think that's wise? Surely the man didn't need to pile on any more despair, revisiting the place of so many previous happy memories. I just need to grab a few things. Domenic, will you allow me to give you a little piece of advice? Don't leave it too long before you go and see Lindy. I understand your reluctance, obviously, but it's something you need to do, and putting it off won't make it any easier. You need to face up to things as soon as you can. It's necessary. For both of you. The emotional investment she made in her officers must have cost her dearly at times, but it was part of what made Colleen Shepherd the kind of DCS she was, and despite their differences in the past, it was the kind he would still have wanted to serve under. He wasn't sure whether that would be possible now, but he acknowledged her advice with a grateful smile. I know. I'll go tomorrow. I just don't want her to see me looking like this. He paused. I want to get cleaned up. I'd like to look my best for her. After this lying, she deserves nothing less. Shepherd lifted a sheet of paper from her desk. I understand your brother is recovering well? I know it must have been playing on your mind, having to leave to come here while he was still in hospital. Jejeune nodded. They'd kept Damien in for an extra night's observation in the hospital at Yellowknife, but it hadn't prevented 2 officers from the territorial RCMP from visiting him at his bedside. Jejeune was sure his brother would have told them everything he knew. That wasn't to say his account would be complete, but for the time being it would be the official record of what had happened out in the park, both before Domenic arrived and after. He was able to tell the authorities exactly where to find the woman's body, Shepherd continued. I wish I'd known her name when I was speaking to the chief constable. Female fatality has such a coldness to it. Annie Pryor. I doubt Damien will know how to contact her next of kin, but the park staff should have something on record. It's required information on the extended stay forms. Extended stay, he thought ironically. He stood up. I should be going. Shepherd nodded. Do wish Lindy well from me when you see her. She was understandably reluctant to dwell on the details, but she did at least manage to corroborate Hayes's version of events. Shepherd looked at Jejeune. Marley's death has been officially recorded as being the result of a weapon being discharged during a struggle with Hayes. Marley's arms were raised slightly when he was shot, consistent with him being in the act of falling back, having lost his grip on the shotgun. Must have been horrific for Lindy, watching someone shot like that at such close quarters. It's the sort of thing that stays with you. Shepherd looked out the window, though she didn't seem to be seeing anything out there. She's been through a difficult time, Domenic. I suspect she'll need some counselling if she's to come to terms with everything that's happened. Jejeune managed to raise a smile from somewhere. She'll love that. She returned her gaze to Jejeune. I've seen it achieve some remarkable results, but it will take time. A long time. You'll need to be patient. Shepherd paused. I suppose what I'm saying is you might want to prepare yourself for the fact that she may not be ready to pick up where you two left off, at least not yet. Jejeune looked at his DCS to see if there was anything behind her words, to see if perhaps Lindy had already said as much to her. But there was nothing in Shepherd's look beyond the concern for the well-being of one of her officers, concern for a person she thought of as a friend. Shepherd softened her tone. There is one other thing. She looked reluctant to continue, but Jejeune could anticipate what was coming. He tried to give her an expression that would make it easier for her. The RCMP wanted a word, and I got the impression that sooner would suit them better than later. I did explain that you'd just got back and there were a number of personal matters you'd need to attend to, but I suggested we might set up a video call here for tomorrow afternoon. I'll be available. They would have asked for a senior officer to be present at the interview, thought Jejeune, and the here meant they wanted it conducted in a controlled setting. It explained how Shepard had such up-to-the-minute information about Damien's condition too, when he had only just received the news himself. But he nodded at Shepard's suggestion anyway. If the meeting had been scheduled for the morning, he would have asked for a postponement. But by the afternoon, Domenic would be able to tell the Canadian police everything he knew as his duty required. Whether it was his duty to share the things he merely suspected was a question he was still struggling with. By tomorrow, he would need an answer. He looked out of Shepard's window one last time. The kestrel had gone, moved on to more fertile hunting grounds. The sky held no birds now. It was a wide, white emptiness, with not even a single fold in the cloud cover. A blank slate to start over, or a shroud to lay over what had once been his life here. He didn't know the answer to that yet, either, but he soon would. Chapter 55.
You just missed the DCI.
Mike peered past Salter, as if checking whether Jejeune's car might still be in sight. He remembered his manners and stood aside to let her enter his house. She was carrying a holdall, which she set down in the hallway without explanation. Mike helped her out of her jacket and hung it on the coat rack, ushering her into the living room. Standing behind her as she entered, the room suddenly seemed dull and uninviting to him. It was as if Salter's entrance brought light and vitality, and it had only served to highlight the drabness of the room's decor. Time to redecorate, he decided, a project he could look into during his forced recuperation. Wine? He asked. He held up a hand. I know your fitness regimen and all that, but surely a small glass is in order to celebrate closing your first case. Go on then, a small one. He returned from the kitchen and handed her a glass. He hadn't poured one for himself. It's still got a tea going, he explained. She was sitting facing him and leaned forward slightly. I see Norwich had a good result today. It was yesterday, and a goalless draw against that mob is hardly a good result. They're bottom of the league by 5 points. Any other test questions? She smiled sheepishly. Concussion is serious, Danny. Pretending otherwise could be a big mistake. Somebody is supposed to keep an eye on you overnight, just in case. I doubted there'd be a long line-up of volunteers, so I thought I might as well put my hand up. I brought a bag. I can use the couch if the spare room's not made up. It is, said Danny simply. So, tell me, Detective Sergeant Salter, how did you crack it in the end? With later cases, he wouldn't ask, and Salter wouldn't say. Her deductive reasoning would become apparent as one read through her report. Seasoned officers were content to let it stay there. But this was her first case. The first time she had trusted her cleverness to lead her to her conclusions, and Mike knew she wanted to share it. He knew, too, that she'd be shy about it, and get that lovely rosy glow on her neck and cheeks before she told him. I asked myself how they knew. Albert Ross and Jenny Wynne. What is right wasn't going to broadcast the fact to Wynne that he had successfully stolen her rights, and if he did intend on backing out on his investment plans, he wouldn't have asked Ross round to see him. He'd have gone to Ross's to deliver the news. It's the proper way to do it, the way that type of man would handle something like that. So, if there were to be any fireworks, they'd have been at Ross's house, not Wright's. Danny nodded. So, it must have been Susan Bonnicord who told them both the deal had been concluded. Two people with a history of IED, each receiving news that would make them angry at the very least. Their motives provided Bonnicord with all the cover she needed. I never even looked in her direction.
That business with the remote phone command.
Mike shook his head in admiration.
That would have had any of us old dinosaurs spinning around in circles. And then, at the other end of the technological timeline, that old photocopier Wright had. All things considered, you had your work cut out for you.
It can't have been easy coming to terms with the cutting-edge stuff at the hotel and the wonders of prehistoric equipment like that. Danny held up his mug, anyway, to closing the case. He paused and looked at her significantly. And, leaving doors open. Salter's colour turned slightly deeper. Oh, you heard about that. At some point, Susan Bonaccord had offered her confession. Perhaps she had done so while Salter and the DCS were at the hospital. Perhaps the two officers had needed to work on her some more once they got back to the station. But if Mike's grasp of the timing might be slightly off, the details of what Salter had done afterward had made it through the station's grapevine clearly enough. She had gone to see Albert Ross at the nursery. She told him Wattis Wright had foregone a larger potential payout through future royalties in favour of a smaller lump sum up front. It was the kind of thing you might do, Salter had suggested, if you needed ready cash, like if you planned to make an investment in something. It wasn't that his will had failed him. It was simply that he had decided Jenny Wynne should have the chance to invest in Ross's nursery too. In the end, unless Ross made peace with his other demons, Salter's visit wouldn't change much. But somewhere down the road, in the quiet hours, it might be enough to convince Ross that someone once had faith in him to want to back his enterprise. And if it did, then it might make a difference. A small one, perhaps, but sometimes that was all you could hope for. The gesture told Danny that Lauren Salter had what she needed to become a successful detective sergeant. A concern for the dead, but also for the living they left behind.
It's, not that I don't appreciate you coming,
said Danny.
but I'd have thought you'd have better things to do with your weekend.
She shook her head. Max is sleeping over at a friend's house. Perhaps it was the thought of the upcoming stream of such lonely moments that encouraged her to take such a long drink of her wine. She looked into the empty glass, then set it down self-consciously.
Another?
Asked Mike. Salter smiled her refusal. So, what did the DCI want?
He wanted to know what I could remember.
And you told him you were concussed? Unconscious, in fact, so you couldn't really remember anything of what went on? Just like you told us in the official questioning, right? Salter looked at Danny frankly, watching for his reaction.
I told him I wouldn't be able to add anything to the official record.
Salter continued looking at him for a long time, trying to decide if that was the same thing. But she found the blankness of Danny's expression disconcerting, and eventually turned away. Perhaps I will have another one after all, she said. Want another tea? He shook his head and watched her leave. It was good she was staying, he thought. A night on his own would have had him mulling over his reaction to the DCI's visit. Try as he might, a quiet, empty house was no place to avoid troubling thoughts. The hesitancy at the doorway had been strangely at odds with the DCI's usual confident knock. A brief greeting, and then into the living room to get down to business. Except this was no normal business. This was DCI Domenic Jejeune asking questions to which his eyes suggested he might not want answers. And, although Danny recognised this, he had no intention of withholding anything or misleading his DCI. It would have been pointless anyway. By this stage in their relationship, Jejeune could read him better than any man he had ever known, and Danny knew that he would not have been able to conceal the truth from him. It's the blood, Danny, Jejeune had told him. The blood that's not on the gunstock. Even without the DCI's body language, the uneasy pacing, the constant looking around the room, the rare use of Mike's first name would have signalled to him how important the issue was to the DCI. His response to Jejeune had been what he told Salter. He was dazed, completely out of it for the most part. He couldn't confirm anything that had happened. But he couldn't deny Jejeune's unspoken premise either. He couldn't offer him explanations about the absence of blood, or how a gun that must have landed in one place could have ended up where it did instead. He couldn't explain any of that, and he knew that meant Jejeune would leave his house carrying all the same doubts he had arrived with, perhaps more firmly entrenched, given that Danny had failed to offer any alternatives to them. He had no idea what his DCI would do now, with his unprovable theories and his unanswered questions. The man who had left these shores had been so certain of things, but this one who had returned seemed different somehow. It was as if his time away had taught him something about the imperfections of this human world of ours, about where a person had to make a stand and when he should stand aside, about priorities and compromises, and what parts of yourself you need to hold on to, and what parts you had to be willing to let go in order to let life in. Danny knew all this because he too had struggled with these questions recently. He had looked into his coming death, staring at the cold, dark openings of the twin barrels in Peter Mahler's hands, and he had realized that he had no more chances left. This was his time to die. Something had changed within him when he came back from that moment. Something profound. Now Jejeune had his suspicions, and Danny knew what they were. But as soon as the DCI had left this house, the startling realization came over Danny that it no longer mattered to him. Even if he shared Jejeune's suspicions, as he believed somewhere in the back of his mind he might, he was willing to make his peace with them. He wasn't sure if Domenic Jejeune could live with his uncertainties, but Danny knew he could. His priority now was to make the most of the reprieve he had been granted. There was nothing he could do that would change what had happened at the cottage. All he could do was to get on with what happened after. Salter returned from the kitchen carrying her glass of wine. She set it down and rummaged through her bag. "I thought you might like to see this," she said, producing a DVD. "The original dance routines of the Chamalars. I had Tech burn a copy for me. You probably don't have a DVD player, though, or do you?" "It's over there, by the phonograph," said Mike. Once more the blandness of the room struck him as he looked around, but he knew it would take more than a few licks of paint or some bolts of wallpaper to transform this room. There was more to be overcome. This room, this house, held the past. He stood up to take the disc, but Salter squeezed in front of him. "I'll do it." She slid the disc into the slot as Mike clicked on the TV, and the grainy black-and-white footage came to life. The music swelled, pouring into the silence of the room, and Salter began swaying slightly, holding her wine glass loosely off to one side as she danced. "I suppose you're going to tell me they took these moves from old Motown routines?" she said over her shoulder, her gaze still fixed on the screen. "If they did, they've changed them a bit," said Mike. Salter realised he was standing behind her, but she didn't turn. The hips, for one thing. And that shoulder turn. She sensed his body close behind her and felt his hand on her shoulder. More like this. He eased her shoulder forward slightly and rested a hand on her opposite hip. And this. From behind, he brought his cheek alongside hers, and she felt his soft breath on her neck. He wrapped an arm around her waist, and together they swayed gently to the music, Danny leaning comfortably against her, and Salter still resolutely facing the screen as the tears flowed down her cheeks. Chapter 56. Domenic Jejeune walked along the coastal path, buffeted by the familiar greeting of the onshore winds. The soft whisper of the waves breaking against the rocky shore rose up from somewhere at the base of the cliff. He stopped when he saw the figure ahead of him. Lindy was sitting on the edge of the path, feet dangling over the side of the rock face, looking out to sea. She looked as sad as he had ever seen her. For so long, his dreams had revolved around this moment, but in them, Lindy greeted his return by running up to him, long hair flying behind her, a delighted smile on her face, to fling her arms around him in a hug. Even from this distance, he could tell there would be no delighted smile, no hug, not even Lindy's newly cropped hair would be flying in the breeze. His heart flinched at the thought of approaching her, but he knew he had to. She remained still, staring out over the sea as he approached. The flat morning light had coated the rippling surface of the water with glitter. On the horizon, a low bank of cloud was tinged with pale orange. The sight was as enthralling as it had ever been, but Jejeune had eyes only for the person looking at it. I've always thought that in heaven it'd be easy to tell the people who are from this part of the world, said Lindy, still staring out. They'd be the ones looking homesick. She scrambled to her feet and looked at him. He was right. There was no hug, no smile. You look great, said Domenic. Your hair, I'm growing it out. I made a couple of changes to my life I'm not sure I should have. Was the diesel version another of them? He looked over his shoulder back towards the cottage at the far end of the path. The Jeddas parked in the driveway, he said simply. Farther along the path, a small bird dropped into a gorse bush. Domenic thought he caught a flash of blue on the head. The light out here, it was always playing tricks. Lindy looked past him towards the cottage, and he saw the pain shimmer behind her eyes. I can't go in there, Dom. I told you that on the phone. Here's okay, but not inside. She shook her head. It was always windy up here on the path, their path, and sometimes it made Lindy's eyes water. I've decided to sell up, she said. In fact, there's a note from my solicitor winging its way to Canada as we speak. The shock left Domenic without words. The sound of the wind baffled against his ears. Out on the water, the rising sun had shifted the sea through shades of colour and settled on a soft dove grey. Tiny flecks of white foam crested the waves as they gently rolled towards the beach. He nodded. I can understand. No, Dom. Lindy shook her head firmly. You can't. Something terrible took place in there. Something horrible and evil. I don't want to set foot in that place ever again, not even to clean it out. I'll get a service in to do it or something. I can do it, Lindy. If you want to sell, we'll sell. We can start again somewhere else. The fugitive shape popped out briefly from the cover of the bush, and Domenic was all but certain now. The size was right, the shape and the colours. The chest was red. Surely it was no trick of the light. We can't just hit the reset button, Dom. Lindy looked at him. We just can't go back to the way things were. Too much has changed for that. Things have happened. Things that can't be undone. I'm so sorry, Lindy, he said. I had to handle it like this. It was the only way. No, it wasn't. Not the only way. You wanted to deal with it for me, not with me. We should have discussed it. But of course you're too bloody arrogant to even consider that somebody else might have a point of view that deserves hearing. So you left me here to go through that. She choked back her emotion and flapped her hand at him. She had not raised her voice, but the words had landed like blows. He turned away from her, seeking escape. The dark shape of a sparrowhawk was approaching low over the fields. Along the path, his bird sat backlit on top of the gorse bush, readying itself to flee from the approaching predator. Was there blue? Red? He couldn't tell, but he knew in his heart there was. And he knew that when the painted bunting flew off, it would not return. Once it had slipped away, it would be gone forever. He turned back to Lindy. "Perhaps we could go away somewhere. I'll be getting some time off. I took evidence with me to Canada." She nodded. "The bookmark. Did you bring it back?" He nodded. "I wanted to give it to you today, but they need to keep it for the inquiry." "You were going to give it to me? I gave it to you, Dom." "That bookmark was my gift to you." She managed a little choking laugh. "You never really did get the hang of that re-gifting thing, did you?" "I'm looking at a suspension," he said. 30 days at least, I would guess. Longer, most likely. We could go away somewhere. Anywhere you like, just the two of us. Lindy shook her head. "It'll just be window dressing. They'll reinstate you as soon as a big case comes along. Despite everything, they'll find they can't get by without you." The inference in Lindy's flat tone was clear. Perhaps some people could. "Lindy, what happened in the cottage, I think I know. There was none of Danny Mike's blood on the gun stock." "It's okay, Lindy," he was telling her. "You can let me see your pain. You can let me into your darkness." He was fighting for his life, their life. Along the path, the gorse branch was empty. His prized lifer had disappeared forever. He couldn't allow Lindy to escape too, not without trying everything he could. Sergeant Mike's blood was on the barrel, but the report says Marla also struck him on the scalp with the stock. There should have been blood on there too. Some trace, at least. He paused, but Lindy was unable to raise her eyes to look at him. She was shaking her head, silently pleading with him not to continue. But it was important now that he carried on. He had to show her he knew. He knew the truth and he could accept it. He had the evidence, he had the facts, and Lindy, with every word, with every feathery breath and half-choked sob as she looked back past him to the cottage, confirmed it all. Lindy looked up and flapped her arms at her sides in frustration, her cheeks wet with tears that were not from the wind. "Oh, Dom! Why did you have to be you?" "The rug in the living room has been moved. There's a deep scar in the wood beneath it. That scar wasn't there when we had those floors refinished. It's from the shotgun's locking mechanism, isn't it? It happened when the gun hit the floor, when it fell away from the table and landed in that direction." He waited. Lindy had to tell him the rest. It had to be her decision. If she didn't tell him, where would that leave them? He didn't know. But it would be Lindy's choice now. Everything would be up to her, just as it should have been all along. "He said we were in it together now," she said softly, staring out at the sea as she disappeared back through the tunnel of her memories. "Oh, Tom, it was so awful." She began sobbing, and her grief poured out of her in great waves, like the rolling grey-green swells beside them. He pulled her in close and held her, letting her cry into his chest, while the sounds of the sea washed over them, and the bare branches of the gorse bush danced in the breeze. When the worst had passed, Domenic guided her to the edge of the path where she had been when he first arrived. They sat together, and he put his arm around her shoulder. "I couldn't think," she said. "I was holding the gun. Jeremy, Marla, was on one side, and Hayes was on the other. They were both screaming at me at the same time. Hayes was telling me to pass him the gun. Marla was telling me not to do it." Her voice sounded detached, disconnected, as if she needed to distance herself from it, needed to be somebody else, reporting on the events, not Lindy living them again. "My hand was shaking. The shotgun was so heavy. I couldn't get my other arm free to hold it steady. Hayes kept saying the same thing, the same words, over and over again. His voice never changed. Pass me the gun, Lindy. Pass me the gun, Lindy. Pass me the gun, Lindy. And all the time Marla kept telling me not to. Don't give it to him, Lindy. Don't do it. I remember wondering what would happen if Marla came towards me, whether I would shoot him. I wasn't sure. I didn't know if I could. She paused and looked down. She had her knees gathered to her chest, and she was trembling slightly, despite Jejeune's embrace. It was so loud. And the smell. The blood. Afterward, Hayes wiped the gunstock so my prints wouldn't be anywhere on it. He had picked the gun up off the floor, he said. Marla had come at him, and he had shot him in self-defence. I was never near the gun. Our secret. I was part of it now. But he'd kept me out of it. Self-defence. Remember, Lindy, self-defence. You never had the gun. Jejeune looked out over the waves rolling into the shore. When the tides drew them back out again, they would leave no evidence they had ever been there. Blood, fingerprints, sins. They could all be made to disappear too. They could all be washed away. Except from someone's memory. It had not been self-defence. Jejeune had mapped it out in the cottage. Marla must have been close to 3 meters away from Hayes when he was shot. His hands were up as he fell. He was surrendering. An unarmed man, hands raised at that distance. There was no imminent threat to life. Ray Hayes had murdered Peter Marla, and he had made sure Lindy was complicit in his crime. You didn't know, Lindy, when you passed the gun to Hayes. You didn't know he would kill Marla. You had no way of knowing. But Lindy was shaking her head, and tears began to well in her eyes again. Marla kept telling me, "Don't do it, Linz. Don't give him that gun. He's going to kill me if you do." But still, you didn't know. Marla was dangerous, a genuine threat. You were right not to listen to him. You couldn't know what Hayes was planning to do. Lindy was silent for a moment. I did, Dom, she said quietly. And that's what makes it so awful. I told myself exactly that at first, that I didn't know Hayes was going to shoot him when I passed him the gun, but I did. She clenched a fist and pounded it into her chest. In here, I did. I knew if I gave him the gun, he'd kill Marla. And I think part of me wanted him to do it, Dom. I really do. Jejeune was silent for a long time. He'd unfolded his arm from Lindy's shoulders, though he couldn't remember doing it. They sat side by side, watching the heaving of the sea, the light glinting off the surface in ever-changing hues. You have to tell them, Domenic. He said nothing. Hayes said it makes me an accessory. He couldn't have reached that gun without me. I gave him the weapon he used to kill Marla. I made it possible. He said I'd go to prison if anybody ever found out. But he murdered Peter Marla. You can't let him get away with that. You know what happened now, and you have to report it, whatever the cost. Jejeune shook his head. You didn't know, Lindy. Not for certain. It has to end. I want you to let Peter Marla come here. I want it over. I said that. Hayes remembers every word. He said if it ever came out in an inquest, a coroner would take it as an indicator of premeditation on my part. If I denied saying it, Hayes would tell them Danny had heard it too. Don't you see, Dom? He'd make Danny Mike lie to protect me. He'd drag him into it as well. She shook her head. Where would it end? Hayes murdered a man. That is the truth, and in the end, the truth is all that matters. Was it? Once, perhaps. When it meant holding strangers to account, or seeking justice for the innocent. But people made choices all the time about what they were prepared to believe, what they were willing to overlook, to forgive. He gazed along the path, at the bare gorse branch, the empty sky. Choices. Domenic could have the life he had been longing for, the one with Lindy by his side, but only if her secret stayed between them. Hayes was right. There was no way to absolve Lindy of her guilt in Peter Marler's death. You could only hide it, let the world continue turning, and keep the secret buried deep within you. Was happiness worth that? Or were the values that had guided you your entire life worth holding on to, even if they promised to rob you of everything you ever wanted? Lindy sat silently, knowing every question Domenic was asking himself. Her life, her future, rested with him now. But then she realized it always had. Perhaps she could forgive herself in time, convince herself as the years passed and the memories faded that she had only been protecting herself from a man who had already tried to kill her twice. She had taken the necessary steps to end the threat, the only ones available to her. Yes, she thought. She might be able to believe that, in time. But could Domenic? Or would he decide his loyalty belonged to the dead instead of the living? A man had been murdered. Justice was owed to the victim, and it was in Domenic Jejeune's power to deliver it. Not to do so would mean turning his back on everything he had ever stood for, sacrificing every principle he had ever held. Could he do that for her? Give up all that he was, all that he had ever been? Would he? He turned from the sea to look at her. She met his gaze, and she could see the answer in his eyes. The Whooping Crane. The survival of the whooping crane, Grus americana, is possibly the most celebrated success story in the history of the North American conservation movement. At 1.5 metres, 5 feet, the whooping crane is North America's tallest bird, and its white plumage and black mask make it one of the most recognisable. By the beginning of the 20th century, habitat loss and hunting had put unsustainable pressure on the whooping cranes. By 1941, the world's wild population numbered just 15 birds. A comprehensive recovery plan was put in place to try to ensure the survival of one of the continent's most charismatic bird species. Migrating cranes need to complete a gruelling 8,000-kilometre, 5,000-mile, annual return journey from Aransas, Texas, to Wood Buffalo National Park in Canada. Natural remedies, such as habitat preservation and restoration, greatly assisted in conservation efforts, as did hunting bans. But the Whooping Crane Recovery Plan has also featured a number of innovative human-led interventions. Whooping crane chicks have been fed by human hands, disguised in crane head puppets. They have had courtship dances demonstrated to them by humans, and they have been led on migration flights by ultralight aircraft. In 2015, a 15-year project to establish a second migratory population of whooping cranes between wintering grounds in Florida and breeding territories in Wisconsin was terminated. Though the birds were able to complete the annual migration, they were unable to breed successfully in numbers that could have made the population viable. This left the Aransas wood buffalo birds once again as the only wild migratory whooping cranes in the world. In 2018, the number of overwintering whooping cranes in Aransas was estimated at 505. With the number of 500 wild individuals generally accepted as the benchmark for a viable self-sustaining population, the goal of the conservationists now seems to have been met. The success of the Whooping Crane Recovery Plan is a testament to the continuing efforts of a large number of peoples across North America and beyond. It is thanks to their hard work and dedication that one of the most iconic bird species in the world may continue to grace the skies and wetlands of North America for future generations. That is the end of A Dance of Cranes. It was written by Steve Burrows and read by David Thorpe. This has been an ISIS Audiobooks presentation. Previous titles by this author: A Tiding of Magpies, A Shimmer of Hummingbirds, A Cast of Falcons, A Pitying of Doves, A Siege of Bitterns, are also available from ICES. For further details of our extensive catalogue of unabridged audiobooks, please call our free phone number 0800 731 5637 or visit our website www.isis-publishing.co.uk.